I'm excited for it. Before we just we're just gonna be jumping in right in. We're gonna talk about X-Men '97, which, Joypad Jake, you're a pretty big X-Men fan, right?
Oh yeah, this is just in case anybody on here doesn't know this was probably my favorite show as a kid growing up, and it's probably my favorite animated show still to this day with everything that's come out. I love the storytelling. I got so immersed in these characters, the ways that they, just the way that they stood out from society and all the different, all the various ways, and the way that they just came together as a family, had each other's back. The stories were just so compelling, and of course, you got to mention the timeless theme that has aged still incredibly after 30 years.
Right.
And all of that stuff that I just mentioned is back on full display once again, and I honestly couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
Okay, so over these last several weeks, several months, back in August, I had started kind of my rewatch of it, and it was such a journey. Kind of obviously, this is a show I grew up on. This is a show that this was my first introduction to superhero media. As a kid, that was really the first superhero project that I had ever seen. Right, I had Spider-Man action figures, I had a Superman action figure, I had Batman, I had that kind of stuff. But true introduction to everything. This is kind of my first introduction to it all. Darth, what's your kind of experience with the just the X-Men as characters and just the classic show?
I absolutely love this this show. Always have done. Like you guys, I experienced it as a kid. So I'm gonna be a little bit honest. I was a little bit trepidatious with them bringing this out, and I was like, how they were gonna handle it. But my God, was that unwarranted? Jesus Christ, they just smashed it on so many levels and just brought it right back to where it was. And I had to get told that Jean and Scott were different actors, because it just sounded right. It just sounded the same to me, honestly. I didn't hear any difference. And the animation is done really, really well. It's still the same, but not the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because realistically, it would be impossible to make it look the way it did then. So they've just kind of gave it some graphical touches, and like you said, they did a great job of getting those impersonators for Scott and Jean. Because when I first saw that trailer, I'm thinking, why does that sound exactly like Norm Spencer? But then it just turned out that they really got a good person to do the voice. Same with Jean, and I don't know. It's just been a good time to be an X-Men fan, because they've gotten the crap end of the stick for a long time in terms of different media representations, especially since their last few movies, not counting Deadpool and Wolverine, which is also the title of the movie, funnily enough, but just their last few movies where it's been them as a team haven't done well. Not only have they not done well financially, they just haven't been that good.
Yeah.
So it's just nice to see them, being talked about in a positive light again by more than just, the small niche public that already loves them.
Right. Yeah, there's been a serious lacking of just anything X-Men, period. You have the comics, which I hear is currently really good. I haven't dived into those currently, but as far as the movies go, as far as shows go, there hasn't been a lot for a while, and I do think there's such a craving for that. And one thing that I actually think bringing in X-Men at this very moment is brilliant. That's something I've talked about over on my other show, but I think having it come in here in this such a bare spot for X-Men content. Obviously, the MCU, they're doing X-Men eventually. They're building toward that after this current saga. It seems like that's where we're going with these characters. And I think, we've heard the rumors that they can't legally cast new X-Men characters in the MCU because of rights issues and what they're currently doing with that plot line. So I think how they're actually doing it and what Marvel is doing with it is very smart because you have like the Miss Marvel stuff, you have the Black Panther stuff, you have little tidbits, you have the Deadpool 3 that they're doing, right? That's not new stuff, but it's there. And then you have this, which it isn't just like a one-off. It's 1 season, 2 season, possibly an upcoming 3rd season to kind of fill in that gap. And I feel like everyone is just there. I feel like everyone just very much like they're back. X-Men content's back, and it feels right. It feels right to have them back.
And then with this, like, and I laughed so much at this, but I also saw it coming. As soon as this started to get, as soon as this thing started to catch fire and more people started to see it, you have that small group of us that are going Spider-Man 90s revival, which I would be all for if that were to happen.
I would love. I know it's just rumors. Like, I don't trust those like online accounts that like every day they're like Marvel's doing this next. Marvel's doing this next. I don't like to trust those too much. But it's always fun to look at those and like they're saying, oh, their plan is to do the Spider-Man show and then maybe do other shows in this like universe and like expand that. And like I don't trust that. But if that was the case, I'd be low-key like, I'm down. I'm down to like explore more of that. And I actually think, not to get way off track, not to like go way off track, but I think Marvel as a whole, I kind of like I kind of want more Marvel content than just the MCU, because I think they kind of have hit that safe spot. So like this is refreshing. It's Marvel that isn't the MCU, and maybe they'll tie it in Secret Wars. Maybe that's the case. I'm not sure, but like,
and they even had to clarify that this wasn't in the MCU with that stupid headline a few months back, which I don't know who thinks this is in the MCU, but whatever, do what you will with that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling just not really a newfound love for these characters, because like I've spent pretty much my entire life with this show, but it's just nice to see something that like it's in layman's terms, I can't really even say it. In layman's terms, I've got my X-Men back.
Yeah.
And it's like, so what? Like they've modernized the animation a little bit. It doesn't look the same as it did in 1992. It's not going to, but like we have a great bundle of characters back, and we've got potential for great stories again.
Yeah. Fully.
Like you said, they had to though, right? Otherwise, it would have just been awful.
Yeah,
and impossible.
And honestly, and I even pointed this out when Chainsaw and I were talking about this on Council with Gina. But if we look at it, and he's actually here in the chat, funnily enough. But we talked and said, hey, maybe it might be good if they've done some visual touch-ups to it, because it might look more appealing for younger audiences who aren't used to the original show already, because they're not used to the style of animation that we grew up with. So they might look at this and be like, oh, like there's something new coming out, which admittedly you're missing out if you haven't seen the original series, but you could still watch this without it. So
I agree. It's weird because like I've had like several people be like, can I experience this without watching the first show? And at first, like prior to seeing it, I was like, I think you should definitely check it out, because I feel like you're gonna be missing a lot. But I actually think they've done a really good job at how they've approached this and how they've been able to obviously make it feel like it's like a direct sequel to that show. But also, I feel like if you just turn this on for the very first time, I don't think you'd be lost. I feel like you'd be able to jump in, because I think how they've done the like dialogue and how they've set up this world where like Xavier's gone, that's a thing, and these are our current issues, and you can kind of hop on, not only for like people who haven't seen the original, but I feel like just for new fans, like new fans of the X-Men. I feel like they're like, here's our characters, here's our deal, people hate us, let's get going, which I think was a lot of fun. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, if you think about it, that's how we kind of jumped back into the original show. We just got plopped into the middle of their world. So, and then we were just able to buy into everything that was going on. So it's kind of the same deal this time around.
I've got to say, I always, something that I always struggle with for this show is like, for the early part of it, at least, Jubilee was like our foray, like our view. Do you know what I mean? And I never liked her, if I'm honest. I never liked her. I struggled to like her. I always did. And like I said this on my stream, and I feel bad saying it, but like how well they've done on the show, like I still don't like her in the exact same way. Like it's so like the exact same show that like the character continuity is that exactly the same and so well done that I'm right back. And I'm so glad that we're going to be taking Sunspot now, because I don't know, he just seems more likable. I don't know, there's something about him that just seems more likable.
Because like Jubilee was one of my favorites from like the first episode, I thought, just because I felt like that was easily the most I've enjoyed her character within these 6 first seasons of the show. Like Jubilee was so frustrating because I feel like out of everyone, because the whole thing of the show is like pretty much at the start of each episode, these characters have to kind of be the same. They can't grow too much because each episode you have to be like these new viewers or have to be able to jump in at the beginning of each one. And Jubilee was, I think, was hurt the most by that because every episode is like, but I want to be the big kid. I don't want to be treated like a kid every episode. And it felt like here we were finally being able to age her up a bit and be like, okay, I have grown up. It's been a year. I'm 16 now, right? So
and the fact that they were still having to do that, 3 or 4 seasons in, it was difficult.
It got old. It did get old. But I love Beast. I love Rogue. She's so complex. You know. Scott's always has always been a difficult one as well, because he always has like the Boy Scout leadership thing, and then like I have to do what's right. So you're trying to like him, but then he's also like a bit of a D about everything. Do you know what I mean? So like there's that conflict as well, and I love that about him, because as well, like in what he's doing, he's not wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't like what he's saying, but he is right. You know, so like. You just got to take it.
This is just from a technical aspect, but the way that we've seen Cyclops in combat in these first 2 episodes was like really innovative. I'm like, this didn't used to happen before, but you know what? I'm really digging it. I gotta say,
it's so good.
Upgrades for sure. Like beam cutter, right? Like he's the gun cutter, but with beams.
Yeah, and like the whole thing where he'll bounce back and like essentially uses the ground and weaponizes it. I'm like, this is cool. Like this is creative. This is what you can do whenever you're not reinventing something, but you're evolving it.
Yes.
So
100%. Scott, I mean, Scott's always kind of like there for me, I think, in most things. Like I always enjoy Scott, but like we were saying, they've never used him properly. Like in the movies, they never used him properly. I feel like most of the shows they haven't used him properly. And like there's been a really cool thing to happen where everyone's like, yo, Scott's kind of cool. Like this guy is really sick. And just the entire landing sequence was honestly, I think, one of my favorite TV moments I've seen in a minute. Like I don't remember the last time I got that excited during a TV show with the all falling out of the plane, all the characters doing their different moves, Morph turning into Angel, and then Scott beaming himself down and them all landing in their spots was, I mean, that sold me alone. Like it's just as like a pilot to a show. Like the whole point of a pilot is to sell you on a TV show. That is your point of it. That did it right there. Even if I didn't like these characters before, I'm like, I'm in. That is so good.
That'd be enough to convert anybody right there.
It's so good.
And the whole part in the one of the trailers that they had for it, where you see Gambit light up those blades. When that scene actually plays out the way it does in the episode, I'm like, okay, this is where we're going.
Yeah.
Like they are just crazy powerful, and I'm not gonna lie. Like before this episode, I like if that classic question that comes up of Avengers over X-Men, who would win? I would just hands down say like Avengers, right? But then upon seeing this, I'm starting to question it. Like these guys are like crazy powerful, and give them a run for their money for sure. I think they might win.
Especially, if like what the intro of episode 2 did, if you're including Magneto into the mix of all that, you're talking about a guy who literally moved like the Earth on its axis. So the possibilities are like up in the stars for where that could go.
Yeah. I think like, not to get way off track, like with that question, but like I think Rogue itself could kind of like beat out most of the Avengers if unleashed, right? If at full strength, you're like, hey, take these guys down.
Right?
100%.
Not whatever the movies did, because as a big Rogue fan, that still pisses me off to this day how poorly the movies handled her. I was not happy there.
Yeah, she was just there to kind of like send off the plot, being like, you need a young teenager character. Here
Which
she
you
is.
could, and you did that 10 years ago with this character called Jubilee. I don't know why you couldn't just do that again.
Yeah.
But really, all the Rogue and Wolverine interactions, that should have been Kitty Pryde, not Rogue.
Yeah, I agree.
Or if they want to do like they did in the 90s, where Wolverine and Jubilee had that kind of hero and sidekick dynamic, where she became his like unofficial like his unofficial sidekick for a while. They could have even done it there, but no, they had to ruin Rogue, and then eventually ruin Jubilee whenever they brought her into the movies, because she was there for like 2 scenes total.
Yeah.
It's interesting, like the limitations of like why everybody keeps making all those big changes instead of just trusting the source material and just letting the team speak for itself.
Yeah, I would say that. And the one of the biggest things too is I know there were a lot of people that before this came out who were they were questioning whether or not it was going to be good because of Disney's involvement. And I really reflected back to the original show with that. I said, like they sent a lot of like they told a lot of powerful stories and sent a lot of powerful messages when they weren't hitting you over the head with it. So like that's, I think, one of the biggest things that's important today is if the storytelling and everything feels natural, then your viewers are going to they're going to stay happy.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think because there was definitely just Disney Plus in general, like now with that network or like with that service, there is always a bit of like skepticism with me because they haven't had a great track record thus far. They haven't had an amazing, like I can count on one hand how many shows that I would say is great. Like you have your Andor, you have Percy Jackson. I know a lot of people liked. You have,
and you're talking things that started on Disney Plus.
Yes, and like with a show like this, again, so popular, so many people have been wanting this for so many years. There is definitely a fear there where like, will they treat this right? And like, this does just feel so separate from like what everything else that Marvel has been putting out. If that's in the movies, if that's on like your Disney Plus, this feels like it was in this separate little bubble. Like this and Loki feel like it was in this separate little bubble. It was like, hey, how about you just cook over here? Just like cook and give everything you have, because it does just feel like it does, as someone who was rewatching the show up until this point. Like, I literally had just finished my rewatch of the show last week. So I did last week, and I went into this week with this new episode. And it feels like you're just pressing that next episode. It really does feel like you're just jumping from one to the other. There doesn't feel like there's a 27-year break. I wasn't even born then. Like, that's how long it's been since there's been new episodes of the show. And I think that transition has been really, really strong.
Yeah, they've done a great job of keeping the it's got the same tones, the same aesthetic. The characters all act the way you would expect them to if you've seen that material. I mean, just in the first half, whenever you see Beast walking upside down in the lab and then flipping down in his little salutation talk, I'm like, this is perfect. This is perfect. Come on. And it just like all the nostalgia buttons inside my mind were just clicking instantly. And like you were saying, this is probably one of, if not the best things that's come out of Disney Plus, and definitely like the most that I have enjoyed. Like, I don't think I've smiled this much during some Marvel content in a long, long time. Probably not since No Way Home. So it's been a bit for me.
And it's
and they're choosing some strong storylines to come back to.
Oh yeah. And
like they chose a big swing that wasn't like universe defying in any way. I mean, like big personal stories.
And that's what are good about them, like, because it breaks down the characters, so you care about the characters because they tell these personal stories about them.
Yeah.
And I think they do a pretty good job. And like, obviously there's a lot of characters that didn't get a lot of time to like shine, but I do think within these first couple, I think they do a good job at being like, okay, here's a moment with Beast. Okay, here's a moment with Bishop, or like here's a moment with this character and this character. So like even those, the some that we haven't dived into hard yet, because again, I assume we're going to explain the Bishop situation, which I'm actually very curious how we go into, because like that was my big question. I was like, Bishop's here. I'm so excited for that. How did he get here?
Yeah.
How did he get stuck in time? What's going on with him?
And he doesn't sound like a pirate anymore, so there's that. That was
Yeah,
so
that's what
I
someone was
laughed
saying.
about. I was like, why did he
I
have
think
to talk this way?
the fact that Beast was working on his device, I think like the implication at the moment is that he can travel freely, I guess.
Maybe. I'd be
Yeah.
interested because like I know they had that tie-in comic. I was like, wondering like did the tie-in comic explain that at all? Or is that just a thing that we're going to explore in a future episode? Maybe season 2 episode or something where they show how he got here. And like again, I love the idea that he went on so many like missions with these guys that he went through so much stuff and he's finally like, you know what, I'm just gonna chill with them now. Like they seem cool.
Yeah. I imagine they'll probably explain it because, you know, like with what we were talking about with, you know, the original show itself, you know, people who didn't see that weren't just completely left in the dust as far as what was happening here. So I don't imagine people who didn't read a tie-in comic are going to be left in the dust either.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
I would imagine, and like you said, it seems like they've done again a very good job at like you don't have to watch that classic show to understand.
Oh, yeah.
This. So
Now,
I
mean, you're missing out, but no, you don't have
you
to.
are. Yeah, there's a lot of. I personally don't think you'll enjoy it as much. I don't know if I would enjoy the show. I would still like it because it's X-Men, but if I wasn't taking this weekly journey leading up to this, like I felt like it was such a journey, and I feel like I just understand. I just have such a love for these characters and appreciation for these characters that I don't know if I would have got like otherwise. All right, so I think we're just going to go through some characters. I didn't have time to write full notes for this episode, for these first 2 episodes, but let's just kind of go through characters and kind of feel how we're feeling on them and kind of what we're doing with these characters. Let's start off with Cyclops. We can do like Cyclops and Jean, I guess, because they kind of their storylines are kind of heading in that same direction. No, what I kind of want to talk about Jean just first really quickly and how much I think her character was very much improved here. I think Jean was always very frustrating to me because I don't feel like she had a character to begin with, like in the classic show. I love Jean, but it's not because of that show because it feels like she was always this like extension of characters around her. She was like Charles's best student, and that's cool. Do we get to see that ever? Not really. Like she is the love interest to 2 other characters, but like who was she on her own? Who was her character? And we never really got that. And I feel like just in this episode, they were able to balance that line of like, yes, she is Scott's girlfriend. Yes, that is a part of who she is. But we're already exploring so much more of her and her personality and who is she as part of this team, which I think I really enjoyed there. I did.
She had a lot of Cecile moments back in the day as well. You know what I mean? Of like a lot of and then passing out and stuff. You know, like
that was a
every
comment.
episode. It just got Jean.
And like it would always be her leaning back, and then someone catches her.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I remember because I went back and watched some of my favorite episodes before watching these 2, and I don't think they really started diving into Jean separate from the other characters until the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix arcs came along. And even then, like towards the end of the first Phoenix arc, it was still kind of conjoined with Cyclops. And upon rewatching it, I'm like, okay, this like we get this, but and they really want to make a point to stress the I know the comics have given like an official term for it, but the psychic bond that Scott and Jean have, I can't remember the official name, but like they really got they went out of their way to stress that. But do we need to keep seeing it? That's my thing. Like, do we need to keep seeing it once it's already established? Because some would argue that it's keeping Jean from evolving on her own.
Yeah. Wolverine. I mean, that whole saga, like as much as I love the concept of it, I didn't think they like adapted it maybe the best way as far as like because I didn't feel nothing because they did so little with Jean. I never felt the like consequences of that event, and I never felt the stakes of that and how much like this team should have cared about this event happening to her.
Look at this week, right? The Easter egg and reference to it. It was just it happened. I was in space and I was a cosmic entity. And the was there. It was great. It sounded like a day trip.
And then they even had some Dark Phoenix shots in the intro for episode 2. I'm like, okay, this is new. I mean, I was surprised whenever the first episode came in. It's like, oh, these are all the classic, shots from the '90s intro, and I was there for it. But then in episode 2, not only did they add Magneto to the intro, but they added new shots in there. And I'm thinking, are they going to do this for every episode coming out? Like, are they going to add, shots from the 2 episodes that we just saw into next week's intro? So, they could do a bunch of things with that. But like you were saying with Jean, I think the Dark Phoenix arc was the time where she got to be separate from Scott for a lot of it because of that whole, plot that went on with the Hellfire Club. And but even then it wasn't really Jean because Dark Phoenix was still, in like the heavy control there. But I will say this, whenever they had the massive battle and with Shi'ar and they had her in her Marvel Girl costume, and like that just hit so many notes for me because I remember seeing that the first time. I'm like, oh my God, like that's awesome. Like she actually feels like her own defined character now. And not only that, but also a genuine part of this team, like doing both at the same time. So I was happy.
Yeah, I would agree. Now as far as they had a baby, right? That and like that was one of the big kind of storylines with these first 2 episodes, and this idea that once they have this baby, Scott and Jean might leave the team. What are our thoughts on that entire thing? Do we think that they might eventually leave the team? Do you think that's a storyline that we follow up on? Where are we kind of feeling on this entire thing?
Well, I think one, they're going to be leaving the team pretty soon, like if not straight away. And I think like this goes back to what we were saying before, and this is going to completely marry them for like several storylines, and that like whether they get any individuality is going to be remains to be seen, in my opinion.
Yeah. I'd be curious because like I think this idea that they've kind of set up is that like just based on those first 2 where like the intro can change whether a character is in the episode or not. Like spoilers for the episode if you guys have not seen it yet. Storm leaves at the end of episode 2. Obviously, are we done with Storm? No, but maybe it's a thing where like you take 3 episodes off of that certain character and then you add Sunspot into the mix or something, right? And then we get back to them. So like maybe there is a thing where they leave for a couple of minutes where like they go off and then they're like, wait, we have to go back because they need our help, and they just stick around from there on or something like that, which would be kind of interesting.
Where's the thing? So if you look at if you look at who's here, right? So like Logan is dealing with his like grief with like Jean leaving, right, with Morph. Okay, so that they've got that going on. Jean and Scott are going to be leaving. Rogue, Gambit, and Magneto have like a whole thing going on, right? So that leaves Jubilee, Beast, Bishop, and Sunspot to be dealing with like the everyday of like the X-Men stuff, because like yes, they're going to be around, but it's always going to be, oh, I've been called away from this situation, or I'm sat thinking about this situation while dealing with all of this, and I'm just waiting for the CW moment where I can go away and talk about this. Can you decide what you're doing?
I mean, I'm just very curious if you guys were ever, or those of you who are parents, like if you were a superhero, like would you try to separate those 2 lives, or would you try and do both? Because like that is a very like that's like superhero like 101 is like, oh, if you're a supervillain, you go steal that hero's children. Like that's the number 1 move. So I think it's very interesting, and I think Scott's in a very interesting spot where it's like, do I choose to be a father or do I choose to be a leader? Like, this is kind of something that, like, maybe prior to Charles dying, he could have just left. He could have just gone off on his own. Like, that would have been okay, but Charles is gone now, and now he is the leader. He's the one. He feels like he's in charge of this crew. So
I think it's an interesting concept. And like it's got good conflict there, and they even did something similar where Xavier was out of the picture with I know this wasn't the most popular game, but that X-Men Destiny game that came out like 10-11 years ago, I don't know if either of you played it.
That was such a letdown after X-Men Legends.
Oh, I know. But yeah, that whole concept where Xavier was gone, they essentially threw Cyclops right into the leader role, right at the start of it, which, like that on its own and the narrative overall I thought worked. That game had other problems. But you can definitely do that type of story or to throw, Cyclops or even somebody like Wolverine with Wolverine and the X-Men. You can put a different character into the front and center,
to
you
it.
know, have them be the core leader of the team and make it work because they've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, even season 2, where like Charles was just gone for the whole season, like he was on the island, right?
Yeah,
So, like,
he was on Muir Island
So
like the whole
cool.
time.
That
Yeah.
was so cool.
So it was just that, like, a whole season was just them being like,
Yeah.
I guess he's out there somewhere. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I felt so bad for Charles because, like, he gets thrown around by Juggernaut, and they're like, "Oh, he just probably hallucinated the whole thing." I'm like, "Give the guy a break."
Yeah. Let's talk about Storm. Kind of, we like mentioned her a little bit. I thought she was one of the standouts. Like, she's another character that I feel like the original show kind of failed a little bit, and I don't know if that was just the time it was airing. I don't know what was up with that, but I always felt like she was a character that had really not many solo episodes to herself. And when they did give her these solo things, I felt like they were always about kind of someone else. Like, it was always someone else's kind of story. I felt like she never got much to do. And I thought they did a great job of making her a goddess here. Like, she felt like a god, and the like scenes when she does fight, and like the scenes she was given, it felt like she's here, man. Like, she's here to show her presence. I thought she was so good.
Do you think like her being the first, like, other than Scott, like the first side character, like the first side, like main character to be off on a side quest, do you think that's to make up for how she was treated in the last stuff? Do you think, like, actually giving a story that focuses fully on
her,
her and her personality and finding who she is? You know,
Yeah.
because that does all of the work that the last show says that you say didn't.
Yes, I mean, I just think so far they've done this really good job at, like, kind of balancing, like, bringing in what worked, bringing in what was so good about the show, and then kind of polishing up maybe some of the things that maybe not, it didn't necessarily not work, but like bringing in some of the elements that they had maybe left out from the original show. And obviously, this is a show with so many characters. Like, we got 13 or so characters here that we are going to have to be balancing around. We only have 10 episodes this season. But like, there's, I don't know, I feel like they're going to do a really good job at kind of shining a light on, like, again, Cyclops from the start. He's so much better. It feels like Jean's so much better. It feels like Jubilee's a little bit better. Like, just from these first two, it feels like already we're improving upon some of these empty spots. Where do we think we're taking Storm this season? I know there's a lot of there's comics that have done the similar storyline with Storm losing her powers. But like, where do in this show, as they've said, they're taking some things from the comics, but they're also doing their own thing with some of these storylines. Where do we think we're taking her?
Well, I don't know if this is something that they would do because it was done last time, but so a lot of Storm solo episodes last time were whenever the Shadow King was involved, and also her son, whose name I'm forgetting right now. But he was front and center in a lot of those Storm-centric episodes too. And I wonder if, so this is just, maybe the tinfoil hat going here, but they may bring that character back into the fold if, like,
is he a mutant?
Storm story goes. Yes, I can't 100% remember his abilities though, because he was able to essentially combat the Shadow King, or at least hold off against him within his own dimension. I can't exactly remember his abilities, but they had him as kind of the thing that brought Storm back down to earth. Whenever you saw bits of that god bit of her start to emerge, he kind of brought her back down. So I'm wondering if they may, go back down that road and do that again. Not to use it as necessarily a crutch, but a way to kind of like use the story element that they've used before, but use it in a new way and kind of introduce it to people who weren't already familiar with it.
Yeah. I'd say maybe, like, there's a part of me that says they kind of have to add it in for history and context of the show. But then there's the other part of me that's like, well, like you said, he is a mutant, and the whole point of this is to discover who she is without that side of her. Like, to just discover the full Homo sapien side of her. So maybe she might even fully retreat from him because of that.
That's true.
Yeah, that is very interesting as well. Just the whole like the mutant cure is always very interesting to me. This idea of like, okay, you're a mutant, but do you choose to be a mutant because that's how you were born and that's who you are, or do you take the other route and be human again? And like, there's some cases I wouldn't blame you. I mean, Rogue is someone where I wouldn't blame you if you would want to take care of your powers.
Yeah.
That is torture. You can never touch another person. Like, that sucks. And I always enjoy storylines with her where she's like, I really want this, but is it best for me?
Yeah.
And even inside the classic show where she's like, I'm doing this thing, and I'm gonna get rid of my powers because like it's apocalypse. Oh no, that whole thing.
Oh
So
yeah,
like,
they did that whole storyline in season 1. Yep.
yeah. So I'm just so curious where that entire thing. It gives me like, obviously I know they didn't start that kind of storyline, but it gives me like Legend of Korra vibes with season 1 of that show, where the entire idea is like getting rid of people's bendings and like getting rid of people's powers, and like this battle within like, is it right to even have powers? Like, is that fair to like the everyday human? That kind of feels like a similar vibe that we might be going with this season.
Yeah, I mean, it creates a lot of good internal conflict, which is good, I think, for these characters, especially for the people who aren't familiar with it, so they can kind of get a sense of what these characters go through in their own minds from day to day.
Yeah. I would agree. Yeah. Okay, what's your kind of thoughts on let's just kind of go through like our newbies, if you will, kind of our new not new, but kind of newer members. We have Morph, which was one of my favorite members of the original show, and it was like always, I was very excited when he showed up because he had like 3-4 episodes throughout the entire run of it. Obviously, he is like the catalyst of the entire show. Like the first episode, it's him dying and our team mourning over his death. What's your thoughts on him kind of being a full-on member now? Are we happy that he's here?
I was going to say, Darth, you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, he fit in very, very naturally. And I gotta say, I like his style now, right? Because like, I don't know, there was just something about the design before. Like, he just always came across as super villainy, and I just kept waiting for the next the backstab or the other shoe to drop and stuff like that.
Sure.
Are you talking about before they made all the changes to his face, where like they gave him the purple bags under his eyes?
Yeah. It was just felt real sinister and stuff, But now
sinister,
get it?
Yeah, right. But now he's just part of the team, and he just fits right in so naturally, and he feels incredibly powerful, and
so powerful.
Like just what opens up with just having his ability on the team, like, because it was always interesting having Mystique as an enemy, but now we have one on the hero side, so like it mixes it up a bit.
He's so powerful. Like, I like it. Like, sometimes I forget how powerful he is. Like, there's sometimes like, he can look like other people. It's like, oh no, he could just be any mutant he wants. Like, he can just like, he can be Colossus and then Angel and then all the like Wolverine is like, bro, you like, you can be a whole team of just yourselves. Like, you're so powerful. You don't need them.
And I will say, I loved that bit, and I think it was season 2 of the original show, whenever Wolverine is hunting him, and then you see Morph transform into all of the people from Weapon X. Like, you see these brief shots of Omega Red, and then he transforms into Deadpool for a brief second.
Sure.
And it just makes me wonder, it's like, are they going to maybe use him in that way too, to kind of mentally, mess with some people like he did to Wolverine? And if you were to look at Morph and, like the pilot of the original show, you would not look at that guy and go, "Ooh, that guy's really powerful." You would be like, okay, that's the lovable dummy. But also, like, as you saw, later on, you're like, oh, this guy is twisted, but he's got this really good evolution throughout the entire thing that, like you were saying, Darth, I think he just fits kind of so naturally into the whole thing, especially given his backstory. But I think even without that, it still doesn't feel like there's really anything off.
Yeah. And like it makes sense with kind of how we left him. Like he was there at the very end when Charles died. It makes sense just like for his character to be like, well, I'm staying now because like this family needs me. That like I'm gonna stay. It's like I'm feeling better now. I'm healthier now. I know who I am a bit more now. So kind of seeing that. Although I did think it was very messed up that him just walk in as Charles and just be like, "Hey guys," I was like, "That's so
twisted,
messed
right?
up."
Yeah, I
Oh
saw that
my
out at the beginning. I was like, really? Is that what we're doing?
He's lucky he just didn't get blasted by everyone in that room. Just
Yeah.
so
I guess they're
lucky.
just used to it. There's like, we're not gonna cancel you more if it's whatever at this point.
Yeah, they, like after 5 years, they got used to it.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. We talked a bit about Bishop. I didn't get a lot from Bishop just based on these first two. But again, I bet we'll get more from him as the series goes on and as we get more.
Oh yeah, that's true. Just put up in the chat. Morph has got a similar thing to Mystique, where he can only bring on the physical appearance of somebody, not the actual powers. So, like, if you were to, transform into Wolverine, for example, bring out the claws, you hit the claws, they'll break. So, and so that's pretty much a thing with any of the shapeshifters. On the mutant side of things, like they can change the body, but not the actual. They can't. They can't copy.
I gotta say that it is nice that he doesn't just look like he needs an IV drip now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he basically looked like a zombie the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sunspot as a character, again, he's a character we got very little of. He kind of was introduced in the first one, and then he was like, he was kind of like every side character on the previous show, where a really cool character would be like introduced, and you'd be like, oh, they're going to join our crew, and it's like, nah, he's left. It's like, see ya. Where do we think we're going to take him? Because I think it's clear he's going to coming back. It's clear he's going to be at least a character that we follow throughout the show.
Okay.
Good. Oh, so you were referring to more for Bishop with that?
Your Sunspot.
Sunspot. Sunspot. Well, like you were saying, with other characters that they brought into the show that were the occasional allies, like you had Colossus, who was there like every once in a while. You had, your Iceman, who had already had a history with them when you first see him, and then you have your Nightcrawlers, your Forge, your Cable, all those guys. I imagine he would probably get some sort of similar treatment, but depending on how mainstay they're going to make him, with the limited amount of episodes they have in each season now, he would probably get more focus, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think just the fact that he has his own merch and stuff like that, and so he's in all the promo images, we're gonna get at least a little bit more of him than just like a guest star.
Which that's pretty much all he was in Days of Future Past. He was just there to get killed. Sadly, but
right.
That's a whole thing too with all the future X-Men you saw in that movie. I'm like, oh, awesome! We're getting Blink, we're getting Bishop, we're getting Warpath. Nope, nope.
That's all those movies. Like they treat all those characters so weirdly.
Yeah, it's not only is it weird, it's like as soon as you think they're gonna go somewhere, they just undo it.
Yeah.
But Darth,
maybe next time. Yeah.
I was gonna say, Darth, what do you think about the Sunspot angle?
Oh well, I'm excited to see it. I think he's going to take some wearing down. It's going to take a few episodes because obviously, like everybody, not to generalize, but like the way the world is now, everybody's like, yeah, I've seen some shit, So that kid's not just instantly ready to just join the team on that small battle. So I think it's going to take a few things for them to wear him down, because even before that, he seemed like, from what he was saying, that his life was absolutely no picnic.
Yeah.
So I think Jubilee will be a good person to befriend him. I as much as I don't like her and stuff, I do feel like that can change with the new series.
Yeah.
Because that dancing that she did in the club, that was awesome. Like they made that look great, right? So yeah, I think she can be really cool, and especially because they don't need her to be the audience, so she can start developing in a separate way, and come across as unique and not just like that bratty child that we were discussing before, you know.
Yeah.
I agree.
And like I also think it's, I mean, just for like her character, it's really fun to have this parallel to like the first episode of the original show, having this new character kind of come in. And I think her now being able to not be the like new girl in town, there to be this like new kid that they can introduce. And I think again that can only let her become a better character, because now she isn't the newest girl that is always in trouble. Like she can kind of stand up on her own two legs. And I think, and also, if he does stick around in future things, like it might be nice to give her like a friend and someone else that's like her age on the team. So it's not just the like the grown ups club and then Jubilee. Like there's kind of someone for all ages, right? So
she had kind of a similar. And I say kind of because it was really most of what she had. Her dynamic with Iceman in that original show for like the one episode that he was there was
cool.
It was kind of similar to that. I mean, even though he had his whole thing with Polaris, but if we're gonna see that dynamic again, with another character and have her kind of on the flip side of it, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah. I'm very curious where we take that. Trying to look. Beast didn't get a lot from Beast either. He was just kind of there.
No, but I mean, it was just
I'm fine with that.
It was exactly the way that you expected of that Beast act, and it was just so in character, and it just really got a bunch of grins out of me.
Yeah, it like took me a couple scenes to kind of get used to that voice, because I think that classic voice is so iconic. Like it's. Like I love that he's always gonna be my favorite version of Beast, because his voice is so calming. I love just hearing him talk.
Yeah.
But like once you get used to it, it's like, oh yeah, that sounds really good. Like they did a good job making it sound like him. And that goes for like a lot of characters as well. Is
it the same guy? Is it George again?
I thought it was different.
I think so.
Is it the same
I thought
guy?
It was
I'm pretty sure it's George again.
Oh, is it?
Pretty sure.
It sounded different. Okay.
I'm looking at it. Hold on.
I'll be stand corrected. I thought it
is
different.
George Booza again. Yep.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. So like voices just changed. That's completely fine. I'm not gonna be like this old geezer kid. No, like he sounded great.
Yeah, and that's one thing that was really special for me too, was having a lot of those veteran voices back who voiced them before. Like you had, you had Cal Dot as Wolverine, you had Lenore as Rogue, George as Beast, you had Allison as Jubilee, and you can just really tell, like in their performances, how much they're just oozing out these characters and how much they have a passion for what it is they do.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like they're not just there for a paycheck.
And like we had heard that like Kevin Feige's like main thing was like one of the main the two things had to do is like get that theme song back and then also get these actors back, and I can really respect that.
I love how much of a priority the theme song was.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, 1,000,000%, hands down.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they changed it? If it was just
there would have been a riot.
In arms.
And it also makes sense.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Just at the improv of the point. Like Nathan was the name of the baby, right? If I'm not mistaken, right? That's Cable, no?
It's Cable, Nathan Summers.
Yep.
But then, okay, so do you think that's going to be like something that they're taking care of or saving, because they already have a time traveler on the team, right?
Yeah.
So then there's really two options. They can either deal with the time traveler situation now, and then have one like down the line, but then like that just feels like you're borrowing the same storyline, or you double up now, get it both out of the way, and then like leave with one. Maybe, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'm just kind of wondering. This was just in the back of my mind, but you guys remember whenever they had the I think it was season 2 where they had the episodes with Bishop, where it was in that Days of Future Past type setting, where they had that whole thing going on. It makes me wondering, like, since he's there in the modern day now, are we going to get some of those, maybe like, glimpses in the future again. With it, with the whole thing where she's pregnant with Nathan now. Um, you know, they had that whole thing where Cable and Bishop, you had their stories kind of running parallel alongside each other. And is it going to be, maybe just Cable now that we're going to see, or then they, going to find a way to reincorporate that dynamic? Because that was one of the most fun parts of the whole show, was whenever you see them coming from both alternate futures that they're trying to prevent from happening.
Yeah.
Unless we just assume that with Bolivar Trask arrested and all of that, and the Master Mold destroyed, that the future's saved, so Cable won't be necessary.
That's fair.
I think time travel was such a staple for the X-Men. More, and I mean, of that classic show, like they had at least once a season, more than I thought that they were going to do. Like I always knew it was a staple, but I didn't know like how much of a staple it was. They loved their time travel. So I would not be shocked, even if it's not in this first season, maybe if that's, them already knowing they're getting a season 2 when they started the first season, maybe it's like, all right, we have a couple time travel episodes sprinkled in there, which I think would make a lot of sense. I don't need one. Like, I really, like, I'm not going to sit here and say they were my all-time favorite episodes, but, like, I bet we'll at least get one. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Especially, again, with Bishop being on the main cast now. Like, like, you have to make him relevant in some way.
Yeah. And generally, like, those episodes, they were just a lot of fun to, see what the differences were. Because I still remember getting the old scruffy Wolverine in that costume. It's like, why is this so entertaining?
Oh, Logan and Storm was so weird to see, like, the future where they dated. It was like,
this
feels weird.
And then I think in one of the future episodes, they didn't show it, like they didn't show you the full costume, but when you saw that web being shot, like, off the camera and into the scene, it's like you knew automatically where that was going.
Sure.
And then, of course, that ended up leading into, the crossover that Spider-Man and X-Men had, years later, which, as soon as I saw that rumor of a potential revival of Spider-Man 90s, I'm sitting there going, maybe have them cross over again? It's probably not going to happen, but it'd be fun.
Like, as much as the X-Men series meant to me, Spider-Man, that series meant so much more.
Yeah.
If I'm 100% honest. And, like, if there's a series that I would have back, it would be that one.
Oh, Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a series that I love to bits as well. Like, the big three of the 90s, and you can ask anybody, were Spider-Man, X-Men, and Batman. They were the big three of then. And, maybe Superman would be in the discussion, but really nothing else.
Sure.
It was always
Poor Superman.
Poor Clark. No, I would be very curious. And again, like, this is clearly doing well. Like, this is clearly one of the most popular things that Disney Plus has put out in a while. Clearly 100% on Rotten. Like, that's not a small task. Like, people are clearly liking this. I'm not sure how the rights go as far as their TV stuff, like how legally what they're allowed and not allowed to do. I know they have the other Spider-Man show coming out, this year. So
is it finally coming this year?
This year, yeah. So would they want 2 Disney Plus Spider-Man shows? I would take it. I'm fine with having 2 going on at the same time, but, like, we'll see.
I mean, I think you'd be able to pretty easily. You would be able to distinguish them pretty easily, I think.
Just from the artwork alone, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
And then lastly, Magneto, which is now the leader of the X-Men, or I guess the owner of the X-Men, if you will. Which, I'll be honest, I think he was one of my favorite characters within these first 2 episodes. I've always loved his character. I always think that he's always one of my favorite X-Men characters. But how they wrote him in these first 2, especially episode 2. Episode 2 was insane because, like, I went from, like, no way episode 2 could top the first episode. And I kind of think it did in some ways. Like,
oh, for sure. How many of us, like, genuinely thought he was going to keep those people there and just, like, chuck that guy on the disc and just keep him going? Like, I thought that guy was not safe in any way, shape, or like, just that guy has to go. He's got to go. He's done the unthinkable. To Storm? How dare you? How dare you? Do you know what
Yeah.
I mean?
I mean, you felt the stakes. There was like genuine consequences for the actions of our characters. And I think the show's always done a good job at that. But like second episode, they show it right off the bat. Like, hey, one of our most powerful members, their powers are gone, and I love how they're like handling his whole thing. Where it's like, because I think it's so easy to just be like, well, this character's good now, and now that's just his thing. It's like, okay, whatever. But they don't do that. Like there's a struggle. There is this internal struggle in that moment when he lifts them all up. I think his intent at the start of it was, I'm going to kill these guys. This is insane.
Yeah.
But I think as he's lifting them up and as that battle in his head is like, do it. But then also, but like, I feel like there's two angels on his shoulder. Like there's Charles, and then there's like an evil version of himself on this side. To being like, do it, don't, and
Yeah.
Like he's already said flat out that he just doesn't believe in it, but he's here for Charles.
Yeah, he's trying.
Right?
He's trying to change. And
like
I love the lot.
He needs convincing as much as they do, but he's here to try. And I love that.
I love the line where he's like, "Don't let me let you down," or something, right? It's like,
so
good.
That one hit hard.
Or like, "Don't make me let you down," right? That was so good.
There have been a lot of times whenever they take, like Magneto's main motivation of doing what he does, and they're just going with the very bare bones version of it, just saying something along the lines of, "Oh, like I want, like all this equality between like humans and mutants, but I'm going to go the extremist way about it, to where that mutants are supreme and overruling." But in this show, and even in the other one, to a degree, they've given his characters so many dimensions that it's not just a cookie cutter villain.
Yeah.
And you can see, like you were talking about, with all that internal struggle. I think that's what they do so well, both in that show and in this one. Like, you can see the inner turmoil of what's going on with these characters, and it makes you connect with them a lot more.
Yeah,
because I would say he's right. When he's talking at the UN, like Magneto is just right.
Yeah,
like he's done some horrendous stuff, but like he is maybe self-appointed, but he is a hero to a whole bunch of mutants, and like he is there to seek retribution when discrimination and xenophobia like causes hate crimes against mutants, right? So then it gets into the conversation of like retribution seeks retribution, seeks retribution, seeks retribution. It just goes around in a cycle.
Yeah.
But like I genuinely can't think of a time where like Magneto's attacked where he hasn't been like, right, well, I'm doing this because of like something going on over here. Do you know what I mean? There's always like a reason for what he's doing. There's always a basis for his struggle, for everybody's struggle and fight.
Yeah, and like I always find like I just he's like one of the most interesting X-Men characters, because like you were saying, sometimes he's right. Like sometimes Charles isn't in the right. Like sometimes his a pacifistic nature goes too far, and like Magneto is leaning more on the like maybe Charles is wrong here. And I even love the line where it's like, you're finally realizing what I've known for years, is that Charles is sometimes wrong. And it's like, oh, that's a good line.
And like for a guy to know so much like about the whole world and still be so wrong,
coming from Magneto, that one hits.
And I love just getting to see their like inner turmoil with like him being there. Obviously this film they fought for years, and now he's like, he gave this to me, and stop being like, why Charles, I deserve this.
And then the whole B plot with him and Rogue was another interesting thing they threw in there. Which,
I mean, how do we feel about that? Because I've seen a lot of people upset about that story, but that's a huge comics thing, right?
Yeah, they've done that in the comics before. So, I'm personally not, I'm not really upset by it. I'm curious to see where it's going to go, especially with how you see Gambit's response to the whole deal.
Gambit. I feel so bad.
Yeah. I'm curious to see where that's going to go, because they've played out with that kind of dynamic in certain in certain games before, whenever that's been a story element. But admittedly, they've done a pretty poor job with it in like other forms of media. So I'm curious to see how they'll handle it this time around. And, if the way that they've done it in these first 2 episodes, like it's pretty clear that they know how to make drama that feels earned. It feels natural. So
Yeah.
if they
Sincere,
can, if they can keep doing it like that and not maybe do something that you would expect out of like CW, for example,
Sure.
then I think we'll be in a good state.
Yeah, I mean, and like I think the X-Men I mean, just inherently, I think the X-Men are kind of like very soap opera-y. Like they always happen. It's all about the drama. It's all about the silverware. I love it. No, I love.
My cat.
I'm just kidding. I mean, just inherently though, like at face value, someone who hasn't read those comics where that is a storyline or seen the media with that, like that was a shock to me. I was like, oh, okay, like where are we going with this? I'm excited. I wouldn't say I'm excited because I'm pretty weary on it at this moment, but like I'll see where they go with it. Yeah, I'm like by the end of the season that might be a thing where like is this something I like? Because because Gambit is also just like that ship is so wholesome, and I love his bit that's always like, yeah, I care for you so much I don't need to touch you. You know what I mean? Like I'll wait for you for when that's the right moment. And how does that work? Like how
there's never going to be that right moment, and that's
Yeah.
that's not fair, because if it's not just the physical side. Yeah, like she can have that with Magneto, but they clearly have something more as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what the history, again, someone who's not as in depth into the comics, like what that history is going to be and how they're going to show that. I think will be interesting.
Well, that whole side of things, because whenever Rogue was, like actually like an active member of the Brotherhood, Magneto held a pretty special place in Rogue's heart, and you can just imagine what that does to Magneto once she leaves. It really wrecks him, and if they're going to play that out the same way to where they kind of go into that whole side of things, because really the only connection that you saw of Rogue with the Brotherhood in the original show was just the stuff that surrounded Mystique. So I'm curious to see if they're going to go into this other angle of it, because they didn't really touch on it last time.
Yeah.
So it would, not only be, another bit of storytelling, but it would also further expand both Rogue and Magneto's characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm genuinely very curious.
I think that'd be a good way to like bring new fans into like the older show. I mean, as you said, like they didn't lean into it much. So like this would be a good time for them to lean into the past more and show like things, maybe stuff that we haven't seen as well. Like get everybody excited in that way, and not just the new people.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, that's all the kind of the characters that I have here. Is there anything that we haven't touched on that like you guys would like?
Okay, am I going
about?
crazy, or did they change the color of Magneto's powers?
The colors.
Yeah, because they were yellow a lot in the past. Like it was the yellow beams, but then like it was purple whenever he made the fields.
Yeah. So I was expecting like lots of purple, and then we haven't been getting purple, and I'm like, that's cool. Yeah. But I just thought, as long as it's not me going crazy, I mean, like I'm not in some Berenstain Bears situation, that I'm forcing upon myself.
Well, the biggest reason that I saw like yellow with his abilities is that you saw like in the intro whenever like Xavier does this, and I remember Magneto raises his fist, you see that yellow little glow around it. But whenever his powers have been in like active form, it's been like a purple field. So I didn't notice a change, but now that you've said that, if I go back to watch the episode, I probably will.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah.
I'm absolutely loving all of it. I genuinely cannot wait to see. Like, obviously, we need to spend like time with the characters we've got. I get that, right?
Yes.
But I'm not going to lie. There are also a few people in the roster that I'm hoping turn up.
Yes.
Nightcrawler being the main one of them.
He's my favorite X-Men. I need him back
for that man to turn up.
And then, like you were talking about earlier, with the whole thing with the Master Mold being gone, you said that maybe questions whether or not Cable is necessary anymore. I still hope we get Cable, because that's my favorite. So, I just still hope we get him in some way, because they nailed him last time.
Yeah.
So I would really hope for him to make a return.
It would be weird, just like to have him just to send him home again, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they've also had storylines where like he's worked with, like present day, Gene and Scott, and been in their storylines too. So like, because they did that in kinda in the Marvel Civil War story, like most of the mutants were, like kind of off on their own in like these little, hidden areas. But the ones that did have a designated side, for the most part, were with Captain America, except for I think Bishop was the only one who was with Iron Man. But Cable was also on Cap's side, so you had the two of them both trying to stop their horrible futures, but going two completely different ways about it, like what happens in this. And he was working with a modern day Gene and Cyclops in that a little bit. Whenever they adapted the story into video game format, they even expanded on that a little bit more in the second Ultimate Alliance. So
Love that game.
I would definitely be interested to see if they could bring Cable back in some way.
I would be shocked if Cable doesn't come back. And maybe they wait a little bit to make the kid a bit older first. I'm not sure. But like
maybe.
I'd be very shocked if in this show's run we don't get like adult Cable. Like that just seems.
Oh yeah, I imagine it'll probably happen because I mean, shoot, he was around for a long time before you even knew that he was connected to them at all.
Yeah.
So I imagine it's still definitely possible.
Yeah. Lastly, I almost forgot the cliffhanger. We had the cliffhanger at the knock at the door, and we saw a second Jean Grey. Or maybe not Jean Grey, but someone that looks like Jean Grey knock on the door. Where do we think that's going?
Spoilers.
Yeah. Spoilers, I guess.
Potential comic spoilers if y'all don't want to. I've heard some stuff. I don't care about spoilers from the comics and stuff like that, but if there's anyone watching that does, spoilers.
Spoilers, that's the real Gene.
Oh. Clone, right? That's what we've been saying. That's what I've heard around is like a Sinister clone.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you're gonna have the whole I can't believe you didn't know it wasn't me. It's like I'm sorry, but they got their cloning down pat. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If they I get it. Like I understand that I love it's like a whole connection stuff, but like
Cyclops is probably gonna feel like the biggest idiot for not, realizing that something was off with the psychic bond.
It's interesting because they had different voices as well. Did you not notice that his wife had a different voice?
Yeah, it was different, wasn't it?
Those were two. Like that's the first thing I noticed was they had two different voices.
Big problem for sure. Big problem. Yeah.
And like maybe it's just like an us thing for like they could be like they said like okay this one sounds like this and this one sounds like this, but maybe in universe they sound the same. I don't know, but like.
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who really knows? I mean, I guess they know, but
yeah, I'm excited to see where that leads. I'm so curious. And
I'm definitely interested.
Yeah, be fun
so
stuff.
I have to ask now that like I'm sat in here with like just flashbacks of just sadness, right? Because Jake's brought up both X-Men Legends and Marvel Ultimate Alliance, right? How robbed did you feel when Midnight Suns came out and that's what that was, and it weren't those two games with Midnight Suns?
Yeah, I
was expecting like X-Men Legends gameplay with like a Midnight Suns skin and storyline.
That's what I was hoping for. I really was, because like that quadrilogy of games is still some of my favorite Marvel content that's ever been released. I have all four of them back there in that box.
Still have them on my Xbox right now.
Yep. I just, in fact, I'm actually about to review the second X-Men Legends game. So there's that coming.
Ooh, okay.
I guess.
Awesome.
But I don't know. Yeah, I still have both Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 installed on my PS4. That's the only way you can get those DLC characters anymore, unless you buy that gold edition off somebody who has it.
What was Carnage?
He was in the second game because the first game had this pack of 8 characters too. They had Hulk, Hawkeye, Nightcrawler, and Cyclops, and then on the villain side you had Sabretooth, Magneto, Venom, and Doom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the second one, you got the Juggernaut, Cable, big fan of that. Psylocke, Carnage, Black Panther, Magneto again. So, yeah, I like Midnight Suns as a game, but, like, after getting, hit twice with the fact that it was less like Ultimate Alliance than I wanted it to be, and then the fact that the technical third Marvel Ultimate Alliance game I didn't enjoy that much, the Black Order game that came out on Switch, I was not thrilled about that.
Don't get me started on that one.
I waited 10 years
for
for
number
that
3.
game, and that was
right, and that's what comes out. I didn't even bother playing it. I
such
saw
a
it. I was like, no.
disappointment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it, but then like as soon as I got into it, I'm like, this is just not what I'm used to. But not even in the fact that it's not what I'm used to. Like, not just that's why I don't really like it, but just because it doesn't even. I don't know. It just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darren, I don't know if you've played any of those games or not.
I am not a good gamer. I played too little games, man.
Honestly,
I don't
they're
play enough
like
games.
the easiest button bashy things that you've ever played. They're great.
Yeah.
They're arcade games, basically.
I would love to go back and play
Pretty
like a lot of these
much, yeah.
older superhero games. It just hasn't happened
Oh, yeah.
for me. But yeah, we're gonna be jumping into our next show. Prior to doing that, though, I do want to give a shout out from both YouTube and Twitter. We have 63 people watching, which I'm not sure if that's a glitch, but like I was like, let's stream on Twitter as well, and people showed up, I guess. So thank you to anyone who's watching. We had Stranger in the chat. Taj was in the chat. This guy was in the chat. I don't know who that is.
No.
Chainsaw was in the chat. Chris has been in the chat all night. Thank you so much, Chris. I've never seen you, but thank you for popping in and chatting with us. It's great. And Comfort is here. Had a lot of people here. Lance was here. Where's Lance? There's Lance. Lance was here. A lot of people talking, and I do very much appreciate it.
Yeah, Chris is one of my subs, so he was over here.
Oh, hell yeah, Chris.
Awesome.
It's nice to meet you, buddy. So yeah, let's talk about the newest episode of...
Okay, wait.
You're like, no, don't
wait. No.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what I was gonna say is I feel like because of the discussion we had like before stream, right, that we should save Invincible for last.
Okay.
In my opinion, because it's gonna be a little bit of a sandwich, because if I'm 100% honest, I don't have a lot positive to say about this show.
Oh, interesting. Well, okay, so let's do this first, just because Jake hasn't seen the other show that we're going to talk about, and I want him to be able, just if he wants to leave, he can leave.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
So that's interesting that you have such negative views on it. That's kind of interesting.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm normally Mr. Positive, right?
I know. I was just like, I'm the one that's like, yeah, Invincible season 2, episode 6. I can't believe we have only 2 left of the season. That pisses me off. I want more. I want more episodes. That stupid break. No. I mean, Jake, this is your first time kind of talking about this show. What's just your opinion on like the entire show, just like as a whole?
I gotta say, like, it was a kind of a breath of fresh air for me. Like as far as superhero content's concerned, because like especially in the first season, it was a interesting dynamic that like you see this godlike being an Omni-Man, but also being kind of a father to Mark, and then Mark kind of coming into his own as that season went along. I remember just watching the first episode and being like, okay, like this is like a fun little breath of fresh air. I like it. And then that end of episode 1 cliffhanger happens, and I'm like, what the hell are we in for? And then that's just kind of been the kind of the same thing. It's like you really don't know what you're in for, but I like this little world that they've built. And it's kind of been refreshing to me. Like I can see, like whenever a character would come out, it's pretty clear that like, okay, like this is a reference to this other character from that other media, and this is kind of them saying, hey, this is our version of this without saying it. But it doesn't feel like it's derivative of that in any way. It's just like, okay, like, well, this universe has a version of this, and you buy into it. But yeah, really enjoyed the show so far. Like I said, big breath of fresh air as far as
Oh.
the whole superhero content is concerned. And anyone who wants to make the comment of superhero fatigue, I challenge them to give this a watch because it's very different from other stuff you'd expect.
X-Men 97. We got X-Men 97 Season 1 Episode 3 titled I should have opened my notebook first. Titled Fire the Inferno, right? That's what it was called.
Give me 2 seconds on that one because
Fire Made Flesh. That's it. Fire Made Flesh. So this was the third episode of the show. Obviously, we were off the high of last week. Has your opinion on the show changed going from episode 2 to episode 3? Are you liking it more? Are you liking it less? How are you kind of feeling on the show currently?
Honestly, I was riding super high on it before, and it has not changed. I'm still riding super high on it. It's still amazing. I'm so happy it's back. What a way to continue. I mean, wow, right? Like, they know where we want to be, and then they were like, hey, we got something big for you coming. Hold your horses, because there's also something big happening right now that you don't know about.
I think there's a reason why people were given episode 1, 2, and 3 ahead of time, like all your critics and stuff like that, because like episode 1 and 2 feel like a pilot of the show to kind of get you reintroduced to this world. And then episode 3 feels like, yeah, this isn't the same show you grew up with. Like, it's that show. It's a great show, but we're taking it a step further. We're taking it beyond the point that you remember. This isn't that same 94 show that you grew up with. We're a bit darker. We're a bit grittier. We're still that same silly show, but we can go beyond what that was before. And I love that so much. I feel like, we're in an era where, like, reboots and, shows coming back from your childhood are a common thing. We get one of those, like, once a week, it feels like. And what I think people are understanding, and I think the show rides a really good balance of obviously bringing back that show that you love and bringing back all the elements that work, but also realizing that these kids aren't 12 anymore, that they are teenagers. They are now, some are parents, they're in their 30s. So they know they can age up the audience a little bit. We can have a sequence where all of our characters go to hell, and it's fine because we're in our 30s now, we're in our 20s, or some teenage, so I thought that was really, really cool, and I loved how they were able to kind of play around with that this week.
Yeah, it helps it be generational, right?
Yeah, truly.
Because, like, I think if they just stuck it to before, like, or just kept it like as close to before without all the as adaptations that they keep adding in, which they need to keep it fresh and relevant, I think then it would have just been us interested. Do you know what I mean? Like, the fans of the original thing. But now, with what they've done, yes, it is like the old show, but there's still a bunch of changes in there that have made it fresh. They made it exciting. Not that it wasn't. Do you know what I mean? Like, for a newer audience, I mean,
Sure.
Oh my God. I'm so curious about, like, even just the intro, because they said, like, they're going to be adding stuff into each week.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's going to be, like, Rick and Morty, so, like, some stuff in there, like, they might have done in the old stuff, but then updated the animation. Some stuff might be stuff that they're doing, like, it's crazy. They just got so much cool stuff on the way.
I love getting that. Like, there's, like, shows where, like, because, like, my thing with, like, the original was, like, you couldn't change from episode to episode, right? Like, the status quo of each episode kind of had to be the same each one. So all the members that are in that intro are usually the only main members you'll see. And we talked about this last week, but I love how you can, okay, Storm's gone this week, and now, Bishop also left this week. Oh, Sunspot's in this week, but he's on next week. Like, I love how they can just swap characters in and out, and I think that allows them to not be limited by a certain cast of characters. Like, I like the idea that maybe next season, like, hey, this character's going away for a season, let's add Nightcrawler or something. Like, they're allowed to do that, and I'm so curious if, like, which would be my dream. I would love if they did that. Just throw him into the main lineup. That'd be great. And, like, I wonder if we'll start doing that for, like, guest characters, too, where, like, maybe for an episode, like a Juggernaut, they throw him in the intro, or I don't know, just, like, random X-Men, Iceman's in the intro this week because he's in the episode. I don't know, but, like, I'd love if they did that kind of stuff.
I would be fascinated if they brought Iceman in. It's like
Iceman.
what I
love him.
remember, he already updated his look, didn't he? He like because he was in the original show, right?
Yeah.
But he was blue, right? And then when they show the original iterations of the X-Men, guys stood in there like Jack Frost went to Weight Watchers, you know, like he's fully like a snowman. So seeing the evolution of characters will be really interesting.
Sure.
Same with how we get with Morph and how, like, because that's something I want to talk about this week. That like the fact that he keeps having that face and going back to the face with the eye bags and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, but yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's just so
Yeah.
much.
No. I mean, no. I mean, we could just quickly talk about, because that's kind of an interesting segue to this episode. But how much I'm loving Morph in this show. Like, again, I think he just adds something so special to the team. Like, he's never going to be like a main character, but he is such a great like asset. Like I think he just adds so much flavor to the cast. He's that like comic book character. He's the goofy side character, but also like this week, like he's goofy, but then he's like, but he traumatized me, and like this mission is really hard for me because like he ruined my life. Like there's all of these things, and I love that. Again, X-Men is never afraid to like, they're goofy. Like these guys are goofy characters, but like they never shy away from these really dark storylines.
Yeah, they go full. Yeah, because like we had Sinister in the original one, didn't we?
Yes.
So to have that in the intro was like a great nod to show that the damage has already happened.
Yes.
To see that this is an ongoing thing, to help kind of bridge the gap, and then yeah, dude, honestly, like I cannot wait. I cannot wait for them to explore Morph and Sinister, because as you said, it's very, very dark, and then it's gonna have a lot of depth to it, and it's gonna be like, yes, he's a shapeshifter, but in that, who is he? You know? And it's not like just the whole gender thing as well. Like it's who is Morph?
Right.
When you like, even in a social situation, when you adopt the characteristics of people around you, you lose yourself. You know? So to do that in a way that changes like your atoms and like changes you like fundamentally physically, you know, it might be easier to lose yourself. And then obviously the whole machinations of Sinister, just wow.
Yeah, that's a good point about like I would love to see a storyline where like you have to be like an identity crisis where like I could be anybody, I could be anyone in the world, but who do I want to be? Who's the person that I want to embody? And like I think he's a character that like uses humor to mask a lot of his pain, and I don't know how much of that, like we don't get a lot of like that backstory of Morph inside the original show. Like he died in the first episode of the original, and then he brought him back, and that caused what he made him work for him and made him, you know, he had to go against the X-Men. Like he's gone through the stuff, and we've seen already in the show he uses humor a lot to mask. I don't know, mask how he's feeling, but just like that's his main, seemingly his personality. He loves humor. He loves joking around. He loves playing his characters, and
it's definitely an armor. It's definitely an armor for sure.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, and he was definitely one of my favorite parts of this episode. Just kind of getting to see a bit of that pain. Not that I want to see characters' pain, but like you did get it got to come out a little bit. But what was your?
That's why I was like talking about his face, like how his face looks, because the fact that he chose to show the extent of Sinister's damage by going back to his old face really like makes me find his choice of face. Well, maybe it's not even a choice. Maybe it's like a PTSD reaction of why his face is shapeless, right? Yeah. Because he is a shapeshifter who, like we said, has the identity of everybody in the world he wants, right? But he chooses to be like one of those drama masks.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So like, I find that fascinating, and I need to know more about why, you know?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, at first because like there was the whole drama with this character, like he's gonna be like not non-binary now, and I thought that was really cool. Like that
they were going to be going in that storyline with him, or them, I mean. But then they had come out and they were like, oh, it's actually like that's not what we meant. We just meant that like anyone that can shapeshift has. That's what. And I was like, that's not what that's weird. That's a weird thing to say. So I'm not sure if they're actually like non-binary. If I should be using the like they them. Like I don't know where we're going.
That is like the person that issued the statement sounded not very knowledgeable, right?
Yes.
But then you have the cast members who are very knowledgeable. So it's like, it's hard to judge. Do you know what I mean? Because they have people there that are like very in touch with everything. So it's real difficult to say.
Yeah, I mean, I would love if they just fully went into it. They just like, yeah, that's who they are, and that because like that's what the X-Men are. Like they are the fighters of all of these different groups, and I would love if they just went into it. And like the fact that there are so many people being like, they're changing my X-Men, this isn't what the X-Men are, like the fact that so many people were mad about this change, to me shows you should double down and actually go with it and do that. But that's just me personally. Okay, but episode 3, what was your sorry?
I fully agree with you 100%.
Okay, cool. What was your kind of overall opinion on this third episode? Well, obviously, we did a lot, and so far the show does a lot in 30 minutes. It's like there's like, okay, these are 30-minute episodes, but they pack them so so thick. So like, what was your kind of opinion on it?
Really, really, really good. Honestly, it's a word I'm going to be using like a lot, but it was very powerful, very, very powerful of an episode. The struggle that both Jeans are going through. Well, Jean and Madeline now, you know.
Yeah.
With neither one of them truly knows where one ends and the other begins.
Yeah.
And the line they said of building an unknowable future from an unknowable past, or an undeterminable future from an unknowable past, maybe something like that, is crazy, you know. But like just the fact that whether it was through Mr. Sinister's manipulations or just the way that Madeline was kind of just is, but like she seems to have like different struggles than the other Jean, I think, because like she was focusing on like grief and power, you know, and yeah, Jean does seem to have those struggles and stuff, but she's like, I also have a lot more. That's not who I am, you know. And that was kind of like how Madeline was defining herself, and Jean was like, yeah, no. And as well as to say is, yes, Madeline is very powerful and she is a clone of Jean, but Jean, when she kicks off and lets the gloves fly, she is next level powerful. You know what I mean? Like just absolutely trumps her.
Which is crazy because I don't think we ever really got to see that in the original show. Like outside of her in the Phoenix Force, or like the Dark Phoenix, like we didn't really get to see her be powerful, be this really badass character, and I think that further proves like how well they're already treating that character. I actually did think it was really funny last week that like we were talking about like how they've changed the like Jean character and how much more interesting she is. I did think it was very funny this entire time. I was like, oh wait, that wasn't even her. Like we were talking about, it's like a whole new character, and it's like she literally was a whole new character. So I'm actually going to be very curious to see the like differences between those two, because it's very clear they are different characters. Like as they're very similar, right? They're clones. They do think differently. Like this one has a passion to leave the nest, to go out there and be on their own. And maybe that's, you know, this idea of like, well, she's always been with the X-Men. Like this version of Jean has never, she thinks she's lived an entire life, but really like subconsciously, she's never had a life outside of the X-Men. And maybe that's kind of where that drive goes. I'm not a comic book person. I don't know where, like I didn't know about this character prior to this show coming up and like this conversation going around, with this episode and these last 2 episodes. But like, I'm so curious where we take this version of Jean, this new, because she's out there on her own. We can take that character anywhere. I would be shocked if we never see her again. Like, I assume we'll take things full circle. But just fascinating stuff, really fascinating.
So like me with the original series has been many years, right? So I'm not gonna lie, I tried to watch it again like a couple of years ago, and then I just got so annoyed with Jubilee that I was like, yeah, I'll come back to it. I was like, I remember, yeah. So like in the original series, right, when Mr. Sinister like attacks the team and stuff, is there any point that you can remember that like stands out where Jean is kidnappable?
Yes, she gets kidnapped. Yeah, she gets fully kidnapped, and there are experiments on her. Let's see. I think it's the end of season 4. Like, they just got married. They had literally, I'm pretty sure they had just got married, and they're like, "Yay, we're happy!" And then she's like, "Nope." He kidnaps her, takes her back to his lab. The whole cosmic time travel thing happens. Like, what is it? Cable's stuck in this like alternate bubble, and she's like, "Let me out," whatever. But yeah, there were experiments done on her to try and clone her and Scott.
So it's not that unknowable then, is it? Like, they kind of know when, you know what I mean?
I guess.
One would assume, like, unless he pulled her in for a checkup.
Unless like that's when she took the DNA and then they were swapped at a later point. Like, I have all the stuff right now to replace them. I don't know. Because like that's what I was thinking, where they're like, "Oh, I wonder, like, we don't know when we were stopped." I was like, I would assume it's when you were kidnapped by him. That would make sense. But like,
because ideally I don't want to know, right?
Yeah.
Because this is a similar
that's
story
the interesting part,
to
right?
Rick and Morty in with both the Beth situation, like Space Beth, and because Beth always had the yearning to be like a dad, right? But then chose not to. They answered that question because fans wouldn't leave them alone. I want this to be a very different situation. I don't care if fans won't leave you alone. Please do not answer this question. It's fun
theorizing, yeah.
And there's also adds more to the character. If they have a definitive answer, they can sit and work through that in therapy, right? But if it's an unknowable thing where like there's a whole gap, like even the whole like marriage thing, like if that gets called into question as well, like they put in there.
Yeah.
Because I know you said they get married and then she gets kidnapped, right? Yeah. But when they were talking with Madeline and Jean, they were like, "Do you know if you married him or if I married him?"
Right.
Yeah.
They don't know.
And she didn't say, "Well, okay, I married him, but you had the baby." Like they weren't like those kind of clarifications. So
yeah,
personally, I think there's more depth to the story if they keep it a mystery.
I think they're going to keep going. I think we're going to see more of it. And also, like, after, like, the Phoenix arc, Jean isn't around that much. Like in the final 2 seasons, she's probably in, like, 5 or so episodes, or she's not a vocal point in the ones that she are in, barely. Outside of her getting, like, kidnapped and them getting married and stuff like that. So there's a lot of time where she could just, where, like, her and Scott just aren't there. So maybe, like, they were on a trip and, like, oops. She got kidnapped and he didn't know it. Like, there's moments where it definitely could happen that I think
especially if you've got a fully cooked Jean ready to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And then
he's just asleep and let's just swap him out or whatever. Yeah.
How many times have I got to chase this cat out of my house? The neighbor cat keeps coming in. 2 seconds. I'm literally just standing up to open the window.
Okay, cool. But I'll keep talking about something. No, but I love the trauma of these characters. Like, I cannot imagine just the trauma that Jean and Scott are going to be going through. Like, he relatively had a baby with another woman, and she can't be mad at him for having a baby with this other Jean. He thought it was her. Like, that can't be a thing. But also, like, that passed away a toll on you. The see someone else go through that experience, that once in a lifetime, or not always, but like your first child is something special. You know what I mean?
In my head, Jean is in the same position as Amber, right? Which we're going to get to later, right? But when
Okay.
she's sitting there going, I'm annoyed, but I don't feel like I can be annoyed, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Like the situation, you're being like a hero and stuff, and I can't be annoyed about it, but I'm sat here alone and I'm not happy, right?
Right.
Jean has the same thing. There is an atomically genetic, like apart from carbon dating,
Yeah.
Joey, that's the only way we're finding out.
Right.
Clone of you. And the only reason we might have known something was up is that we were getting more from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like coming out your shell a little bit. So God damn, you can't be too mad at the guy.
No,
I get it. I get it. Soulmates, right? She's his soulmate. He should know, right? Because if somebody made a clone of Taya, bet your bottom dollar I'd find out about it and I'd know, right?
Yeah.
So
It's so hard, but like because like even a clone didn't know. Like it's like not you know like, and at that point it's like, but what's real? Like at that point. Don't you love them both?
It's not even like, some guys would, right? But it's not like, you're right, because it's not like Mirror Monarch or whoever it was when there's like, like Mirror Iris there, and then she's being all
so, yeah, like there was very clearly differences that there should have been able to tell the difference. Where this, they do feel different, but like, and like just as an audience, it's very weird because they felt like different characters, but we assume that's just because it's been 27 years and they're trying to update her character well. Exactly, because again, I like her. I already love Jean so much more than I did in the classic show, and I loved that one of the final shots of this episode is just Jean and Scott on the opposite sides of the room in the dark, and like this, so much can be read from that scene of just them being, but like, where do we go from here? Like, how do we even talk about this? Like, how do we approach this going forward? And I think that's going to be fascinating. I'm so excited to see where we go.
I genuinely think, right, so, like, Jean, as we know, is no slouch when it comes to not telekinesis, but telepathy, right?
Yeah.
Either. So, she would have known for years how Logan felt, right? You know? But then what we had this episode where she's like, oh my God, I meant all that much to you? And he's like,
I think,
you know what I mean?
I think,
like, you know,
yes.
That was set up for us.
She knew too. His memories, or like her memories weren't back yet. And that was the real first time of her getting it back, I thought. Which is why that's
okay, that's cuter. That is cuter. You know, like that girl that wakes up from anesthesia and doesn't realize that the guy's a boyfriend kind of thing.
Yeah, it's trying to like putting all the pieces back together.
I see that. Yeah, that's a lot cuter. That's a lot cuter, right? But I also felt like that was in there for like everybody to be like, heads up.
Sure.
This is now coming back, you know, like that distance that Scott and Jean were having. You're going to be having Logan on this side of the picture now. So, you know, be prepared for that, you know.
They do a really good job at like recapping you back into what's going on. But like these past two, he like it's been like him seeing the baby being born and just being like, oh, and even like at the bar or like at the club, and he's like, they're gonna leave the team, and it's like
I have
very clear.
Such a problem with the whole cable thing. Okay, so like, I'm assuming that we're gonna be discussing a little bit on Eric's thing, right? So, you said you're not much of a comic guy, right?
I'm not a huge comic. As much as I
right?
wish I was.
So there's a thing I'm not sure about on Cable's techno-organic virus, which I want to get into, but we won't know the answer to that, right? But my whole issue, right? My one issue with this episode, and it's not even like, it's an issue with the episode. It's goddamn Scott, right? Because how the hell can that man say, do any of you know what it's like to be abandoned? And then cause a whole stink about it, right? And then the woman, he's had this child with, the mother says, don't worry, he won't, right? Now she's saying that as like a crazy universe level psychic and stuff, right? She's insanely powerful.
Yeah.
Maybe not as powerful as Jean, but crazy powerful, right? Still may have held still was like claimed to be a part of Phoenix Force or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe he won't feel as abandoned as he might have, right? And then You know what Scott does? He's like, right, I'm not going to be a part of this decision, and leaves the room, abandons the situation because he doesn't want to abandon his child.
Yeah. I love that a lot, as just far as like his daddy issues. Like the original show tackled that on head. Like he had clear daddy issues. He had a lot of trauma from his father walking out on him. He later on gets to meet his own father. He comes back and realizes he didn't have a choice but to abandon him. I really like the idea of him being like, I physically cannot abandon my son, so I have to leave the situation. But then there is the point of like, yeah, but you kind of are just abandoning him even earlier than you would have had. Like it felt like counterproductive in a way. Like not abandoning him abandoned him in a weird way.
Right? You could have left notes. You know what I mean? Like you could have sat and planned.
Here's a basket. Here's books and
a whole bunch of stuff, right? And then and then almost to like it's that whole thing of, oh, I'm really scared of something happening, so I'm going to force it to happen, right?
Right.
Like that's exactly what you've done by your own hand. You know what I mean? Like, and it's insane that he took such a high stance on it, and then was the first one out of the room. You know, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, you absolute donut.
I mean, I think it might just be a trauma thing. Like this might be a situation of like the character made the wrong move, but I understand why the character was in this place. Like why he physically couldn't like let his son go. Like he's like, I can't deal with this pain right now. I can't deal with that right now. And I loved, like, I felt like you really felt the stakes of it all. Like, I love when he first finds out and would be like, you know, your son's gone. And it's like, oh God, no. Like, I felt that scene, like the fear in a father's voice. I thought was done very well. And again,
where he's like, mother, run away home, for your house is on fire and your child is all gone.
Yeah, like that scene is, you just see it in his eyes and his voice, like, what are you, like, what, my son, you know, like, and new parents, like, this is very trauma. And I would not be shocked if in coming episodes we have to see Scott deal with that and come to this point of like, oh my gosh, I didn't even say goodbye to my son. What that makes me a horrible, like, I assume that's going to be something that we dive into.
I get it. I fully get it. But like, I feel, I can see that coming. Do you know what I mean? I can see how he was going to feel afterward. I was like, you big D. Honestly, you're a D. You bugger. How dare you? You know? Also, there's that. Because, as much as he's going through what he's going through, Jean's going through it as well.
Yeah.
And she can telepathically connect.
That's what I was thinking too. Like, leaving Jean to deal with it all was a bit like, that kind of sucks for you, Scott. Like, maybe you should have put up your, like, big boy pants a little bit there, but...
Poor Madeline, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see where you're coming from. As much as I appreciated that scene, I felt the pain in that scene, I could definitely see why maybe Scott was... that wasn't his finest moment. And honestly, I think that might be the point of that scene, is to show he's not a perfect leader. He's not a perfect man. He can be a bit selfish when it comes to things that he loves. And in that moment, he was selfish. And again, I think we're going to see him atone for that in the future. I am kind of curious if Jean, because they have met Cable in the original show, like they've come in contact with the character. So I wonder if Jean, so I'm wondering if Jean maybe picked up something from him, like picked up some of his like memories or his name, even like his real name, in that scene, and like that's what has like maybe in that scene where like she's like, he won't be alone. Like maybe she really knows he won't be alone because she picked it off of Cable in the past. Maybe that's where we go. I'm not sure. I'm just fascinated where we take the whole Cable, because clearly we're doing stuff with Cable, like Bishop talking to the future. Yeah.
Because like, is Bishop just going to go back and retire now? Are we just going to have one time traveler? Are they both going to be involved?
Yeah. I mean, I assume like Bishop will get sent back in a couple of episodes, because again, he's in the intro. He's a main member now, so I assume he'll be back in like 2 episodes, being like, "All right, he's in the future, but I had to come back because blank, blank, blank," and then get stuck again.
You don't think that they're gonna like swap out the character cards in the intro, Sam? They just get that's it.
Maybe it could be. I I think he's just in so much marketing though. Like he's in all the posters, he's in all the trailers, he's in all the trading. Like it makes it feel like him and
He is
Morph are
kind of
now.
a fan favorite though.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I feel like if you were going to do that, you just don't have them in. Like we just talked about how they could swap people in and out, and I get that, but I feel like I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'll be curious. I personally have loved Bishop on the team.
Because
Like,
I know it. Yeah, sorry. I was saying I know it would be spoilery, right? But they didn't exactly have Forge in the promo material, and he's going to be all over his time with Storm.
Right. Yep. Yeah,
So,
but like I don't think he's like a series regular though. Like I assume most of the characters in the intro will be like reoccurring to series regular type figures. Like they'll be in most of the episodes. I don't know if Forge. I mean, I think Forge is in a lot of the season, so I don't know. I don't know. But I loved his scene where like Scott like charged him up and then he just started blasting the demon
so
creatures.
good.
That was so good. That was so good. Just kind of go through my list here of things. Just the whole Goblin Queen stuff. I thought.
So what? Sorry, Danger at what?
The Goblin Queen storyline I thought was really funny and like
really cool.
I went online after the episode aired to like I was like, oh, let's see what people are thinking about this episode. I type in the hashtag on Twitter. I was like, oh, that's what people are talking about. Okay, I understand. I understand. I get it. I think she awakened something in many people on the internet this week, and
okay. So there can be a lot of.
You get what I'm. But no, I thought she was just a really fun villain. Like it was fun to watch just this very over the top '90s just evil character, and it's not Jean, so it's not like you're over sexualizing Jean. It's just like other character that you can kind of do that with, and that's what apparently what the comics were as well. So I get that. Thoughts on the Rogue and Magneto stuff, because they're further pushing that.
Really, really good. Really, really good. I'm interested to see. I don't want to see like a whole love triangle thing. We've already got that with Cyclops, Wolverine, and Jean. I don't need another one, you know. So, like Gambit realizing that their relationship's over and him moving on, I much prefer. I understand that that's not the case because we're dealing with people, you know, so that's not always going to run as smoothly as you want. So but no, I think they're great together. I think they're going to go together. They're very powerful. They're very worldly people. You know, not saying that Gambit isn't, but I think that Magneto is going to have more of the depth that Rogue might need in a partner. Yeah. You know?
Yeah. And, like, I mean, we talked about this a bit last week where, like, you need someone that can, like, touch you. Like, you need human contact in your life. And it seems like Magneto can give that to her. Like, I did think, I mean, the morph scene where he's just going through and pressing the buttons and all their training, like, I thought that was hilarious. And then the horror movie scene where, like, they're under each other's skin, like, they're practically naked
melded together.
Oh my gosh, that was creepy. And can we just talk about how, like, creepy this episode was? Like, they top notch. I loved how far they were able to take it, truly.
We nearly got to see Sunspot blow up. Like, if Jubilee and that didn't take care of it, or the floor started falling away, sorry.
Right.
Who do you think is more powerful, Bishop or Cyclops?
I don't know.
Because Cyclops is super powerful, right?
Yeah. I feel like we haven't seen. I feel like we haven't seen either of their full powers. Like we haven't seen either of them at their full strength. I'd say probably maybe Bishop if he was.
Because Cyclops is super powerful. We know that.
Yeah.
Because like, just take those shades off of him, and buildings are going to be coming down. You know, but it's a case of like they're both batteries, but in a different way. Like there's a battery that generates the energy, and there's like Bishop's more of a storage container, like a battery that will store it.
Yeah.
You know? So it's a case of which is more powerful, like the battery or the thing that stores all the energy, you know? Because it was interesting, like it was really cool. Because like, not to say that he should have, let me clarify, but Cyclops could have done what Bishop did.
Yeah.
Right. I'm again not saying he should have. I'm saying he could have, but because Bishop was like, "Hey, charge me up," you know, and he was like, "Okay," and then he separated it. Right. All I'm saying is Cyclops could have just gone like done, you know what I mean, with the visor on or full blast or whatever.
Right.
So it was just an interesting thing that got me wondering, because they Cyclops, you have kinetic energy. Bishop, I'm not sure what kind of energy he has, but I just found it fascinating, honestly.
Yeah. No, I've loved both, and like I love their fight scene there where they get to just, and like also Gambit is also pretty similar as far as powers go. Like I feels like those three are very in line as far as their powers.
Yeah, like what can he charge? Like, what's the limit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can he charge a
usually
car for somebody to throw and then?
Sure, I would imagine so. I feel like we only see him use the card and stuff like that, but like, I love to see him do more, use his powers in a different way. I do really want more of Gambit though. Like within these 3 episodes, I feel like he's the one that's been pretty shafted. Like he's just kind of been thrown to like simping over Rogue over these last 3 episodes, and I've enjoyed that. I think it's interesting, that little love triangle thing, but I do want a little bit more. And again, like with a show like this, characters are going to have episodes where they don't have stuff to do. That's valid. That's fine. Just in upcoming ones, I'd like to see a little bit more from him. So
I agree. I fully agree. So what I wouldn't mind as well, right, is something that like I'm not gonna lie, I found a little bit annoying as a child, but like as an adult, I want to see, and that's like time spent away from the mansion and like some time away from the team. And as a kid, I was always like, I want to know what everybody's doing. I want to be with the guys, you know, I want to be with everybody. But then sometimes they'd have episodes where it'd just be like a random thing or whatever, you know. And yeah, I would like to see Gambit, like say for example, he accepts the breakup, right? And then like maybe goes back to New Orleans or something like that, and then
sure,
like gets into a whole spot of bother that. Because like we've seen nothing of the Brotherhood so far.
Yeah.
Right? And yes, we have their leader doing what's right? But there's nothing to say that everybody would have been on board. You know?
Yeah.
And even if they said, "Oh yeah, I'm on board," like not everybody's a great guy. You know, some people will still commit crime or whatever, I would imagine.
I don't even know if they were in the original show, the Brotherhood of Evil, like as a unit. Like he was like, yeah, like he had mutants on his side that were fighting for him, but I don't know if there was like an official team in the original show. But
now you mentioned that shit.
So I'd be very I know Emma Frost is usually on that team, right? I know she's going to be in this season.
Maybe. Where's
I know Quicksilver is typically on that team. We had him in the original show.
Blob, Toad.
Yeah. Toad would be really good to see
like
again.
I'm just spitting X-Men Evolution characters out.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's like we had all of those characters in the original show, but they weren't like a team. Like they were never in the same episodes. So I'd be very down to see that. I'm in.
Because in that case, what we got was like we got Avalanche, if I'm not mistaken. We got Pyro, Sabretooth.
Yeah.
We got a whole bunch of villains.
A lot of villains over the years, yeah.
Yeah, so so if he doesn't have the Brotherhood, he still has like Genosha, right? And there's still going to be bad
he does.
villains. So yeah. I would still say he's keeping the reins on Genosha. There's going to be some people that will not be. They just can still be themselves, like Sabretooth,
Right.
like Pyro, the Blob for sure.
Yeah.
Because they've already got the model for him, So
Right. That's a really good
Yeah,
point, though. Just the idea of like people don't agree that he's trying to change his ways, and then that's the conflict of like, which side do I choose? Do I go back to my ways, or do I team up with do I stay on this path that Charles would want me to go on? That's a fascinating idea that I would love to explore. And again, I assume we will. Like, we have 10 episodes a season. We have 10 episodes next season. Season 3 is rumored, so tons of time. I'm super excited to dive in.
I'm so happy we already just started. Thank God.
I know we have like it's nice to have 10 episodes a season. When was the last time we talked about like a 10 episode show? It's been a minute. The only other thing I really have here is the ending of Storm with meeting up with Forge. Where do we think we're taking this story?
I think that because of like how well they've done stories before and just how beloved this story is, I think they're going to go very comic book accurate.
Yeah.
Which is another reason that they separated her. So hey.
Yeah.
That's it. Keep it moving, buddy. Good job. And then so I think they're going to be very, very comic book accurate, and I think they're going to be. She's going to be exploring her humanity, like the human side of her, now that she's powerless, and he's going to be showing her that you can still live missing a part of yourself. You haven't lost all of who you are. You're still you.
Sure.
She was called Storm, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was a whole identity. So you can understand why she would be feeling this way. But that isn't to say that's what made her who she is. So we just needed to see that, because she's still great. She's so smart. That's another thing that like doesn't get pushed a lot. She's very intelligent.
Right. Great leader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm again, I don't know that comic book story. I've heard some things about like her like walkabout and her journey. I'm very excited to see where to take it. I would imagine that we're going to be taking the story at a very interesting place of like, what does it mean to be a mutant? Really, like what is that? And the story of like us versus them. What happens when us turns into them? Right? Like what happens when one of us gets to go on that side of things? It's going to be a fascinating story to me, and I think it's going to make Storm at the end of the day, after obviously she's going to get her powers back at some point. We know that, a better mutant, and it's going to make her a better X-Men. And Charles's vision and like motion plan to be like, we're trying to find equality within ourselves, right? We want to find a future where humans and mutants can coexist, and I feel like that's going to make her a much better member to be able to push that idea.
Absolutely.
Where that goes.
Because it's interesting as well, because you have two people on opposite sides of the coin now, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got Rogue, who is toying with that idea and even may have went through that idea in their storylines, and then with like the whole mutant curing thing, and then Storm, who had that forced upon her, and what that's going to entail. So it's going to be really interesting to see, because the choice got taken away from it, which is tragic and should never happen in any situation. But like, I think like Rogue, like say for example, everybody in the house was being supportive and stuff, and she dipped out. But like Rogue, I think would have had to given her like a whole big chunk of space, because she like a part of her would have been sitting there going, "Oh, I kind of wish that was me," and then Rogue would be like a constant reminder. I feel like, as much as everything else would have been.
Yeah, it's some interesting stuff, and again, there's so many plot lines going on. And I'm so excited to see how we kind of get to all of them within these next 7 episodes. 7 episodes. That's great to say. We have 7 more.
I know.
Lots of fun stuff ahead.
They need to keep like a whole other season as well. More seasons. They need lots more seasons.
Yes.
Yes.
Lots and lots and lots.
No, truly. Like this, I think it's just one of my favorite things at the moment. There's like truly like, I don't remember the last time I've been this like giddy for like new episodes to come out like throughout the week. It's like, oh, 2 more days of the X-Men. Like I haven't had that feeling in a long time. Like probably since the Arrowverse stuff, like Super and Lois and stuff like that, where it's like
Oh wow,
2 more
yeah.
weeks of Super and Lois, you know, like stuff like that. So like, yeah, I'm loving this. I hope it keeps it up. I think it will be. I have no doubt. I think these first 3 have proven they're here to make something really cool, and I'm ready to see what they do. Oh boy, this is an interesting one. I'm actually super curious to hear everyone's thoughts on this episode, and I think relatively it's been pretty positive, but I might have some hot takes to be thrown at this one. Maybe a little less positive on this episode than maybe the rest of the season so far. But yeah, this is season 1, episode 4. What was your kind of opinion on this episode?
It was good. Honestly, it was full of callbacks and like retro little shout outs, which I absolutely loved. It was drawing on from the original series and bringing those storylines into the new generation for everybody to like bridge everything and then kind of maybe make people want to go back and watch the other stuff like you have, you know. So I think it's really, really good. It was a lot of fun. We got to see a teaser of how powerful Roberto is, and I just want to see more of it. It was great seeing a comic book character in Obscura, so whatever her name is. So, yeah, how did you feel about it?
No, I mean, I thought it was good. I don't even know fully how I feel about it because I did not dislike this episode at all. And I think at first, I think it was just the contrast from the first 3 to this one. And I think because, like, for all intents and purposes, that first half is, like, filler. Like, I feel like most people would call this like a filler episode. And I wouldn't necessarily because I do think it pushes some things along. But I do think in contrast to those first 3 that I think were so like bombastic, like such a bombastic kind of jump into it. This one took me out a little bit. And I think 2 of the main reasons weren't because it was like, this is bad television. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I was just like, I don't like Mojo as a villain. Not because, again, not he's bad. I just can't stand this creep. I can, like, I had never even heard of this guy prior to like the OG show, watching through it, and every time I put this guy on, I'm eating food, and it makes me want to throw my food away.
That is
it's just
bad
like
timing.
He was like, this motherfucker. I don't like watching you. And then there's Jubilee, which is also just one of my least favorite X-Men characters. I think kind of combining those just made me kind of be like, okay, yeah, this was easily my least favorite out of the 3, but I think this actually might be my favorite Mojo episode out of the 3 that we've had, the 2 in the OG show, and then this one. And, like, again, he's not bad. And I think, like, he's always a really cool character to be able to do some really fun, like, ideas. Like, you know, the first one's just like, oh, let's put all of our characters in this, like, TV show, and they have to act out all the... Like, it's always really fun, and I think going the, like, the video game route here is a really fun way to, like, harpen on the OG time era, the 90s, and get to go into like the 8-bit video games, and you had like the 8-bit music, and it's just like this is pretty cool. And I like, you know, I could sit here and say like, oh, I don't like Jubilee isn't my favorite character, but also I would not want this episode to be with any other character. Like, she's the perfect character to use for an episode like this. Like, the first episode is literally her like at an arcade, like that's her thing, so it makes sense using her in this way, for sure. Yeah,
for sure. She want to spend her birthday with games. So, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. But this kind of ties into something that we were talking about last week, right? In that we're wondering, like, what this show is, if this show is going to be like Invincible, because of how they're both in the same, that they have a lot of characters to deal with and a lot of storylines to focus on. But unlike Invincible, we're getting to see like what these characters are up to. They're not just leaving people behind like Bulletproof and everybody else, right? So you know, I'm excited, like, because it's telling you the story of all stuff that's happening all at the same time and stuff, and I'm excited to also see what Beast is getting up to and Obviously, he's tinkering away, trying to understand the techno-organic virus and help out with that. But also the clone situation, like he has his big blue paws busy, you know.
Right.
So the fact that we are with Jubilee, we're celebrating her birthday. We're also still integrating Roberto into the X-Men and into us as viewers. So we need viewer time with him. So perfect for me, if I'm honest with you. Plus, one, we needed. Well, I liked it with Jubilee because as I found out on Eric's podcast, the OG actress came back for this episode and had a nice little handoff. Right.
That's cool.
But then, as I was saying on mine, is that there's the 3 episodes. There's this one, the next episode, and the one after are all chopped up in a way that tells like an interesting story that we're going to see more of.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really excited to see it. So, like for a story of 3 episodes that's going to have, like, because we already had like 1, 2, 3, right? Those were some deep episodes. They were like heavy, right? And so to have a nice little kick and fun and relax before having, like, because we know Storm stuff's going to be deep, and we know the next episode with the UN and Genosha, that's going to be really heavy because that's going to be very meta in talking about everybody's rights.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, and like also just the X-Men as like the old show, like filler was such a big part of their like DNA. Like for every storyline, there's like 10 fillers in between the storylines, and that was the time era. And if you're going to be bringing back a show from that era, you want it to feel like that show. And I think they've done a really good job at making this show feel more like serialized. Like each episode feels like they're growing a story, but then throwing one in here to make it feel like the old show is nice. Like the first 3, you are so right. Like they feel almost like this arc, not like a completed arc, but it's this arc of like Scott as a leader, Jean growing as a character, and then finding maybe that's not all as what you thought. And obviously, we're building up to the storylines with Storm and stuff like that. So, yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And I think that actually may come up with my big issue of this episode is just, like, I loved both episodes. I think they were both really good stuff. I didn't like them together. I thought that felt weird to me. Like,
what do you mean, Invincible and X-Men?
No, I mean, like, the Mojo stuff and then the Life Death stuff put together.
Oh, okay. You felt they were very separated in themes.
I did, and I feel like I could have used a couple more minutes with the Mojo stuff, and I think the Life Death storyline, just having like 10 minutes pasted on at the end, felt very like, I don't know, disjointed. And like I would have preferred if you just did like a 40-minute episode of like the next time. Like it's just 40 minutes of that storyline instead of just being like here at the end and now we're gone. I don't know. It just felt, it didn't flow.
The issue is like if they did just do like take Jubilee's side out of it and do all Storm stuff, then that would have been setting a very strong tone for what the rest of the show needs to be. Or like, I mean, if that's how you're starting out, that's, I mean, like you're gonna have to keep that up for a while, kind of thing, you know?
Right.
Because otherwise, it's gonna feel very left turny. So,
yeah, no, I'm fine with like the Mojo stuff. I just wish it was kind of only Mojo stuff. Like I would have liked if the whole 30 minutes was just Mojo stuff, and then at a later point we go to the Storm stuff, have like a longer Storm arc. But like I don't know, like because I feel like this episode could have used a couple more minutes to kind of wrap it up because it kind of just like ended at the end. You know what I mean? Like I feel like maybe a couple more minutes on like the older her. Like that was a really cool scene. That she was just kind of, she appeared and then she's gone. It's like, okay, you know, that's whatever. Yeah. But like, I don't know, just like, again, I'm not completely, I'm not like this, I'm not like, oh, this is so bad. I was just like, if I was
you just wanted more.
Yeah, I don't know. And again, like the Storm stuff this week was incredible stuff. It's just like, here's 10 minutes of this at the end of your episode. It's like, oh, okay, that kind of felt a little weird to me.
Like the issue is as well is like, they've only got 10 episodes, I think, at most.
Yes, 10.
So they've got a real short time. Like, so the issue is like, what could they have that ties in to the old stuff, doesn't make mutants look bad, can be wrapped up in 15 minutes. Do you know what I mean? And but have like no like lasting implications against the narrative that they're running.
Right.
So like Mojo was a strong choice, even though it does feel very disjointed from Storm. I do agree with you. I didn't really think about it at the time. But yeah, you're right. Very, very different, kind of whiplashy. But the devil's advocate argument is what could they have had?
Yeah,
you know, like, but because I feel like you're saying like the Mojo stuff, not a problem, that's fine. But then the two options are make the episode longer or cut out Storm. Like, and save that for next week.
Yeah, I mean that's what I thought the way they split it up just felt weird. Like I would have rather just had one or the other, and maybe just because we've never done that before. Like I've never seen the show. I've seen shows do that. Just this show hasn't, so maybe it's just like, okay, that caught me off guard maybe a little bit. Maybe that's my whole thing. And you know, like to play the other side, like I imagine it was probably a choice of being like, we only have 10 episodes. We don't have that much to tell with this Mojo story. Let's just dedicate a last couple to further that story. And if that's the case, you know what? Fair enough. I can respect that. I'd rather them do this here than not have like time to do it later. Like I understand that. I truly do. Just in the moment, I felt like it was a bit weird. It felt a bit off to me.
I'm okay with the heavier tone that they were taking, and I myself wouldn't have had this, and I would have had All Storm.
Yeah,
because like as nice as it
I
is
love the
to
heavy
see
count.
them,
I love it. Yeah,
right. And as nice as it is to see Storm and Forge connect, I did feel like it's a little bit fast for him to pull out the big L bomb.
Yeah.
So like I needed more time with them for that to happen for me.
Yeah.
But you know, they have a real strong bond and connection and stuff, and I hope they work it out. Because
again, Forge isn't like a character that I know well. Like I know of him in the OG show, but we never did much with him. So like he's relatively a newer. I think he was in the movies a little bit, right? He was in. I think he was in one of them.
I think maybe he's all over the games.
Right. I think he's in Days of Future Past, but I could be wrong by that. But no, I'm loving the Storm stuff. Like this isn't me saying screw one or like screw the other. It's just like just nitpicks there and there because like the Storm stuff is powerful and like I love just Storm as a character. It feels like she's finally getting her due. Like it feels like she's getting this entire focus all to herself, which that is what she needs. Like one of the things they had said prior to the show coming out was like, our main goal with her is to make her the god she is, like make her the goddess she is, and that is the best thing they could do. Like one of my big things throughout like watching the show, like the OG show, was like, this is good, but why aren't you using Storm? I think as you should. Like she is such a powerhouse character. She could take on half of these missions by herself. I've always thought.
Easy.
And the way they're treating her as that, and like. I know that there's been people being like, oh yeah, but they're making her a god just to take it away. But I think that's to make her a better character at the end of the road. Like, I think the Storm may get out of it. And again, I don't know this comic storyline. I've heard things about it. I don't know what they're doing with her. But I imagine by the end of the track, we're doing something really cool with that character.
Yeah. I feel like she's got to be fixed, from what I remember. Do you think if they edited it differently, that you wouldn't feel as whiplashy? Right? So if they had the setup with Jubilee and then Storm being kind of reluctant to spend time with Forge or something, and then they both start having fun at around the same time, and then they go off in different paths, like the Mojo stuff ending very positively, and then the Storm stuff finishing on a cliffhanger and very negatively. Sure. Do you think that you would have felt differently then?
Maybe. I'm not sure how you fix it exactly. Like, maybe there's a little bit more Storm stuff in there because like it felt like the episode ended and like they just kind of tacked on like a short to it. Like it felt like there was kind of like a stinger at the end, and it's just like I don't know. I feel like again maybe it could have been a different episode that they tacked it onto. Maybe I don't know if that would have helped. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm just like I don't know. I'd have to wait, and like maybe once we're done with the season, I could be like, oh, actually, this was really needed. It was very smart how they put it at the end there. We got so like I don't have that future knowledge yet to be like, yeah, this is how I'd feel then. But
yeah,
again, like great episode. Like it's still like not bad in like the least. Like and like I really like again, like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of like Mojo, but like I like that they can bring all these past villains in already. Like it feels like they're already doing a great job at bringing in these sporadic characters that we didn't get to see much inside the OG show. Sprinkle them inside here. Mojo is a fun villain. Like they do some fun things with it. Like you were saying in our stream yesterday that like I love the idea that like his ratings are down so he's super thin. Like, he eats off of the views and stuff. Like that's so good. So funny.
Yeah, so it's just a testament to the show that the episode was a Jubilee episode, and I was still really invested and intrigued in all of it because, like we said before, like I feel a bit bad about it, but she's a character that I've never really liked or been interested in. So I was just gripped and interested the whole time.
Yeah,
I can't wait for Roberto to explode and go nuts. Honestly,
yeah. Jubilee on this episode, I was a little conflicted because I do think we took a couple steps back to like the I just want to be part of the team type of thing. Like I just kind of want to do my own thing. I don't want to be, I don't want this guy in charge. Like I feel like that's a little bit to what we got inside the OG show, but I thought it was written better. Like it didn't just feel like the same stuff we've had with her character again and again. I feel like it's a realistic, very react. Like I think it's a very like realistic reaction to having to work on your birthday. Like this is her special day, and I also think is 18th, a very special day, which actually took me off guard because in the original show she is 15. So it's like okay, so like there's a weird continuity I think because in the fourth season, like the end of the fourth season, she's still 15. So it's like, so does the final season take place between 2 years? But like. It could, right? Like the whole thing of that show is time. The weird how time works is a bit weird, but like, so I don't like. I know there's a year jump, so it's like, how does the timeline work exactly here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's real weird. But that just shows what you're saying about it resetting every episode. Like, has a lot of merit.
Yeah, it could have that episode could have just took place sooner, right? And like there could have been stuff we just time jumps we haven't seen in the show. Like I didn't have there wasn't a huge issue with it. I just was like, okay, that's it. I wasn't expecting you to say. I was thinking like 17 or 18 took me off guard. I was like, oh my gosh, okay. But again, it kind of goes into what I've been saying the last couple of weeks is like I like seeing that she's actively grown. Like she isn't a kid anymore. She's a teenage. She's like a young adult. And that allows her to grow in places that she couldn't in the OG show. That allows her to evolve. So I'm excited.
And do you know what? Wyra's right. They change the titles every week.
Yep. I love it. It's my favorite thing throughout the show that each week to see what's new in the intro.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe Professor X was in the first one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And we saw him in this week's one as well, where he's with Emma Frost. I was just like, oh, I wonder when we're getting that one. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm excited. He comes back, I guess. Or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. Because he's not, like, dead, right? He's just, like, in the sky. Like, his mind is in the sky or whatever at the end of the last show. It was weird.
Wait. So they went full X-Men Last Stand?
He, his body died, but they took him, his spirit's in the sky, and he can never return to Earth or whatever. It's very comic book. Like, I would recommend rewatching the last episode of the last show, because they kind of go into that. But, even then, I just watched it, and I was just like, yeah, he's dead, but, what exactly happened to him again? Because it's not very clear. Like the guy shoots him with a gun, and it's just like, oh no, he's dying. And at the end of the episode, it's just like, but wait, how did this happen again? Like, how did his mind get separated from his body? Like, it's this show gets so comic booky. Like, it's the most comic booky show.
Super powerful stuff to do that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, and like throughout the full final episode, it's a really good episode. And it's like, oh, we got to go do this to save him from doing this. It's like, but how did this even happen? How did we get here? I don't know. But again, I assume the show, because, you know, going into the show, the whole pitch is like, oh, it's the X-Men, but he's not here, which I've actually really enjoyed. Like, I want them to take their time bringing him back into the fold, if they even ever do that. Like, maybe
I'm cool. I'm cool with it. No.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Magneto, I've enjoyed that way more than I thought I would. Like,
I know. So for real, I genuinely thought, I was like, this is gonna be interesting, you know. And then, wow.
So good.
I always forget like how much I love Magneto.
He's so
you know, and not just because he's powerful, but because he's just a really interesting and deep character.
Yeah,
very rich.
And also, like, I think this episode also kind of showed, like, their tactics are different, but they also share a lot of the same, like, motivations as Charles. Like, him being like we have to work on this. We have to get stronger. We got to keep training. Like, Charles was the same way with Scott and Jean and stuff like that. Like, we've seen that in the first couple episodes. Like, it's not too different. I don't know if Charles would have let her go off on her birthday. Like, I don't know if that's something he would have done. But, like, also, like, he's not wrong. Like, I actually thought it was very funny where, like, they kind of touched on the idea that, like, she needs to grow on her powers. And, like, I wonder if that's more of, like, a meta joke from the original show, because she really hasn't done much with her powers. Like, Jubilee throughout the show, I was going through, I think she's won a fight once in the original show. Like, that was one of my big issues, where, like, each episode, she'd blast the bad guy, and then she'd get knocked out instantly. Every single time she got into a fight. And each time, I'm like, what do you bring to the team? Like, what are you doing at this point?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's a bit of like a meta joke to be like, yes, we see that and we're going to be growing her character. And I think they've done that with all the characters, which has been great.
One of the other meta jokes that they had was Mojo, which I don't think I brought up on the other stream chat, is that he's there saying, Magneto, leader of the X-Men, 2 genes and like something else. He's like, this isn't my X-Men. Right. He's like, I want the classic X-Men. I want vintage. You know? So, okay, real on the nose that one was. I love it. But these are my X-Men. So
yeah, I agree.
And I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's great. Like, I feel like I'm gonna be saying this, but like throughout these next several weeks, but like it just feels like everything from the original show, but like multiplied and made better. Like, it feels like we're just building on top of the great foundation that they left on. It's like, all right, we're keeping all of the great pieces, everything that worked, everything that people loved, and then how do we improve that? Which I think is what should be asked in every like reboot, every like show coming back, everything like that. It's like, okay, how do we take what people loved, take what worked, take the whole reason people want it back, and make it better? And I feel like I think people leave that last part out, is making it better. What are we improving upon? And they're doing that, in my opinion, beautifully, and I'm loving that. I'm going through my notes, kind of like things I want to touch on. We open the episode again with like the Gambit and Rogue stuff. I'll be honest, I think that's the one part of the show I'm just kind of like, all right, whatever. I'm not like, I'm not in love with that stuff. It's not bad. I think it's funny. I feel
it's just we've seen it 1,000 times before.
This is the 4th episode in a row where it's like, all right, we get it. And I feel so bad for Gambit and like what he's going through right now. And I think it's awkward because like their relationship was never like established. Like, I don't think Gambit and Rogue ever officially were dating, because it's always like, hey, we can't date because we can't touch each other, and that's been the thing. But like throughout the show, they act like they're dating, especially in the back half of the show. Like, they act like they are dating, and it seems like Gambit was kind of under the like assumption that they were a thing.
At least very flirtatious.
Yeah, and it's like, I feel like I know this was the 90s, so like maybe communication wasn't as, like quantified as it may be now, but like I feel like Rogue and Gambit have to have a conversation about like, hey, what exactly is going on here? Because again, we don't even officially know if Rogan like him are a thing yet, because like it's all we've seen are like hints at it, right? Like behind the scenes to like the team, they all know that they're kind of a thing, but no one has said it yet.
Yeah.
So I feel like there needs to be a conversation about like, okay, what exactly is going on here? How do we move forward? Should I move on from you? Is there any chance that do we even have a chance together? It's
because they need to define what they are to know where they're going, or what they have been,
Sure.
Because he has just been left in the middle of a rowboat out on a lake, not knowing where he sits or stands, the poor bugger. But like they have got like a history together, more so than maybe her and Gambit do.
Yeah.
Which is tough.
I would agree. It is tough. And again, I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm just like, I do think we've kind of stalled where like this episode is like, all right, that's fine. I did a small bit of like an eye roll this episode. Like, all right, we're doing it again. That's fine. Whatever.
It is kind of tropey, I love triangle. And there's 2 of them now. Yep. That we're dealing with. The one we've dealt with the entire X-Men since the reboot.
Since the Jean and Logan and Scott. Yeah.
That's just been a whole thing for years. So we're dealing with that whole eye roll. And then we've got Magneto and Rogue and Gambit, So
yeah, that one feels a bit more one-sided though. At least at the moment, like it feels like Rogue and him have run off together, and Gambit is just trying to get caught up. Like he's just trying to stay up to speed, and he's falling behind really fast. Unfortunately, poor guy. And I said this last week. I want a Gambit episode quickly. Like I want him to get something outside of just like the third wheel in this love triangle. Like
I think that would be a great way to get him outside. Is to say, right, I need some time out of the mansion because this is all in my face. So I'm going to go back, to Cajun country or wherever he's from.
Sure. Yeah. I would love that. This was a pretty straightforward episode. I do want to dive into the Storm stuff in a couple minutes, but I will just say I there was an element of this episode that I thought was kind of funny, like the arc for like your Jubilee was like, I kind of like it here. I kind of like reliving the past and like reliving the history of it all, but like you can't stay here. It's not good to like stay in the past. I do think that is pretty funny when it's a show that is bringing back the past. Like it's a revival of a show. Like that's literally what the show is. So I thought there's kind of a funny like commentary on that.
Well, it's an interesting side along to last week's episode with Madeline and Jean and their unknowable past and unknowable future, and you have Jubilee who's scared of that in life and was looking for the comfort of knowing the future and knowing each level off by heart and having basically a certain future, and then having to have her older self say, don't look for this isn't what you want, go back to reality. So it's something that they're kind of doing for a few of their characters, which is interesting, but just different ways.
And like also I think they're doing a good commentary of like, it's okay to look to the past, but also you gotta change things up and you have to look to the future, which I would argue is what the show is also doing. Like I think there's I have some friends who they like the show, but they don't like the change in how it looks. Like they wish it looked more like the original show, and I think that's a valid opinion. Like I think that's valid, but I think the new style looks a lot better than the original did. Not that I don't
feel more real.
I feel like you couldn't just do that animation again. I don't think you could. Like I personally think, as much as I love that show, the animation did not hold up to me. Like there's scenes where characters are just no one's moving. The animation just stops moving for seconds. This is like, oh, that didn't age too well at all, right? So like I love this new look. I love the like combination of like the classic look, but also very kind of I don't want to say Spider-Verse because it's not Spider-Verse, but like this new updated style I think has been just a lot of fun to watch. I really like that. Lastly, as far as like the Mojo stuff, the Jubilee and Sunspot kiss kind of caught me off guard. I'll be honest. I thought they were going to save that for down the line, but no.
Really? Well, they're young. They're young. You know.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that they're getting it in quick. To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense as well that they've done it in the game, considering he's so adverse to like anything in reality because of his whole family situation.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So,
sure.
I just wish I need him to get over that whole my family thing because I know his family is really important to him, and I don't want him to separate from them. I want them to accept him. And I just want him to be able to cut loose and feel comfortable and accept who he is.
Right. No, fully. And like we were talking, a big conversation over in our Eric stream, and I kind of want to bring that a little bit of that over here, is like there is a very clear like queer parallels to this character. Like there is so much of like my parents don't know I'm gay. I can't be out. I can't be kissing guys in public. I can't be doing this in public. Someone might know my parents, and like there's so much of that. And even you saying that I want them to be free, it's like yeah, like I could definitely see why our friend maybe thought he was gay. Like I understand that, I truly do. And I think it's fascinating that we get to explore that side of it. Like the original show did not hold back as far as like how characters felt about being seen in the open, as far as like their mutant powers. And like we've seen, like especially where we met him in the first episode, it makes sense why he'd be terrified to use his powers in public. Like he was seconds away from dying. Like they were about to kill him in that scene, right? Because
and he still refused.
So yeah, I understand wanting to hide your powers, but I do think we're going to be building up a really fun character on just like why it's so important for people to see who you are and what you can do and what you can use your mutant status for and how you can help people. That I'm, again, very excited to... I think in general, because, like, the first episode for me, like, I read that as, oh, we're going to get back to him at some point. We're just not going to do that right away. And I think in very 90s fashion, it's like, we're not going to address that he's back at the mansion. He's just back. Like, he's just relatively a member at this point, which I think is kind of interesting. Like I remember watching the like Justice League show back in the day, and the first episode is Batman being like, "I won't join your team, but I'll help you if you need help." And me, I'm like, okay, he's not a member. And then he's in every other episode after that. So like young me was like, "What? I thought he wasn't on the team. This makes no, you know what I mean?" But it's like context clues, right? He just joined the team later on. So I think that's been kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, as much as he kicked up a stink, he was definitely on the team.
Yeah, I'm kidding, because he's still not in the intro, I don't think.
No, I meant Batman. But yeah, no.
Sure.
But yeah, no, he will be soon, Sunspot. I was going to say something, it's completely gone. I was too busy laughing at that little joke. Oh my god, right, the intro. There's somebody in the intro. Like this is what I mean. Like there's so many X-Men people. There's just somebody in a blue X-Men suit, and I have no idea who it is. Just a blue dude just a dude in a blue X-Men suit in the intro, stood with Charles or
okay, let me pull it up then. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Right, him. Exactly where it is.
Okay.
Episode 4 in
All right, I think it's Sharon. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the patience, everybody. All right. So is it where Charles is at?
Hang on.
Is it? Wait, is it the shot? Hold on.
Yeah, who's that guy?
Hold on. I have no idea. Is that wouldn't be Iceman, right? That wouldn't be him, right?
Oh, de-iced. Okay.
Could
Okay.
it be?
Maybe.
Because this is Polaris, I think, right? I think this is who the green-haired girl would be.
Green hairs Polaris, yeah.
Polaris, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's a real good shout. That is a real
I
good
could see
shout.
it being Iceman. Again, it could. That's a character where he's just like this white man. Like it's hard to he's not like a
Just some average Joe.
Yeah, it's hard to tell like when it's Iceman and when it's not. And then that's Forge in the suit as well, which is kind of interesting that they have the suit here.
Yeah, I like that.
Where's that other shot with Charles? I kind of want to see that one as well.
So like I love that Magneto's first because he's the leader, and like first it was Cyclops, and they keep swapping it around.
Interesting. Yeah, so Charles is.
Sorry, and then Morph's one, like he starts off with his face, and then it changes to his new face.
Yeah.
And then but it's without the bags, so it's like his updated face, and then goes into his new face.
Yeah. I'm curious what this is. I'm curious when we're going to get back to the Bishop stuff.
Yeah.
There's so many plot lines that are just like here. Like there's so many open plot lines. Hit this one right here.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see where we... Again, there's so many plot lines. It doesn't feel like we're too rushed, though. Like, it doesn't feel like it's too busy or anything.
Whoa. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so after you get to the names, before the Bishop thing, before.
Oh, before.
Yeah, so before that.
Okay, before
like, you just got after, like, it's just, there's Mojo in it. It's Mojo and Jubilee.
Oh, the Mojo, this one.
Yeah, like, just a tiny sec. Yeah. Look at the hair on that guy. That is some old, look at that blood, look at that. It's like a whole mullet situation. That's amazing. That's fully from back in the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I wonder if this shot was not in the episode. I wonder if any of these shots are actually like in the show proper, or if they're just teases for it, you know? Because I don't think
I assume they were from the old show.
No. Oh no, definitely not. Like this is all new. Everything with Morph is new. Like this shot is for this show. Like
because that didn't
some
happen.
of it's old. Like this is all that's what I'm saying. Like this is like remastered old from the old intro.
Yeah.
Like all this. But like let's see. I'm just gonna let it play. Like this is new, of course.
Yeah.
Rogue is relatively old. I mean it's updated, but it's the old stuff, yeah.
Yeah, old.
Yeah. This is new, clearly. This is new.
Really?
This is all new, yeah. That's
Cyclops.
new. That's new.
Right. So Professor X is coming back then?
I have to assume, but like I'm curious because like that Mojo shot is not in it was not in the episode.
No, that's
like,
why I assumed it was the old one.
No, so I'm wondering if like none of these shots are actually in the show, but they're like teasing storylines that are coming. You know what I mean?
Okay. Also, like then they're still doing mullets, which is amazing. Like full party at the front. Oh no, wait, business at the front, party at the back, isn't it? Yeah. Come on, that's awesome. Like that, the Phoenix stuff they're going back to. Like, are we gonna assume that's Madeline?
It could be,
but that's not Green, so it could be Jean. But why would she go through that all again? You know?
Yeah. Unless this is just like saying, "Hey, this happened in the past. Like this was a big storyline they went through." I don't know.
Like
I don't
reimagining.
Know.
Like a quick.
Like this is just showing, like, hey, this is what Bishop can do. Like he can go through time, right? Just kind of. Again, like I assume this is teasing stuff that's coming, but like him in the suit is like, oh my gosh, that's kind of crazy. The more stuff is like showing, hey, his past with, you know. So, like, I don't know. That stuff is showing, hey, he's out there somewhere. I don't know.
That's the Hellfire Gala, isn't it? Or the Hellfire Club.
Yeah, I think so. We heard that Frost is in the season, so I'm so curious to see her. And we haven't seen her in a. I think she was in the.
That's actually a ball, but this is the Hellfire Club, I think, and then
Yeah.
Emma Frost, obviously, and a few other dudes. I recognize that, not that actual scene, but like I recognize
The building.
those
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were here during the Dark Phoenix arc. Like they were like mind controlling Jean.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Okay, I do just want to talk quickly about kind of the Storm episode. And again, we didn't get a lot from this part of the episode. Like it's a very short amount of time. But I really enjoyed kind of what we got out of it. Like I really enjoyed kind of. I love the horse flying scene or the riding the horse scene.
Yeah.
Like getting to like revisit that. That's one of the closest things that you can get to actually like being in the wind again and having those powers and just getting to be free on the horse. I thought was beautiful. I was a bit confused by the ending of the episode though. The like some kind of like bird demon thing that sounds like Storm. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I as a non-comic person, I was like, I don't know what's happening. I have no idea what this is.
Yeah, so like from my understanding, Forge is like a shaman or like a protective wizard for the Native American community, and has some degree of power and fights mystical threats and protects things. And it's so like apropos of the adversary to come now because of the misery and despair that Storm is going through at the worst moment in her life after just losing her mentor, right? So if this happened while Charles was alive, she might have been able to deal with it a little bit easier, right? But like she still has the most important people in her life, but the most important person, like the mentor she had, is gone. So she is adrift at sea, which is a horrible analogy because, you know, she's without nature at the moment. So,
and like, I again, it also caught me off guard that like that is her voice actor voicing the giant bird demon thing. So it's like, oh, is this like her inner turmoil inside that's like coming after her or whatever,
reflecting back at her? Yeah.
That's or maybe it's again, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I haven't read the comics, but like, is this like an inner demon that like feasts on your fears and your weaknesses and on your, I don't know. I'm excited though. And from what I hear, again, we're not getting back to this for a while. So
for a whole episode,
that's crazy. Away. But again, that's very X-Men. Like X-Men would do that all the time. Like, like what was it in season 4 or 3? They were like, Jean is gone forever and we're never seeing her again. Oh no, Jean comes back. Like the Dark Phoenix, like she comes back to Earth and like the whole X-Men are like, oh, this is crazy. And then we don't acknowledge it for like 6 episodes. It's like, what? Come back to it. But no, I'm excited. I thought this episode was solid. I'm excited to see what we do next week. Along with the next 5 weeks of X-Men, which X-Men 97. That's going to be the real focus of today's episode. Because I'll be honest, like I don't even want to kind of like beat around the bush. This was easily my favorite TV episode of 2024 by like I think a large amount for me. But let's just to hop into it. Let's just hop into it. Darth, what was your opinion on X-Men 97?
There he is.
Season 1,
there he
episode
is.
5. Season 1, episode 5, titled Remember It. So obviously spoilers if you guys have not seen it. If you have, go away, because we're talking all spoilers. We have to. There's no beating around the bush for this episode. We got to talk spoilers.
Yeah.
But what was your opinion on it?
I weren't ready for it. I was not ready for this in any way. I still don't know. I'm still processing it. I still don't know. I'm like, what happened? What happened here? Like, what? Are you serious? what? No,
Genuine
no,
shock.
no. And then like honestly, because I weren't ready for it. Like so, because like Liam kept saying to me, "Dude, you got to watch X-Men. You got to watch it." I was like, "I know. I'm a little bit like I'm a day behind. And it got to like
Oh, wow.
2 days behind and stuff." And I was like, "I know." And then he was like, "Watch it." So I watched it, and then I got all hyped up because Nightcrawler was in the intro, and I was like, "Oh my god, does that mean he's finally here?"
Yeah.
And he was here, and thank God he was. But I'm sad. So sad he was amongst all of that horrendous trauma.
I thought it was really funny because like he's my favorite X-Men character. I love Nightcrawler so much, and I was saying he was in this episode, and somehow that was the thing I'm thinking about the least. Like that's the thing I'm just not thinking about it because everything else happened, like everything else, and poor Nightcrawler. Slight spoilers. There might be an opening for our boy on the team if we need another member.
We all Nightcrawler. Let's be real. Nightcrawler is somebody that always fits in and should always fit in anywhere and everywhere. I love that.
Oh no, I loved seeing him again, and I thought, like, again, I don't even know where to hop in because like there's so many avenues we could jump in at, but like the episode starts off so nice, like it's so like, oh, what a wholesome episode. Like they're going to the like, you know, the island, and got all the little children running around, and you have like these businesses that being, you know, like they're using their powers to like have their own like, you know, world that they're in. What was your thought of just kind of how we like introduced the episode, where we were kind of starting off this entire storyline?
I loved seeing Genosha, and I loved the fact that it was like a small utopia, you know. I love that they referenced Gambit and everybody being there before. So they do such a good job of tying up the history together and the old show and the new show, because it is the same story. You know what I mean? It's the same story, but they do a wonderful job of keeping you in the now and not making you have to go back. Like they're letting you know, right, this happened and we're here, you know?
Yeah.
They're doing such a good job. Oh my God. I cannot speak highly enough, honestly. Like if I have to genuinely say, right? So like, not to sidetrack too much, right? When this show was announced, I was so excited and so nervous at the same time, because I worried that the quality might not be there, that it might not be as good as I remember it. You know, like there was a whole like am I remembering it through a nostalgia gaze and things like that, you know?
Sure.
But they've just elevated it. It and made it, in my opinion, better than it was. And just deeper and real, you know?
Yeah. The ending of this episode, I think, like, I love the OG show, and I feel like I've had a couple people been mad at me, been like, why are you bring down the OG show? And I'm not, by any means. I love that show so much. But I think this show just goes so beyond what the original show was able to do. Like, this episode, I think, was proof of just like, oh my gosh, you've made the show something completely different and completely... I am currently at a point where we have 5 more, and so we gotta have this combo at the end of the season. I think this has like best superhero show of all time. Like I think it's like in the running. It's just like some of the best like writing, some of the best character work, some of the best fight scenes. Oh my gosh, the fight scenes in this episode were some of the best like superhero media I've ever seen. And again, that's like recency bias is there, right? So I don't want to be like, this is how it is. But like in my head, these are conversations I'm having to be like, what's better? Like obviously there's the big ones, like you have like your Winter Soldier, you have like your Infinity War, your like Dark Knight, but I think it's in the talks for it. So I
absolutely,
this episode blew me away. This episode absolutely
how this episode ended, right? Obviously knowing like what next episode is. It's like the end of
we gotta wait.
the end of Life Death, right?
Yeah.
With Storm, Story, and Forge. After that, I'm like, where can they go?
Where do we go?
What can they do with this?
Okay,
You know?
I think we should stop beating around the bush, because I do think we're having a hard time talking about it without talking about it. But like,
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, just Gambit dies. Gambit. We have this giant attack, and that was kind of where we ended the episode, where Gambit died. You know, and we could talk about
Goes
like
out
the
like a
other big moments
champion.
surrounding it. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Champion.
One of genuinely, and like we can have the conversation about if we think it's real, if it's going to stick or not. Like that aside, genuinely, I think one of the coolest like death scenes I've ever seen. Like that's how you go out, man. He went out saving the love of his life, just the coolest way possible, blowing up this 3-headed
smile
robot
on his face. Yeah. The man has so much guile. He's awesome.
Remember it.
Just so much suave and just he's just he does have it like he has it, like you got the it factor. I love Gambit. He's such a boss. He's such a boss. Like his heart was just broken and he gets stabbed like right in the chest. And then he's still like, I got quips for days and energy that will just destroy you, guy.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, because like when talking about the X-Men, I feel like Gambit isn't one I typically see like thrown around as like the best X-Men. Like that's like he's not typically in the conversation I see. But after this episode, I saw whole loads of people being like, he's my favorite like X-Men now. Like he's the best one on the team. And I was like, that's valid. Like as he's like the scene where he breaks into the door and he's swinging his bow staff and he has a card in his hand and has that superhero landing. It's just like, you're so cool, man. You're so sick.
Honestly, I think the only person that I can recollect like before this episode was DJ Eric.
Yeah.
Was him like when we were all sitting there talking about characters and like I was saying Nightcrawler and everyone, and I think like I can remember him saying Gambit, you know?
Yeah.
And then now everyone's on the Gambit wagon,
I've always loved him. He was never my favorite, but he was always at the top of my list. Like I always loved his cards. Like I was thought, like as a kid, I would get like a deck of like playing cards. I would just throw them around the house. It is a cool power set. Like cards is such a fun thing and something everyone has in their home they can just play with.
He's a phenomenal character. I mean, I'm very intrigued by his eyes. Like I know this is a little late in the game to be talking about them, you know. But like he has like black where the white would be, and then like just red circles.
Sure.
You know? And I don't think I don't remember why that is. If it's addressed or not, I just think it's fascinating.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's just talk about like the attack itself, because I didn't see that coming. I was like, the way I actually thought it was going to end like right as it was happening, because it felt like it had already been going on for a lot. I thought like, oh, there's going to be bombs and it ends here or whatever, and then previously whatever. We have this attack. What was your kind of reaction when it all started to happen? Like you had Cable like come in and be like, stop the music. Like what was your kind of
well, because like this, like because the thing is like there was a lot happening at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got Jean coming in with like being hit with like a psychic bullet, it looked like, right? And then a little while later, because it seems, not throwing any shade, but it looks like Madeline Pryor is less powerful, right? And then all of a sudden, pew, she gets the boot. And then, as you said, Cable starts running. There's a giant green wall of fire. And he's like, oh my God, I'm too late. And he's like, he's coming. Who's he? You know? Who is he?
Right.
Who
do we think it is? Because I have no idea.
I don't know, because like Bolivar Trask is taken care of, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't he? Right. So I don't know. And the thing is like where he was and where this is, that's next level, because Bolivar Trask, as we saw in episode 2, I believe, right, was out in the desert and had a few Sentinels that were bust up and everything, you know, nothing of like top-notch quality. And then we have a giant ship that is dropping Sentinels like off the rack, and then a giant Sentinel that has multiple heads and multiple unalive functions.
Yeah.
You know, so who made this? I don't know. I'm sorry.
This is no, and this is more than just like an attack. Like this was like a terrorist attack. Like this was, and I think that this might end up being the main theme of the season. And I think now that this episode's aired, I'm looking at the last 5 outside of 4, which was but I mean even 4 with like the storm stuff. But like this season has a really, really good theme of grief and trauma that I think is really interesting. Like even starting from like the first episode being like our professor's gone and we're still reeling with that, from episode 3 of them literally having to send their child away and Scott reeling from that consequences, to this episode where like the scene with Beast on like the TV, the TV scene hit something in my core where he's like, they're watching a TV and they don't know, they're just hearing about this and they don't know if their friends have lived or died. Like, and there's that scene from Beast where it's like, oh my God, like they don't know what's going to happen. Like there's the fear in all of their eyes, the fear in their eyes, the fear in their souls broke me. That was the scene that like I got shivers. It felt like, and again, I don't want to like imply anything, but it kind of felt like this like 9/11 moment for them, as like, you know, if we're like comparing it to like a real world thing. It
Fully,
felt like
it was a full big T word attack.
Yeah.
Like there's no way around it, and it was because they are different.
Yeah. It's and the thing is, I think this ultimately might like this is weird to say, but it actually might even help the mutant cause. Like if you're looking at it all, where like the world is seeing this attack on TV, this might be like, oh no, they're right. They do need help. We do need to put things in place for stuff like this can never happen again. Like I feel like, I don't know if that's the route the show is going or if this is just going to escalate even further. But like, oh,
right, because the thing is as well, right? Okay, so you've made like a massively interesting point because, like before, like. Again, spoiler alert, but I believe Magneto perishes at the end of this as well, right?
For now, yeah.
And we'll get there. But so they've lost Magneto, right? So the person that would be the person that seeks out retribution for heinous and monstrous attacks against mutant kind isn't there anymore to color public opinion, right? Because you can always say, oh, look, they really are bad. Look at how destructive this guy is. Look at all the damage he's causing you just because you're humans, you know? Yeah. But now they don't have that to color that like that way.
Yeah.
You know, all they have now is just seeing people of all different abilities, shape, sizes, you know, the diversity of humankind and everything. That just torn asunder and burnt and victimized, you know, and it's horrible. So like they have nothing for that.
Yeah, no, it's traumatic. It truly is. And like, again, I think that's one of the things I think just like elevates it to like legendary status, where like the classic show, even when it was dark, even at its darkest moments, and they have a lot of dark moments, like there are like scenes that I think could be rough for kids in the original show. I think this puts it at like this episode. I'm not sure if I would be automatically okay showing it to like my little child. Like I feel like as a kid, I would have been terrified of the scene. I think.
Yeah,
like, I think it would have scared me.
Like it's crazy because I was like we were talking before about like it is a kid's show, but adults are the ones that feel like going to be watching it. You know.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I think this episode pushed it up, you know, not only the ending, but I think like the characters and like their sex lives and stuff like that. Like it feels like a full on like show for grown-ups. It doesn't feel like a kid show now, which I personally love, or it's a way of like, because I think this goes even a step further, because I grew up on a lot of shows where it's like these are shows for kids, but they're not necessarily pandering for children. Like they're shows that can get very dark and very serious. Shows like the original show. And I think it kind of goes a step beyond that with its how far it's taking its themes and ideas and just
like, there's so many of them. Like especially just in this episode alone. Like because we have yet to talk about the camera crew in the morning, which I think is a whole thing because like you have what Scott said, and like it's such an interesting thing because like they're putting on this puff piece and like, oh, we're having a view into your lives and stuff, but you're not. You're having like a pre-scripted thing, you know, basically.
Like that's how we start off the episode, and like I think that was a horrible idea to interview the Mansion. Like if you're trying to interview the X-Men, that's different. But I think taking a camera crew inside the home puts an enormous target on their back. That I think, like, I'm even wondering if we're going to get a thing where, like, do terrorists start showing up at the Mansion? Because that's not something we've seen in, like, at least the animated show. Like, I know the X-Men movies did that, but, like, the world knows about the Mansion now. They know about what Charles had did and his impact. And if they, like, well, that's, like, the core spot of, like, mutants, let's go there and attack it. Like maybe at some point you can do something like that. Maybe once they live in a world that is less fearful, less, you know, once they have a little bit less of a target on their back. But like, man, and also what horrible timing I feel like it is to get interviewed, like having your leader so shattered right now. Like it's been a month since he lost his newborn child. Like that is not a time to be interviewed, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I'm wondering, like, whose idea, because, again, we don't learn, like, how that all kind of got set up. Like, we don't know if it was, like, a Scott being, like, sure, whatever, or if they just kind of showed up and was like, yo, can we, like, ask you some questions? Like, we don't know how it all kind of got introduced. Do you think that there was, like, motive behind those interviews, or do you think it was just, like, a genuine, like, interviewer being like, yeah, we want to help?
I don't know. I think like with any situation, there's going to be a mix of some people looking to do good and then some people looking to do something. But I think the people that were there were, for the most part, there for the right reasons, you know?
Yeah. At first, at least. Like, there was definitely a pushback on her, though, to be like, but what about your child? Like, come on, we're trying to, you know, like, there's definitely that, like...
Yeah, because the huge,
I don't blame her for, but...
No, not at all, because that's the whole thing, and, like, everybody is always like, you know, like, children, like, let's look after the children, and, like, you know, they are the next generation, we have to, like, take care of it so we can do the hard work so they have an easier life, you know, kind of thing. And like that's a real way to humanize yourself to people, is to show that you have a profound duty to care for children. You know, especially as a leader of such a team.
Sure.
But great segue into him having that like tantrum, and then getting into like the other giant theme, which is like him like having the psychic bond with Madeline, and you're like, no.
This is the most soapy. This actually might be the most soapy superhero like TV show I've ever seen. Like on every aspect, like both Jean and Scott at the same time, kind of having these like affairs with other people is so messy. It's so like CW didn't even get into that territory. Like they go so, but that's what the X-Men are. Like X-Men is a giant superhero soap opera. That's what they are. And these writers were like, let's turn that up to 1,000. Like, and that's what the comics do too. Like they'll have like threesomes where like they're all just hooking up together. Like that's what
they did.
Oh yeah, Scott, Logan, and Jean are like a couple inside the comics currently, or at least the last set of comics. Yeah, they're like all dating at the same time. Like
What?
they're like a throuple.
throuple?
Yeah,
That
yeah, they're
is
a full on throuple.
insane. Wow, good for them, dude. Good for them.
Oh, fully, just commit to it at this point.
I gotta say, mad respect to Logan this episode because he said,
Dude.
"Go and talk to him."
Yes, that
You know?
man, I've never respected Logan more. Hugh Jackman would never. Hugh Jackman's Logan would never. He would have taken that opportunity, and he's like, "All right, you're
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Oh no, it was
Especially
so good.
especially in the trilogy, the early trilogy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. No, he was a homewrecker. That version of
Yeah.
Logan was
like a howling mutt. That's what he was. It was shocking. It's like, come on, dude, you just met a man. Take a break. Stop trying to pee on a leg.
No,
You know?
no, but it was such a good scene too. Like, which I wasn't expecting the kiss. That really caught me off. I was like, oh my gosh,
Mhm.
like that's a step the original show never even like. It's all really like there's a couple scenes with Jean, but like mostly it's Logan just being like sad all the time and staring like longingly at Jean, being like, oh boy, I can't go to the wedding because I want to sleep with her, and I really, really like, you know, like that's kind of
Yeah.
where it ends. But like,
She had a lot of going
just-
on herself to even
Yeah.
notice.
and it's so. I respected Logan so much for that. I truly, fully did. I couldn't believe. I can't believe because he's like a good guy. I feel like we sometimes forget how good of a guy Logan can be because I feel like we often write him as like the stoic main
Mhm.
hero guy, but
like
respect, yeah.
But like the other thing as well is like this isn't like I feel like this is a conversation. Sorry, 2 seconds, my friend's going.
Mhm.
It's like this is a conversation that's going to have to come up in the future, right? And that is like, who is Madeline Pryor? She's taken on her own identity, but who she is a difficult thing, you know. And then Scott like saying, "Oh, she's the mother of my child,"
Yeah,
you know. And it wasn't even like it was. The thing is, though, like for me, it's like you're cheating in a kind of way with your with a clone of your wife, or who the wife is your clone, who is like a clone of your soulmate, you know. And like that's not even what the argument is fully about. You know what I mean? Like some of the arguments about like, are we just a memory of who we are? Like, are we just holding on to the memory of who we were?
Yeah.
Which I was just like, God, how are you just laying all of this out here? Like, there's just so many bombs that, like, just boom, bomb in the interview, right? And then boom, kaboom, like right outside afterwards. And then just big green fire just all over the end of the episode. Like, they just don't. This episode was just so packed of just, here it is.
No, you're right. And like, I do really want to get into like the relationship drama of it all, because I do think there's an really interesting conversation to be had there. But like, you're right. I think the pacing of this episode, and I think that could have been its downfall, where it's like this episode had a lot going on, but I never felt like it did. Like, I feel like, and it's currently pouring right now, so if y'all hear the rain, I'm so sorry. But like the way that you can go like this storyline and this and this and this and this and this and back to back to back to back to back, it could feel like this is so much, but I think how it's paced feels so natural. Like it really, and 30 minutes. Like the show has to do all of this stuff in such a short runtime. And runtimes I feel like a normal 45-minute, an hour show doesn't even do at points. Like I don't feel like I want to do this, but like when the Flash in its kind of final couple years really frustrated me, because I always felt like they were like wasting time, where like we'd be like, oh, they don't have enough time to tell the storyline. It was like, no, they do. They just wasted it. They just would spend an episode not doing stuff and like dragging the stuff out, for then you don't have time. So a show like this proves, you can. You have enough time. Just use the time you have right now.
And X-Men aren't wasting a second.
No. In that argument, was there one that you're like, I think you're right over the other? Because like, I think they're in a weird space, because I think they're both valid and also both like kind of the asshole in the scene. Like they're not, like I think they're both morally not in the right at the moment. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think you're right. I think they're kind of both right a little bit and both wrong.
Yeah.
Because Scott's right. He's been an absolute big old D-bag with it. But, like, he doesn't know. She doesn't know. Madeline doesn't know.
Yeah.
They're all just running off of I don't know at the moment. And the only sound thing that he does know is that she's the mother of their child. What he shouldn't have done is sat there psychically communicating. We are in a world of advanced technology. If your soulmate and yourself that's how you communicate and that's your thing, don't do that.
Yeah. And again, like, I feel like I can't, because, like, clearly, like, hey, cheating is wrong. Like that's one of the rare things I feel like most people agree on is like, hey, if you don't tell your partner you're seeing someone else, that is not a great thing. I feel like most people would agree with that. But, like, this is also such a complicated case because, like, what if the person you're cheating on is also the person you got married to?
Is that me or you?
Yes. There wasn't a jump cut at all. We definitely are not recording this 24 hours later in the future. Totally. No, we had a power out last night. Technical difficulties. We're filming this on an entirely different day. So if we repeat anything that we were saying, bear with us. We might tread some ground we've already covered. Dareth, yesterday we were talking about the soap opera drama of Gene and Scott and the very interesting placement that they're currently in. And I think the last thing I was saying is, yes, cheating is bad. We all can all agree that, hey, let's not cheat on your partner. That sucks. But also, is it cheating if the person you're cheating on is the one that you've been married to for the last several years? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the conversation that we were kind of left on. So just kind of recap, how are you kind of feeling on, like, the Gene and Scott stuff?
Wow, you've just blown my mind with that question, right? Because okay, because you just absolutely just opened this whole thing right up. Okay, so say for example, right, I have a high school sweetheart, right, and then we're together from 18 to 23, right, and then that person, unbeknownst to me, right, gets put with a bag on her head, taken to a secret lab, cloned, and then the clone is dropped beside me like an Amazon delivery in the night, and I have no idea, right? We then get married, and we're together for 10 years, right? So at like year 33, the original comes out. My relationship with the clone has been a longer duration than the original, right? So, like, at which point does the cheating supersede the relationship?
Yeah. No, you're totally right. And I think, like, again, cheating's not bad. And I think the way Scott has handled this clearly wasn't right. Like, once he found out about what all was going on, he probably should have had a conversation with his now girlfriend about how he's feeling, if they need a break, who he wants to date. Like, this is something that they clearly need to sit down and talk about. I would honestly argue all three of them should sit down and talk about this. Even though that'll be a very weird conversation. But I do think that Cyclops is due a little, not necessarily for cheating, but I do think there is a little bit of leeway that he should be able to have, just because.
Yes, just because she's a genetic clone.
Yeah, like this is, and it's also just such an unprecedented situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard, and also, I mean, I guess this is kind of like very like. I feel like we have this thing in a lot of like TV shows and stuff we watch, but I think this is up to another level with this idea of like, oh, my partner died, so I move on to someone new. But whoopsie, the partner I love came back to life, and now they're both here. Who do I choose? You know, I feel like that's very similar, but like, except the one is the same person, and I didn't know the person died in the first place. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about yesterday, I think they were both in the right. I think they were also both very much in the wrong. Because I also think
because him being in the right was him being a big D-bag. Like,
Yeah.
he was sitting there saying, oh, do you even love me? Or is it like the memory of me? Like, this poor woman's just woke up from what I can only assume is a medically induced coma, while he's been sitting there playing Happy Families. So she has every right in the world to be taken aback, to be upset, to say what she needs to say. Yes, he is also a victim, but my guy's been having his cake and eating it. So, like, he can't be complaining too tough on that one. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you're a victim, but you're also, like, in the most privileged place. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Out of everybody here. So you're sitting there complaining, yes, I'm sorry you had to lose your son. Horrendous, right? He's in the future. Hopefully there's a way that can work out, right? But there are two people who genuinely don't know what they've been through, you know?
Yeah.
And at what point their lives came together and broke apart, and then, like, who's what, where, and when, you know? And they both have the memories of each. So it's like sifting, it's like trying to sift through sand, really. You know, it's just awful.
Yeah. And then there's also the bit of, like, in that point of view, Jean is 100% valid for being mad at Scott for having this, like, affair, right? So, like, that's all valid. But then there's the added thing of, like, but you did just kiss Logan, like, 5 minutes ago. So how much ground do you have? You know what I mean? Because, like, you were both kind of, what is worse, like a physical kiss or, like, a mental affair? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Is a real tough question.
Again, we need therapy. We need couple therapy. We need to get all three of these people in a room. Who's the fourth? Logan?
Yeah. He's now been brought into it, right? And let's be real, he done that himself, okay? Because she was sat there in an incredibly vulnerable position, right? As we discussed, not knowing who she is, like where she's been, well, kind of where she's been, but not where she's been, like a whole bunch of stuff. And then he's there like, hey, I still like you. Hey, just so you know, I still like you, you know? So it's like, well, he's kind of like, she would have been fine, Jimmy, without having him jump on the bandwagon. So, like, now he's along for the ride. I feel like he needs to be in the couples counseling as well.
That is tough, though, because, like, he does, like, moon over her every time he gets. Like, every time they're alone together, he's like, you're the most special woman in the world. And then she kisses him and is like, well, no, we can't do that. And he kind of acts like the big person, which he was the bigger person in that scene. If Logan wanted, like, again, other version of the character would have jumped on that moment for Jean. You know, she would have been like, well, screw Scott, now your woman's mine. Like, I feel like other versions of him would have done that. It's so complicated.
Do you know what's fascinating? Right? What? Is you have this fucking square, rectangle, whatever you want to call it, excuse my language, right? And then you'll have the other triangle that is Rogue, Jubilee, and Magneto, and the difference in how that was handled.
Do you mean Gambit?
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry, Gambit.
Jubilee. Like, I hope not Jubilee.
No. Sorry. Rogue, Gambit, and Magneto.
I got
right?
you.
Thank you. So, like, that was handled with such maturity, with such class. Yeah. Like, the feelings were spurned and people were hurt, but, like, there was so clear lines defined. You know what I mean? And drawn. And Rogue, because the onus was on her, both guys were saying, look, we feel for you. And she stepped up. She handled it so well.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? And then you had, bless her, you had Jean trying, right? And then trying to handle it. And then you had Scott kind of retreating into Madeline because that's what he's known for so long now, you know? So I feel like do you think a part of him like resents Jean coming back in his life?
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. I mean, I definitely think he wishes things were normal, right? He wishes that the woman he thought he married didn't happen to be a clone. He wishes that the woman that he had a child with wasn't not his wife or his wife. I don't know. We don't know. Could have been his wife. We don't know. I could see that.
We
definitely.
don't even know if they need to get a divorce now.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I would definitely say I think Scott has had a lot of built up emotions, and again with that scene where he's just kind of like blowing up at the camera people, like that's shown that like he's not in a good place. He's holding in a lot of emotions because again, like with their like breakout, like inside the yard, like they were clearly both holding in so much thoughts and feelings, and I think they were both kind of letting that out. And I actually do think that's very healthy in like TV to show like couples fight doesn't mean that one's good and one's bad. Like it doesn't mean like they're both obviously in the wrong in these scenes, and they're kind of letting that out. And I think it's healthy to do that. I'm just so curious, kind of where we take their relationship going forward. Like, do they make it out? Can they fix it? Is Madeline dead? Because I don't know if I don't think they've shown her at the end there. Like I don't like. Do we know what happened to her?
No. I don't think so. Now that I'm thinking about it,
because I heard some people say that she died, but I never. I was like, going through the episode. I couldn't see at the end where she was. Like we saw Nightcrawler. We saw
how powerful her and Jean are. I think Jean's more powerful a bit. I think, but I don't know because she's an Omega level mutant, isn't she? Mm-hmm. So, like, I think she'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'd be kind of... I think it'd kind of be a waste to kill her off so quickly after getting her. Like, I think we'd look back on it and be like, she didn't last very long, huh?
Yeah, because then, right, just to jump on your point, Scott could then just be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was confused. Let's find out who you are, Jean, and then that's it. Do you know what I mean? It's like the cheapest way to get through it.
I agree.
Is to just bump up the clone, Like, absolutely. I'm with you.
Yeah. Let's kind of jump into, like, the Rogue stuff, because, like, you were starting to really get into it, and one of my favorite scenes of the episode is, like, Rogue and Gambit's talk. And I feel like that's exactly what Jean and Scott need to do currently, is sit down and, like, I respected that from her so much. Because because that's what we had talked about last week, was like, I feel like Rogue and Gambit need to sit down and talk about where their relationship is, who they are to each other. And now I kind of regret last week saying I wanted a Gambit episode. Because we've said for the last 2 weeks, it's like, give him something to do. If ever we needed one. And we did. They gave him finally something to do. No, I love that sit-down scene, though. I thought it was amazing. Like, there's so many great quotes within that scene that Rogue gave. Like, there's that sequence where she's like, your heart beats for me, but I can't feel it. Like, what a line! You know what I mean?
Know.
It's like, you can explode everything but my heart, or whatever. It's like, God damn!
And then he's like, I forget exactly what it is, but not everything's like skin deep, and everything's about touch and stuff. Yeah. Or like, and then that's exactly what she says to Magneto when she kisses him, and she's like, oh, yeah, he was right. He was right. We are stronger than all of this, And it's so crazy. It's so crazy because the thing is, right, is because, like, they are Homo superior, right? She would have been Homo sapien if she took the cure, right? And it would have meant giving up, like, everything to have a normal life. Everything she knows, everybody she loves, all of that, to basically be like Barbie at the end of the movie without the safety net, right?
Yeah.
But instead, there's, like, this one person, this one alternative that, like, she can have contact with, or like the relationship that she's built up now with Gambit, right? But then if she was human, right, she would have billions of people to choose from. So she could find somebody that might be even more right for her. So it's kind of like, yes, you have a great relationship, but like, if the situation was different, would you really be made for each other? Or, you know, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. It's real tough. It's so tough. And it's just so deep. We're talking about a goddamn cartoon that came back after 27 years of a break, you know? Like, how we're here right now talking about this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I feel so fortunate.
No, fully. And, like, we were talking about, like, yesterday about, like, how deep the show gets with the themes and stuff. And, like, the original did it, too. Like, just how crazy the storyline is for kids to be like, yo, I can't touch you, I can't feel you, I can't have that connection with another person. And how that's why I think Rogue's always been one of my most, like, I think she's one of my favorite X-Men. She always has been, because of that idea of like a person who can't touch another human being. Like, that living is so in fascinating. No, fully. She's so interesting. And I think the show, I've seen a lot of people actually hate on Rogue this season just because, I hate what they're doing with her and Gambit, which I can kind of understand to the extent of like, she's doing Gambit dirty. But I think a lot of that.
But she didn't in any way. You know
I think most of it's in Gambit's head, right? Like, most of it is him on the outside viewing what they're doing. And it was shown in this episode, they weren't actually doing anything. They were just kind of like reconnecting, right? They hadn't fully done anything yet.
Not a thing. They had a conversation. That was it.
Yeah.
You know? And then, like, he touched her hand to show that the situation hadn't changed. Yeah. That's it. Like, the only way it's cheating is because he done what Gambit can't, you know? Yeah. And that's just physical contact. That's not cheating in any way. No.
Right.
So she hasn't done him dirty.
And like, it wouldn't have even been cheating because they weren't officially even dating. Like, they had even said, like, in this episode that, like,
right, yeah,
we always kind of jumped around the question of, are we dating, are we not? Like, she never wanted to make it official because they couldn't be official. They couldn't go through with whatever they wanted to do, which again is heartbreaking for Gambit. And Gambit died not knowing Rogue's choice. He died without knowing that she chose him, which sucks.
And Magneto died knowing that she didn't choose him.
That he did. I mean, let's just talk about it here.
I'm sorry, just the idea of that. Just both of them thinking, she doesn't want me. You know? Right? And then the one that you did actually want and like wanted to make it official with is gone thinking, no, she wouldn't. She wanted the other guy, you know.
Do we think that these consequences stay the way they are? Do we think the ending of this episode is there by the end of the season or even by the end of the show? Or do you think we Days of Future Past it? Do you think we clone it? Do we think we have a way to move around these consequences?
I'm going to be real honest. I feel like the creators of this and the animators of this all have like Days of Future Past in their back pocket. Yeah. So I think that they can go as dark as they want, play with everybody as much as they want. Like, look at Storm, right? And then lose everybody, Magneto, Charles, probably a few other people along the way. And then they can say, well, we've Days of Future Past it, so now we've got everybody back. Yeah. We're reshuffling it because things are a bit different now, you know, a bit like Crisis. And then they can go again for another season, you know. But then this time have maybe like Charles and Eric working together, you know, and then against a different threat, or who knows, you know, it could be really interesting. Yeah. What about you? Do you think they're gone for good?
I think Days of Future Past is 100, or maybe not like exactly Days of Future Past, but a variation. I think it's definitely on the table. I'll be honest, there's a part of me that doesn't want it to be, though. Like, I'm a real sucker for consequences for your characters. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
As much as I love Remy, as much as I love Eric,
Eric,
there
man.
there was such like there would be such a gall to the show. I think this show would forever leave an impact on me if they're like, hey, after 27 years, we are going to kill off two of your most favorite characters in the most brutal way possible. Like
Yeah.
that, like, and we were talking about that with like the Invincible. Like, I love consequences for characters when a character can die and they stay that way, and your characters have to deal with that pain.
Yeah.
Rogue's arc in the rest of the season is going to be something to view. Like, she just lost Eric and Gambit in one fall swoop. They came as a team, and she's leaving by herself. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
so this is what I was going to say. You're saying she's going to leave by herself. Is she?
Yeah.
Right? Because, like,
Yeah.
she was just made the leader with Eric. And now her co-leader's gone. Is she still in charge?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Somebody's got to stay and pick up the pieces. Does this become X-Mana 2.0? Like, is this where the X-Men should relocate for a little bit to help put everything back together?
Yeah.
You know? Because I feel like, what are they called? You know, like FEMA, right? I feel like if there was a FEMA for mutants, it would be the X-Men, you know? So I feel like they should be on site.
That's a good point, though. Like, our team's kind of in shambles at the moment as far as, like every character that I would say should kind of step up to be the leader is not in a place to be leader. Like, Scott at the moment, I don't think should be leading anybody. Like, he's not in that place.
No.
Storm is off the team.
Gone.
Rogue is also clearly not going to be in a mentally fine slate. Who do we got left? Logan? I don't trust Logan to lead this team. He's gonna the first time he sees like Sabretooth, he's gonna go off the rail. Like, Beast,
yeah, come on, team. We're on a hunting trip. Come on.
Just get Jubilee. Let's have her lead the team. I don't know.
Oh. No. I'd rather take Sunspot or Beast.
I guess at the moment, Beast
Definitely
would be
Beast.
my
Definitely Beast.
Yeah. But no,
That's a good point, though. Like, Bishop's gone. He's in the future,
yeah.
right? Jean's a 0.5 now, right? Because she's like the return. It's the return of Jean, but I was a clone and I don't know what's happening.
Jean too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right. Cyclops, who's also a 0.5 at the moment because his head's nowhere near the game. His mentor's gone. His son's gone. Is his wife his wife? Who knows? You know, Storm, MIA. Like, we literally have Jubilee, like you said, Beast, Morph, Logan. Like 4 team members that are actually ready to go. Should something kick off.
I will say, kind of going in like the death conversation, I do think there's a small, like, even if Remy did die, because clearly we saw his body, like his corpse is on the ground. Clearly, I don't know if we saw Eric's body technically. Like, maybe there's a small chance he was able to like escape.
Oh, I hope so. I do hope so.
Because like, Remy's death to me feels like it could be permanent. Where Eric's death, I feel like that would like if we never saw Eric again, I feel like that'd be kind of weird because the entire pitch of the show was, what if Magneto led the X-Men? Like, that was the entire pitch of it. So like, yeah, I don't think he's.
Do you know? Okay.
Either way, I don't think he's.
I'm hoping not, because do you know what that means? Right?
Do you know Rageful Magneto's back.
Not even Rageful Magneto, because one. Okay, let's get into that in a second, right? But what that means, right, is that you had 2 guys saying, "I love you, Cher," right? And then she's like, "Right, I can't touch you, so I'm going to go over here because we both have a thing. I like both you guys. We've both done really well together, but I can touch this guy, so I'm going to go over here," right? He then like has the whole thing. He's sat there wallowing. This guy, you touch him, realize he's not the one you want. We go through the situation, right? Then he appears to die, right? And then he dies saving you, not knowing that you were the one. He was the one you chose, right? So then, if this one lives, right, after you nearly sacrificed yourself in a fit of rage and grief and despair, right? Imagine, right? You have to now live with the guy who you said, "I don't want to be with you, even though you're the one person in this world that I can have some kind of contact with. I'd rather go over here and have a no-touch relationship with a person my heart truly belongs to at the moment.
Yeah.
Right. But then that person dies. Do you know what I mean? So then you're both stood there like gooseberries, you know, like with your hands in your pockets, like, well, what do I do now? You know, because there's no way that relationship can now kick up and start, because she was like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
You know what I
Not
mean?
for a while, at least. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's just like, can you imagine that, like, having to deal with that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. And on her behalf as well, you know, like having to grieve, and oh my God. Wow, this show, man.
It's a lot. And I'm so excited also just kind of get back to like the rest of the X-Men's like POVs, because like again, how they left last week's episode with them all watching the like TV and horror, like I know they're going to be on such a kick to be like, where do we go from here? How do we deal with this situation? How do we deal with all of this? Because I'm assuming that they're heading there right now to be like, let's go save our people. Let's try to get anyone we can out of there. Logan, I think, is going to be such an interesting character to follow through the rest of the season, because him and Gambit had like a friendship that I think was always really cool.
Yeah, they got each other.
His rage, cool, I think, is going to be so interesting to, because again, I actually think Logan might like take a bit of a leadership role, like not maybe as leader, but like kind of as like that soul of the team, to be like, we gotta pick ourselves together, we gotta handle this shit. Yeah, we gotta push forward, y'all.
Yeah,
which I think could be.
I can see that. I can see that. I'd like that.
Did you see who they announced was going to be coming in this season? Did you see that news that had come out recently? No. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil it then, because I don't want it to be a surprise when you see it. But they announced a character that's going to be appearing in this season, a pretty big Marvel character. That I'm interested how it ties in to Logan as a character. So I'm excited.
A character related to Logan.
I'm very excited for it. They had dropped this like mid-season trailer that was going to be going into the back half.
Is it any Task Force X? Or like Weapon X?
No.
Weapon X?
Think like they've had their own Marvel movie.
Deadpool.
Let's say that. No. Do you just want me to tell you?
Yeah.
You want me to? You know what? Let's just watch the trailer. Would you like to watch the trailer?
Yeah.
Season trailer? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let me pull that up really quick. As I pulled this up, what was your thoughts on Charles's statue falling and killing that creature mutant?
Devastated. Like that, they can't catch a break, obviously, but then he can't catch a break either. Yeah. I mean, saying that though, how many monuments does he have? I think he's okay. I think he's okay for now. I think he'd be fine.
Yeah. I definitely think there's like some like symbolism there with like Charles's vision coming down to haunt them, kind of thing, right? Like his vision.
No, but it isn't. It's
people.
like it's his vision in danger because of these people, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the people that can't let humans and mutants coexist. And I'm dying to know who created those Sentinels, and I'm interested in the public perception as well, because that could be swung in either two ways, right? Because, well, not to get like your channel demonetized or anything, I don't think it will be, but like, you know, like the Vietnam War, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure America started that. You know. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. As we wait.
Sorry. Just sorry. It's literally just had to say something. So yeah. So like they started the war, right? But then the victims of that war were still painted as like this really bad enemy. You know what I mean? To the point where there was like a whole bunch of racism and vitriol to all sorts of Asian communities just from prejudice and misidentification and stuff. You know. So it'll be interesting to see how they spin it, right? Because the people that are just blowing up innocent people are the bad guys.
Yeah.
But they are the humans. You know what I mean?
Right.
So is it going to be a case of like the humans are just going to hold their hand up and say, look, the mutants are good guys. They are innocent. This is disgusting what's happened. This is the bad guy, right? And they have to like fully point out the bad guy. Or like is some of the perception of humans going to be, look, see, we were right. You know, like, just look how dangerous they are and look at all the conflict they're creating. And when they're just minding their business, you know? So, again, like, this show just breeds, like, so many interesting questions.
Oh, I already love just like these conversations we've had for just this episode has been insane. Just like in every aspect, I think character has their own difference. So many interesting conversations that we can bring up. But let's watch this trailer really quickly. I've already seen this, but it is confirmed a certain character that's popping in here. So let me know if you can. Let me know if you can hear it. Can you hear it?
We have to get everyone out. He's coming.
If only you knew the future we have in store.
While you X-Men have been holding hands, we've been placing dominoes. Think there's really gonna be a war?
We shall not live our days wondering if we could have saved more.
We face this as we always have.
Oh, Nightcrawler and Logan! I'm so excited.
Together.
Whoa.
Mr. Captain America.
Okay, can you go back to like a third of the way in?
Okay, which?
A little bit more. Like with the mustachioed man talking about what the X-Men have done.
While they've been holding hands, we've been starting a war or whatever. I don't know who that is.
Can you play his bit again?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Let's see. Just right here.
Placing dominoes. We've been placing dominoes. You X-Men have been holding hands. We've been placing dominoes.
Okay.
I don't know who that's supposed to be.
Is that Trash? That's not Trash. Trash had glasses, didn't he?
I don't think that's Trash. I don't think so. Maybe though.
Hang on.
Maybe it is. Maybe we're just stupid. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Is it him?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hang on, let me
makes
present
sense.
my screen quickly.
Okay, yeah, that's him, all right.
But
All
that
right,
isn't like
I don't think he could have done it by himself. Like he's clearly
no,
had
because he
help.
was arrested in episode 2, wasn't he?
Yeah. Episode 1, I thought. Yeah, it was the pilot. Which
Yeah.
I mean, I knew we were getting back to him, but I thought maybe he had something to do with it, but
See, this
know,
makes
do
you
you think
wonder, how much help he's getting, and it has to be like you would imagine, like deep state level, because a criminal of his high caliber and high notoriety doesn't just disappear, and then nothing gets said about it. Do you mean? So either he has to be working with somebody who's doing the tinkering behind the scenes, or somebody high ups helped him out. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to see some of that we've already had.
Yes, there's a lot of old footage, but 3 of the new shots are all like Nightcrawler, and that makes me so happy.
Yeah. Thank God
Seems
he's
like there's
still
a lot
in
of
it.
like Logan and Nightcrawler. I love
He
that
better
duo
not
so
go
much.
anywhere. He better not go
I'd love
anywhere.
if he just
is
joined our
my
crew.
favorite.
That's
So like
it's
Storm
Business
helping
IG.
out.
Oh, that's such a cool shot with the swords.
Yeah. Goddamn Nightcrawler. And his one in his tail. There was one in his tail. He had like looked like 3
Oh wait, let me
swords.
look at that again.
Oh no, wait, was
You're
it?
right. Oh, done. We are professionals here, people.
I
guarantee
swear
it.
to God, one of his tail. Yeah, 3 swords. Oh no, wait, no. Just looked like it the way it was. I think.
I don't know.
Either
All
way,
right.
the guy's a boss.
Captain America's coming. which makes me very curious about the Logan stuff.
Okay. So now the question is one. Jump onto X-Men 97 episodes list. Is it just Captain America, or is it everybody? Like an Avengers team, I'm saying.
Yeah, right.
Or like even like because you had Iron Man had his own show back then. So
yeah.
What
imagine that's how we end the season. Is like the Avengers showing up. Like that'd be pretty sick. Because Captain America does appear in the original show. I don't know if you like remember that episode or not, but he appears in the final season of that show, and it's a Backlash episode with Logan, and they get to team up together. So I'd really like to see a present day Captain America. I think that'd be pretty cool. Unless it's another flashback, but I think
because it was already in the 97 show, as the 90 Spider-Man show as well. Who also had Iron Man. Because that was connected to this, because Spider-Man crossed over onto this and vice versa as well, because Beast and I think Wolverine went on to Spider-Man at least.
Right, yes. More. Yeah, I haven't seen the Spider-Man show, but I've heard about like the crossovers and stuff. And... No, I haven't seen it. I have not seen the Spider-Man show. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Not a single. I want to do it soon, though. I will. I'm kind of secretly hoping that like in a year they'll be like, it's coming back, and I'd be like, all right, now I gotta watch it. You know, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. But I mean, there's been a lot of rumors about like rumors, like only rumors, but like Marvel wants to like expand upon like the 90s universe, and I would love a whole like a roundup of shows like set in that world, kind of like what the Arrowverse was doing, where like, okay, you have the movie stuff over here, and then on like Disney Plus you have like the 90s Marvel universe. Like I think that'd be sick as hell.
Dude, that show, like, what's the guy's name? Like Christopher Daniel Barnes or something like that. Like who voiced Spider-Man, like he is still goated for Peter Parker's voice. Yeah, like still that show. Oh my god, I am so lucky that I grew up with that show. I did honestly see more of that show than this X-Men.
Oh, sure.
Like I saw a lot of both of them, but I did see a lot of Spider-Man more, and I preferred Spider-Man. I can't lie.
Sure.
Right.
I've heard great things. I know the iconic meme that's like,
"Shocker!
I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." Like I've seen that meme so much.
Dude, like it's so good. Honestly, I would genuinely like put it on the list. Put it on the list. It's got to be on the list. I'd be happy to rewatch it. Like if you wanted to do like a retrospective, I'd definitely do that.
Oh, that'd be fun. Someday I definitely want to. I'll get it through soon. I think just there's a part of my brain just like wait a little bit, because it's coming. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Like within these next 3 years, I think we're gonna get an announcement. I feel it.
Like how? Okay, so do you think like because I think you're right, and I also think that we're really likely to see it at the end of this season.
Oh wow, Spider-Man cameo.
No. Like what I mean to say. Sorry. What I mean to say.
Announcement, you mean?
Yeah, because of how well this has done, and like the such positive fan reception, even like with the attempts at nonsense.
Yeah,
it's been overshadowed, and just I say overshadowed by bright lights and just sheer admiration for the quality of work that's been brought forward, and rightfully so. And I genuinely think that like Disney are going to see that and say, okay, well let's give these guys a season 2, give Spider-Man a season 1, and exactly right, and then see where we go. Because let's be real, like I like Tom Holland, I like the MCU Spider-Man, but I have no interest in that new show. That new Homecoming show. I genuinely don't, and I feel bad. But I would so much rather the 90s show came back.
That's the only reason I think it maybe not be happening right now, because that show is like about to come out this year, and I think they might want to wait a couple years to kind of let that run its course. But like I'm excited for that because it isn't like the Tom Holland Spider-Man, like it's a completely separate Elseworld story. But like what I think might happen is I agree with you. I would not be shocked if within a month of this ending, they announced like another show set in the world. If that's like, I think Avengers would be really cool. Like, especially if we have like your Captain America here at the end. Like, maybe you set up like an Avengers spinoff. Again, I don't know what's all canon to like this universe. Like, I know obviously like Spider-Man, X-Men, and then I think after that it gets kind of like, I think a Fantastic Four show is canon, but I've heard other people being like, no, it's not canon. Like, I know there was like a Silver Surfer show. I don't know if that's canon. Like, I don't know what's all officially canon or not, but like, I'd be down.
That was handled at the other end of the universe, so that could be canon.
Yeah.
You know, like that.
I know, like there
Deep
was like a
Space
'90s
Galactus.
Avengers show, but apparently that was awful. I heard it was like, I like looked it up. I was like, I don't know any of these characters. But no, I'd be open to it. Just kind of going through my list. Couple last things. I mean, as we're kind of talking about the MCU a little bit, we did get a Watcher cameo in this episode, which was really cool. I bet he's up there looking like, I wish I could do something, y'all. I wish I could intervene because this is awful. Oh, you're muted, I think.
He was kind of like in his cloak, wasn't he? It was really cool, like watching through his cloak. Did you get Jeffrey Wright vibes off of him? Because I certainly did.
Yeah, I did. I mean, he didn't speak, right? But like,
no, but you could Jeffrey Wright's Watcher versus like the other Watchers. Like you can, you could say like that's him. Would you say you got Jeffrey Wright vibes? Which would,
I would say so. I would assume it's like a what if cameo. Yeah, I got, because there's been rumors for a while over the last like 6 months or so that there's going to be a mini crossover with X-Men and What If in season 3, and that we've heard like maybe Storm's going to be in the 3rd season, which I would love so much. I think that'd be such a nice way to reintroduce X-Men to like the modern audience prior to it coming to the MCU. Or like we'll put them in the MCU because that would be the first like official X-Men character to like appear in one of these, I suppose, right? I mean, I guess you have Charles and Doctor Strange. I guess that's technically the first, but I think that'd be great.
See, I definitely get Jeffrey Wright vibes from that Watcher.
I do too.
Oh, yeah. It's exactly like you said, Storm's coming in What If season 3, right? So that has to be what connects it all. What version of Storm do you think we'll get? That's really interesting.
Yeah. I think it will be this actress. I think it will be the actress from the show. I think it's going to be, I mean, we've heard it's going to be like a Thor thing, right? Where like she can pick up the hammer is what we've heard, which would be
really,
that's the rumor, is like, what if she could pick up Mjolnir? Like that's the rumor that I've heard. Don't quote me on that, because you know how people like to spread out.
I would be more interested. That's too me. I would be more interested in her relationship with Black Panther.
That'd be cool.
Right?
I'd love that.
And having a what if there, because
like what if like she was the queen of Wakanda or something?
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Right? Because not only is T'Challa a badass, right, and Storm's a badass, Aurora Monroe, she's a badass, but Queen Ramonda is a goddamn badass. I love Angela Bassett so much, right? And like her with Storm and Shuri and like everything else. Can you imagine?
That'd be cool.
And then like that would really tie into like the whole like MCU thing as well, like just having just the royal women of Wakanda just absolutely owning everything.
That's kind of how I wanted them to, like, obviously, like, pre-2020s, like, after Endgame. That's kind of how I thought they were going to introduce the X-Men. Like, I was thinking at the end of Black Panther 2, we would get, like, a post-credit scene with Storm just, like, in the village or whatever, and that'd be how you'd, like, she would be the first character that you would introduce through the X-Men. That's how you introduce the character. I think could have been really cool. Obviously, after the passing, it made very clear, they can no longer do that. But I mean, maybe they still could in a different way. Obviously, not the comic book, they get married type of thing, but...
Well, T'Challa's son, his Wakandan name is T'Challa.
Yeah.
Which is why I got confused, because, like, the kid was whispering to her, like, hey, do you want to know a secret? My name's T'Challa. You know what I mean? So like I being like in the cinema, I thought they were going for like a reincarnation vibe, but there wasn't.
Mm.
It was him
Yeah,
just
just
saying
a renaming. Yeah.
yeah. So like eventually, depending on like how they do Storm, they could have a T'Challa
Sure.
marrying her
very
off.
young Storm. Or just a time jump for T'Challa, but I don't know if they'll go that route. That's technically all the notes I have for this episode. Is there anything that I didn't mention that you want to bring up?
I love Leech. We were talking about Leech before we started recording again. That he's a returning character, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
And oh my god, so I really, really, really hope. See, now that you've like put it out there, I'm really hoping that Magneto isn't dead. And I feel bad, but out of the two of them, I'm hoping for Magneto over Gambit, right? And there was somebody that was trying to put spoilers online and stuff like, oh, like is so and so really like? They had a theory that they were like, oh, they believe that Gambit isn't dead, but out of the two of them,
I think Gambit's
Magneto,
dead, yeah.
right? Yeah, like we think that's the more logical one. Because if anything, like all he did was get like vaporized, and then what he could have done is being
he could have done a shield or
quickly encased himself and then dug under. Like there's a whole bunch of things he could have done, right? Because he's with Morlocks. Their whole thing is being underground, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm really holding out for that one.
Yeah. I think I do want them to at least wait a couple episodes to show he's alive, though. Like let for at least Rogue let that consequences sit a little bit for her. And then maybe after the end of the season, he's like, I'm back or whatever, or like, you know, like right before the final fight, whatever. Because we have a 3-part finale, which I didn't realize was a thing. Like we have the Life and Death Part 2 next week. Then there's, I think, a Scott episode, and then it's a 3-part finale.
Right. See, another thing is if Magneto, like, if Magneto's dead, or even if he's with the X-Men, like, to bring the show, it's crazy, right? So, like, to bring the show in, they made the show different and sleek-lined it, right? Because before you had 2 sets of mutants fighting each other while also fighting humanity. It was kind of like a free-for-all while one of them was trying to protect one of them. It was a whole mess, right? So then what they've done is, like, now we've got all of the mutants are working together, and it's the humans that are the bad guys, right? That's not going to be able to fly for so long. Do you know what I mean? Like, because we obviously got Mr. Sinister, human turned mutant, if you can call him that, like, working against the mutants. But then, like, there's got to be another threat. Do you know what I mean? There has to be another thing to worry about. Because humans versus mutants, like, after a while, and, like, I feel like the attention span of the viewer, if you're sitting there, like, beating the same nail on the head, like, is going to lose them a little bit. You know? Especially because, but, like, all we're seeing is Sentinels. You know what I mean? Like, we need to switch it up a little bit, you know?
There's definitely, I think, going to be a little bit of, like... because I think Charles's message is...
Sorry.
I think Charles's messages, I think, is going to be a lot harder for our team to keep in their heads. Like, I think we're already... we didn't touch too much on this for this episode, but I think Scott felt very Eric in this episode, where it's like, we're better than you. We put everything out there.
Yeah.
We, you should be praising us. Thank God we're here, because you would all be dead if it wasn't for us. Like, he's leading a little bit more to Eric, so I think there might be some, like, internal conflict within our team. But, like, was Eric right this whole time? Like the professor's not here to keep ringing those morals in our ears. When Eric comes back, I have a feeling he's going to be like, yeah, fuck the humans. Like, I tried your way. I'm done. I am done. You're either with me or against me. Come on. You know what I mean? So I think there might be a bit of that, like, internal conflict, like, with their team. Like, I don't know. Some might go to his side. I don't know where we're going, but
having Magneto as a tragic villain, a tragic hero,
Yeah.
is such an interesting choice. You know, like after so long
Yeah.
of being like this violent, angry, it's like Loki. It's what they've done with Loki. You know,
Yeah.
like you spent so long being a threat, a real threat, and then now you're like a hero who's not fully understood, who's heartbroken, and just a man trying to do the right thing, you know?
Right.
And it's just like, wow, that's hard. That's hard
It
to
is.
do. That's real hard. And they're
And he's
doing
been so fascinating
well.
this season. Like he's truly been such a fascinating character to watch go through that journey. Which is another reason I don't think he's dead. Because he's not done with the journey. He's not.
That
He
look,
hasn't gone through the full.
that shot of his face looking at Rogue, like with just like his fingers through his eyes, you know,
Yeah.
like, just like, dude, man.
Good
And
stuff.
like he kept taking beatings, like just full on beatings. Like he just kept going down and down and down and just kept getting back up to protect his people.
There was something about seeing like blood in this episode that was really trippy to me. Like seeing like his face covered in blood is like, oh my gosh.
This is real. This is
Yeah, it's real.
Like these people are in danger.
Mhm.
And out of nowhere, just I mean, that's how it is, but for the most part. You know what I mean? People just living their lives and then boom. Lives change because a menace has decided that you know you're too different. You know?
Yeah.
A real way to hold
tragedy.
up the mirror to the world.
Real tragedy.
Because, yeah.
The thing I just kind of want to leave us up on is just like the final, how they ended the episode. I thought was very heartbreaking, and I love the final line of just like, I can't feel you is, I think, ingenious. And what I think they even did even better is I love that they cut the black. Like, it's like, I can't, and it cuts the black. I can't feel you is so emotional. Like
That was deep. That was
like
so
that,
deep.
I'm sure just not over the episode, and I think that just shows when you've made a good episode of TV. Is 5 episodes later, and this new episode's about to air, and every day I just keep thinking about the episode and
See,
what it
this
did.
is the thing. Yeah, because I also like I know some of Life Death, but I don't know like everything about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know like how triumphantly it ends.
Mm.
You know, because yes, we like because like we had the question, didn't we? Of like because this is like a small trilogy, kind of. Well, now it's going to be like a 4-parter because. Well, no. The trilogy would be Life Death, right? So whether how much of Life Death Part 2 takes over the episode, is any of this going to be answered in next week?
I don't think so. I have a feeling we're not getting back to it, which I think is actually kind of smart. Like I actually think the show has done that twice now. Like they already did that with the Scott and Jean stuff, where we had last week's to kind of breathe away from the really like the big stuff, and then it's like, okay, we'll get back to them in 2 weeks when we've had time to let that sit. But I also think the Storm episode is going to be very dark too. Like I think we're going to get some dark stuff.
Have you? Okay, so I've done this before, but like this is the first time. So like I read the episode names before, but they haven't had like a small synopsis for each episode before. Have you had a look?
I slightly saw it. There's only one for the first couple, right?
No, there's one for each of them now.
Oh, is there? Do we want to look?
I do. I did. My question is to you before I talk about it.
Let's look at Life Death. Let's just look at Life Death. I kind of want to keep the finale stuff a secret for now.
Oh, dude, the finale one doesn't say shit.
Okay.
Honestly, like, honestly, the finale one could genuinely, like, literally be the blurb of any X-Men movie ever. Genuinely, right?
Sure.
I'm gonna spoiler it up for everybody who doesn't want to know, but I'm gonna say what it is because of how unspoilery it is. Okay.
Love it. Go ahead.
It is literally the X-Men's dream is put to the test as mutant
Whoa.
humans' relations reach a tipping point. No shit, that's their whole lives. What are we saying? You know,
That's
like
the entire
that's the
concept.
exactly.
Yeah, that's the synopsis of the show.
How do you say something without saying it? You know. But the rest of them,
Okay.
people. Oh my gosh! Right. So we have Life Death Part 2. Storm is faced to try again. Life Death Part 2. Storm is forced to face her worst fears in order to free herself.
Oh, that didn't really work.
What was
Yeah.
that?
I was trying to show it on screen. I was like, that turned out very blurry. No, I exactly kind of what we were talking about last week, right? Where it's like she's going to this inner demon that she's going to have to face, and which again I don't like. We were talking about maybe it's going to be like a later episode next week, but I really don't think so.
See,
And like the creator had even came out and said the one that got fired. He said 5 was just the start. He said 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is where it really got real. And I was like, what do you mean where you really got real? This is the most traumatic episode of TV I've seen. What do you mean?
I've already lost my shit. Episode 1, episode 2, you know, episode 3, 4, and 5. Where am I not going crazy here? You know, because like the stuff with Jean and Madeline episode 4 was mind-boggling and just so interwoven and connected. It was just like wow, how deep does that relationship between these two go? You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, but the thing is, right, is when Storm has to come to like some kind of realization or face her worst or fears in order to free herself. When that happens, she's still going to be human. Do you know what I mean? It's not like there's going to be some kind of Disney moment where she's like, I had it in me all along, you know?
Yeah.
She's been hit with something that's fundamentally changed her DNA for at least for a while, you know? So all it's going to do is fix her resolve to not be depressed by it and like either live life for a while as a human or resolve to be with Forge and find a machine that will get you back on track.
Right.
You know? So yeah, so there's only so far that can go. The episode 7, Bright Eyes. I love that.
Yep.
I love that it's called Bright
episode.
Eyes. Yeah, exactly. Cyclops focuses the X-Men on finding Bolivar Trask, who we now know because of the mid-season trailer, right?
That's not showing up. I'm just quit doing that.
However, when the team locates the Sentinel inventor, they realize that they have all been played by a mastermind.
Ooh, or master mode? No, I was kidding.
I was thinking that as well. I was unsure. But the person I immediately come to is the blonde leader of the UN.
Yeah, she's definitely sus. She definitely sus to me.
Like, I'm not sitting there thinking, like, there's a mutant behind everything. Although now I'm wondering if she's Mystique.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that too.
Because she's a high-profile character we've seen nothing of.
Yeah.
Like, she's a fan favorite. If you're bringing back X-Men, you're bringing back Nightcrawler, you're bringing back Logan, you've got Mr. Sinister in there, you know? Like, a whole bunch of deep cuts and favorites. And you don't have Mystique? I understand that you might be wanting to, like, save some stuff. Like, that might be, you know, got, like, Apocalypse to come down the line again, or, like, whoever, you know? But Mystique? She's in the intro, you know?
Yeah.
She's fully in the intro.
Yeah, she's in, like, we haven't seen her in, like, the footage, but, like, she's fully in, like, the opening lineup of all villains and stuff. So, especially with Nightcrawler here, right? So, like, you have, and also just, like, with what Rogue is going through, it'd be very interesting for to get her mom, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm very much open to. Also, I think Emma's also scheming. Like I think Emma's not up completely to par. So, but when isn't she scheming?
So yeah, so there's two things. Like one, the new threat, like, is that the people behind the Sentinels? Is there like a new version of Sentinels? But like also the fact that like this episode was called "Remember It," dude. We're never gonna forget this one. Jesus Christ! What do you mean? Like that needed stating? That needed stating? No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Like perfect name for it. Perfect name for it because this one's gonna be etched in there forever. Forever. I mean, wow. Just the oh my god. So this is the thing, right? So how amazing the original show is, right? And then they just bumped it up in every way possible. Can you imagine what they will be doing for the Spider-Man show?
Yeah.
Oh my god. They need to do it.
Yeah.
They have to do it. I love that Spider-Man show. I honestly like when I was playing Spider-Man 2, I was using the skin on the game that was from that show with the Venom, like where it's red on one side and blue on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked so good. It looks so good. I don't know how they did the physics of that suit and the lighting. But it looked so good. And it was just like, just living a childhood fantasy out, honestly. It was so amazing.
Yeah. I think it is coming. I'd be shocked if within the next 4 or so years we don't get to see them again. And I think they do even better than the show's doing. And the show's doing very well at the moment. Like, it's so popular. Like, everyone seems to be talking about it week to week, which has been amazing. X-Men 97, episode 6.
Wow.
Which, can you believe we're 6 episodes in already? We are over
No.
the halfway mark. We're almost done,
I know,
bro.
I'm sad. I'm so sad. Like,
To
we've
put it-
literally just got it back after, what, 20, 30 years, and then it's being ripped away again.
No, for real. Because, like, just kind of to break it down, we have one more solo episode and then a 3-part finale, and then we're done. It's gone. Now, thankfully, it seems like most of season 2 is done, so hopefully we don't have to wait too long. Hopefully, imagine it's just another 27-year break. We're just like, oh, this is crazy.
Hunker in, bunker down.
Yeah, it was like, I guess my kids will be able to watch it someday. I don't know. But no, this week, obviously, spoilers for X-Men 97 Life Death Part 2. Clearly the kind of follow-up to episode 4 that we talked about a couple weeks ago. And I had said back then, I was like, hey, I had some issues with how they kind of paced out that episode, how they kind of just stuck it at the end there. Now that we have the whole thing, what's your kind of thoughts on like this life death story that they've told here?
I really liked it. I did wonder during it if it was something that needed to be longer, like because I wanted it to be longer, and I was kind of like, does it need to be?
Yes. Yeah.
Or would it be drawn out? You know, because I feel like they got the point across in a spectacularly valid way, and arguably it was enough. I just wanted more.
I kind of don't disagree, because it did feel like there was a lot of hype up to the life death storyline. Like that was one of the main things kind of going into the season. Everyone was like, yeah, we're finally getting that comic book storyline. There's going to be a huge focus on Storm, which I thought they've done very well. And then it was kind of over, and I was like, oh, that was life death. Okay. I'm not sure if I had just had my expectations very high. I don't know if maybe a full episode to her, because she, even though this, like, she never got an entire episode to life death. Even like the first one was like, you had the first part of that one, and even here we are half and halving it with like the outer space cosmic stuff, which I did like. I'm not complaining about that stuff at all. But I was wondering, like, I wonder if you could have paced it out differently. I wonder if you could have just put maybe part 1, part 2 together, made it like a 50-minute episode or whatever. I know maybe they couldn't do that. I don't know how the contracts work with all this, but like, I don't know, maybe a little bit longer. Maybe it could have been a bit longer. But again, like I'm not looking at the storyline and thinking like, it wasn't good, because I do think it's a good story that they told here.
Yeah. See, okay. See, something I would have done, but then also like breeds its own question, right? Is that I would have had the adversary come a little, like I say, a lot later, right? So I would have given her Storm an episode or two without the adversary and have him on the third one, right? So the first one is her just full deep depression, right? Just absolutely shattered, broken, you know.
Sure.
Because I've gone back and I've read the Life Death.
Oh, cool.
And it's several parts, right? And the adversary isn't even in the first part.
Sure.
It's literally her dealing with the depression, finding out that Forge is an amputee and needs his skills, and then finding out that it was his gun, and finding out that Rogue was in danger and stuff. So,
right.
So I would have done that myself, and then have the adversary turn up later.
Sure.
But then the issue is because of like their limited time frame,
right?
We don't want the cure to the depression just being, oh, I've got my powers back and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there needs to be the reconciliation before that, and then the power comes from that moment.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and you know, and there's also definitely the case of just like you said, time, and just like not having the resources. Like we were saying, the reason I probably just stuck at the end of the fourth episode was probably because like they didn't have enough time for a whole episode, like a whole, just like a full two-parter, because they didn't have time for that. And which I would say then, I think they did a good job with the time that they were warranted. And like this, I think it's a conversation of like, could it have been improved? Maybe. Maybe it would have been improved if she could have got 2 full episodes, or even a 3, or even like a special thing just for her. Like, yes, there's definitely the combo, but I when I'm looking at the episode as a whole, I'm not feeling overly like critical about it or anything. I was like, all right, yeah, they told a pretty cool story with Storm.
An empowering story that made her come out like a boss at the end.
Yeah.
Because again, like it might sound like we're nitpicking, but all we're doing is there's an amazing sundae and we're just trying to add the cherries and the whipped cream.
Sure. Yeah.
That's literally it, you know? Like it's already got the hot fudge, it's already got like the whole banana and the ice cream and everything else. We're just trying to put the finishing touches on it.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, no, for sure. And like Storm is a character that, again, we've talked about this so much, but I think she finally is getting her flowers that I personally been wanting her to get, because I don't know if she's ever really got it in like medium, like ever. Like really, I'm looking back to all this stuff, and it seems like Storm always gets the short end of the stick. Always in the original show, most definitely in those movies. In some of the other shows, it feels like she never gets the time to really shine, and it feels like this show is being like, here's an entire arc just for you. You can go off and have your own special arc and get the attention that you get, and like just kind of like jumping away at the end here, but like her flying out of the cave, regaining her powers, her suit changing, the music, they've said like there's so much like so much like inspiration from like the Man of Steel sequence, the flight sequence. It was like, yeah, this is great. This is really, really good.
Got a hair back.
Yeah, it's so,
a hair grew
so
back.
good.
Just the whole thing. There was a bit when she was flying around that I was like, okay, this is great, but Forge is still unaliving in that cave, you know, so let's wrap this up. You know, it's wonderful, right? But there's a man in need over there, you know, quick.
She just comes back and was like, bro, Forge, you're not gonna believe this, Forge. You're not. Oh shit.
Oh my god. Way to crash the party. Look what you've done. Ruin my big moment.
Yeah, no. And like what's your what's been your thoughts on the Forge and Storm thing? Because I'll be honest, and maybe this is just me not knowing a lot from the comics. I have thought they kind of moved really fast. Like it felt like they weren't like, oh, we're meeting. Oh, this is the thing. Oh, we love each other. It's like, oh my, last episode, I wasn't shocked when he's like, I love you, or I want to be with you, or whatever. And I was like, okay, he really likes her. And then this episode is like, I love you, my love, or whatever. I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I guess you do love each other. Was that
Again,
like a shock to you, or
very quick,
Yeah.
because we needed more time with this storyline.
Yeah,
I mean, this is why it feels rushed, because they've got like A to B, but they've like chopped out a third of how they get there.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
and then pushed it together. So it feels very, very rushed, if I'm honest. But not in a way that like I'm super critical of anything. Maybe there's a bias because of how much I love the show and how well it's doing everywhere else. So it might be something like just something that I'm like, I can let that pass, you know.
Yeah.
Another thing is, I don't know how much they address it in the show, like when he's telling her, the adversary is telling her to believe the lie and things like that. But something in the comic is that she always had to keep her powers in check and her emotions in check, because how she was feeling and how powerful she is, it affects the weather. So to not do that, she constantly has to just keep pushing everything down and deal with everything with it in a measured tone. And to do that as a normal person is incredibly difficult and unrealistic. And then to have to do that as a persecuted person, you know, is even more of an impossible ask. So I think she deserves a lot of respect, and a lot of gratitude.
I did think it was very funny just about like how she got her powers back, and there was a bit of me that was confused at first exactly how she got, because we hadn't even talked about last week, and this is like, I'm not hating on the storyline or anything. It might sound like I am at first, but I'm not. Like, we talked about it last week. We're like, oh, she's not going to have this like Disney movie moment where she just magically believes in herself and gets her powers back. I was like, oh, actually, that's kind of how it did happen. But I'm not mad about it, because it did make sense. I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
But like, it was like, oh, okay, they literally just did that. All right.
It's like, how powerful is she? Is another question. You know, like, what level of mutant is she? Because I'm not sure if she's Omega. I don't think so. Maybe
I don't think
just
so.
shy of that.
I don't know, but no, she's always been very powerful, and I've always said she always seems like one of the, like, always in the classic show, there'd be moments where it's like there'd be this super powerful villain. I was like,
wow,
sure,
she
like,
is. She is Omega level.
Is she Omega? It makes sense. Like, she could like tear down any house at any moment. Like, I feel like there's moments inside the OG show where it's like there's clearly moments where Storm could just take down half of these villains if she wanted to, just like wipe them away in like a hurricane or whatever. Like, she has that power, which is maybe what makes her so interesting, is that she does have to hold that back. Yeah.
In my head, like, that, like, allows for like the logic of why, because like, say for example, it's meant for like low level mutants that are like levels 1 to 3 or something, and then she's up here on a 5, you know, which that abomination of a Sentinel needed extra power just to make it look like Magneto was gone. Right, you know. So
that's a good point. And then also, like, we don't know how good these guns are yet, right? We don't know, you know, their level of power yet. Like, I had even said, I don't know if I said it on here, but I've talked about it the last couple of weeks. It was like, maybe it's like a Despicable Me thing where like they shrunk the moon. It's like, oh my gosh, it worked. But it's like, oh, but the more powerful the mutant is, the less it works, or something like that. Or it's like a temporary thing where like it got rid of their powers for 5 days or whatever, and now it's back. Like, we don't know exactly how it works, even though Beef said it looks like it's permanent.
And the danger is that now they know it works at least in some capacity. So tweaking that in some description is going to be a real problem now. It's a real threat, you know. So even as like a warning shot, you know.
And like, I mean, and even that in like a war would be very powerful. Just like neutralize all the powers and then kill them. Like that's a very powerful weapon that could really hurt them inside the long run. But like, I'd be very curious. Like, what happens if she shot like Toad? Like, is his permanent? Because he's like a level 1 or whatever, right? So like, I don't know. It's very
okay. But this is another question that we haven't raised, and that is so like the fact that all of the refugees got denied to return home, right after the attack. That's one thing. But do you think it's because the world saw Storm lose her powers? Do you know what I mean? Because before it was just, oh, it's a problem we have to deal with, like round them up the government, deal with it kind of thing. We can turn a blind eye. As abhorrent as that is, right? That is disgusting. Okay, let me make that clear. But then now it's a case of, oh, like maybe the government or whoever it is, you know, Sentinel or Trask and that, like they can now fix the problem. You know, they can get rid of these people or turn them back to like Homo sapiens.
Right.
So does that, like, I feel like that also has to come into the conversation about like the narrative that each community and country have chosen, you know?
Yeah. Right.
This is what I'm talking about, right? As excited as I got for Fallout, these conversations don't happen in Fallout.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. We're talking about like an animated show that's now like with a 30-year gap, like, and they're just got so much deep stuff to talk about. It's insane. I love it.
No, it's the conversations that have opened up due to the show is unbelievably, and like kind of like carrying over one of my favorite points of the episode. And I hate it's one of my favorite points of the episode because there's so many other cool stuff. But it is when like Storm like turns on the TV and she sees it, and that was the moment I was waiting for, because I knew she was not going to stand for what just happened. Like, I knew once she saw what happened to her family, she'd be like, yeah, fuck no. I felt so bad for Forge versus being like, let's just go away. Let's go have fun. Let's just go on a beach. And he's like, ah, shit, why did I turn on the TV? God damn. But also, Forge is not going to stand for this either, though. Like, Forge will be like, yeah, fuck no.
Yeah. I feel like, as much as we were talking about X-Men being mutant female, I feel like he should be the biggest part of it, you know?
Yeah.
Like the way his powers work, you know, him and Quicksilver should just be making moves out there, you know? Like just fixing so much cool stuff, like making Genosha so much better and safer.
I would actually love to see Quicksilver and Wanda pop back in, especially after maybe the world thinks that he's dead. It'd be a cool way for them to pop back in and be like, yo, you did this to my father. Well, screw you. Yeah. Like, we didn't even get the chance to bond with the guy. Like, that'd be a cool addition to the back half of the season. Okay, really quickly, because I do want to dive into like the space stuff of the episode, and I think there's some things to go over there. But can we talk about the intro for just a minute? Because I feel like I kind of called that last week. When I saw my boy Nightcrawler in the trailer, in the intro for this week, he had his own title card and everything. I screamed. I was so happy. I was like, is he joining the team? And I think he might be. I think he might officially be joining the lineup.
I do think so as well. And do you know what's funny is, like, now that you brought it up, I'm gonna have to be me and say something, right?
Oh no!
Like I have a tiny nitpick about his title card.
Okay.
And that's like he bamps in, right, and then bamps up, and then bamps, but then just drops. Where's the last bamp to? Like, it makes no sense. It's not needed. Don't need the last bamp, you know. But I love it. I got all hype. I got so hyped that I sat there rewinding it every like for a few minutes just to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't.
I mean, shout out to them for making a new intro for every episode.
Like,
they not only added they not only added Nightcrawler now that he seemingly might be on the team, they got rid of Gambit and Magneto. Those mean fricks got rid of Gambit and Magneto in the intro. And got rid of Storm as well, because Storm wasn't in the last couple weeks either, which is crazy. But maybe
I
next
feel
week
like
she
Professor
should be back
X was back in it when the intro.
Was he?
Or at least
I don't
was
think he
in
was.
the at least he was in the the cutscenes a bit more. I feel like it's like a
Oh
small
yeah, he was in a couple more.
like
But
small
I
way
wonder-
of saying, hey, this is happening.
Sure, yeah, 100%. But I wonder when he officially like comes back to Earth if he'll be added in the front of the intro again. Good transition, I guess, right? To the Xavier
Yes.
stuff of the week.
Yes. Yes. Like, oh my God, the reveal. Wow. Wow.
There's a lot of world building in this episode, actually. Like we've talked
Yeah.
in past weeks about like them like expanding the universe, but we got like Ronan in here. We got the
Gladiator.
yes, the Grant what's his name from Guardians?
Supreme
The oh my gosh, I'm
Atlas
blanking.
was in there. I know
Atlas,
that.
yes. The High Evolutionary, right? Is that who they named up at the beginning?
No, the Supreme Intelligence. He's still
The
on the
Supreme
run. Like,
Intelligence. Okay,
that
I gotcha.
that weren't shown.
Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah. So like, I thought we were going to see the Supreme Intelligence, but I loved that it was brought up. It was really funny. It was really
Yeah,
funny.
there was a lot of these like cameo and Easter egg type, just like name drops of characters in this episode. Just like they're expanding this world out, and even as of like, there's, I don't know if you've seen the thing where people are like, oh, like could the MCU could like this be the prequel to the MCU, and like it's all been canon the whole time. I was like, no, because there's literally so many things that like debunk that idea, like just like Spider-Man and Rogue and like Captain Marvel. Like, there's so many things that would not fit within the grand scheme of the MCU.
Wait. They're trying to say that this is the MCU.
They're trying,
and not just a part of the MCU. They're trying to say this is a representation of the sacred timeline.
So what it is like there apparently has been talks over the years of like just instead of doing their own mutants, bringing this show into the canon and have them be their X-Men is kind of the idea instead of doing your own thing. And I'm just like, I don't think that works in any capacity of the way. Like I get the idea. Like I think it's a good pitch.
It's not the worst
like,
idea. That is not the
it's
worst
not bad.
idea.
Like I totally understand the idea, and like in a writer's room, you throw it out there, like, hey, could we make this work? But then you have to be like, no, I don't think that works. I think that kind of mess up the canon of that show and the MCU at the same time. So unless you Secret Wars it, unless you do a Secret Wars thing and you kind of combine everything, but I think that adds a lot of issues.
Because there's no way you're going to be getting the voice actor that plays Beast upside down and hopping around with chemicals and things like that. That's just not going to happen. Bless his heart.
You recast the characters.
Yeah. So it wouldn't work.
Now I could see Secret Wars cameos. Like I could see certain like animated characters popping in and interacting with the MCU characters. But I think that's it.
See, the thing about like Secret Wars, right? From the way I understand it, is that everybody's in danger, right? So anybody from like What If, anybody from any of the Elseworld stuff that's been shown to be
Fox
connected,
universe,
is all fair game, because all of those universes are going to be bleeding and crashing into like this whole thing.
Sure.
So I'd love, like, I would love to see them turn up animated.
Yeah.
In a live action world. I don't want them rocking up and then it's somebody from the musical, right? I want these guys rocking up in a fight and having to deal, and then everybody having to deal with it.
I agree.
Because it's realities are falling apart. Why wouldn't that be a thing?
Right. All right, kind of
I know.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I totally would throw us off on a tangent. But what's your thoughts on this entire Charles storyline? Because this is our first real time this season, kind of catching back up with him, seeing what he's up to after his death at the end of the show. Which you know he wasn't dead. He was just.
You really? Oh yeah. Wait. At the end of this episode, you mean? Or
No, I mean at the end of the old show, they were like, he's dead. He's never coming back, type thing. You know what I mean?
Did they? Because
at the end of the show.
Did they?
The other show, the OG show, is what.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, he is like dying, and they have to take him up to space to like save his life, and they're like, he can never come back to Earth, type thing. Like, I don't think if we don't take him, he has to.
Oh, okay. That's my misunderstanding because the other day I put on the last episode, right, which funny enough is the one just after the Sinister episode, and I saw that he'd got hit, right, and then I was sat reading Life Death and it was just on, so I missed that part.
In fairness, it's very like confusing how they go about it. Like it's very like up in the air about like
does anybody know
what exactly happened to him. It's just like he's sick now he has to go, and it's like, okay, guess he's going.
And everybody knows.
Yes.
The team knows.
Yes, the team is all there being like, goodbye, Charles.
Right. Okay, so that
even, like,
makes
more
the that makes the start feel very clunky for me of 97 then.
About what?
Because they're all just fully like grieving him instead of like
fully.
Yeah. So instead of just being like, hey, Professor's on like on a space hospital, they probably just beep bop boop. He's great, technology they're gonna be having to be intergalactic and say, hey, your guy's in trouble, we're gonna help him out, like he's gonna be fine. So what are y'all doing? You know? That's insane to me.
Yeah, that's something I've seen a lot of people have been talking about. Like, why were they grieving so much? Why did they have a whole like death sheet for him if like he's not actually dead? Like, why is like Eric up in here like I have the like will and testament of Charles Xavier? It's like he's actually alive, so you have nothing, bozo. But I guess it might be just a thing where they didn't know. Like he went into space not knowing if he was going to live or die. Like they could have took him up there. He could have died. They wouldn't have known. They were fully planning on never seeing him again, I would assume. So
no,
in
I
their
hear
eyes,
that,
he's
but
kind of dead. But like,
aren't aliens also a thing in this world? Right?
Yeah.
So again, the assumption is just that he's just dead. The aliens are bad at what they do. They come promising stuff and they're just not delivered. Like, again, they've got like super advanced technology, yet we're here boo-hooing.
Sure.
God damn it.
But it also makes the morph scene a little bit less creepy if you think about it. Just like him being like,
so
I'm
much
Charles.
Less creepy.
Like, oh, like, it's like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah. Because that was a bit like, oof. And then now it's like, good for you, dude. That's great. Keep it up.
Yeah.
And then Scott acting all like crazy about it. Okay, that's tough. I'll work on that.
Yeah.
Let's get back to how great this episode is, right? Because it ties in the original show really, really well, and its most like famous arc, really, the Phoenix Saga.
Yeah.
Which is what Lilandra was talking about with her brother and what Charles helped her out with. And which is why I assume everybody knows about aliens on Earth, unless the X-Men just kept that quiet.
I don't know what the public knows. I would assume they know some type of aliens, but I don't. I haven't seen like the Spider-Man show, so I don't know how much into like the other world stuff.
That is a really good point because they are the same. They are the same, right? So
I don't even know what's even canon to all this universe because I feel like everyone I talk to says something different. Like some people are like the Iron Man show is canon, and other people are like, nope, it's not. It's like, all right.
But we at least know these two are.
Spider-Man and X-Men, I think, are the one that everyone kind of agrees. Yeah, these two are canon. These two are set in the same world. but no, like I think this is a good episode to prove how politics and comic books work. Like there's a lot of conversations that people have, like comic books aren't like they shouldn't be diving into this stuff, and I was like, I think they should. I think they do it very well, especially X-Men. Like, what is X-Men if not very political? They always have been, they always will be, and it shows us that I don't think aliens are that far off from us, because they are dealing with the same issues that we are dealing with. They have the same toxic traits that we have, unfortunately. But again, like, what was your kind of thoughts on like this whole storyline that we've kind of dove into in this episode?
I loved it. Because like in my head, right, the conversation that Charles had with the gladiator, as they show, like, with their society, everybody is told and trained to think the same way, you know. So the fact that Charles was saved by a society of people that he deems to be like Eric, I find incredibly fascinating. And like very, very interesting, because it does show on a wider scale that, like, his argument, like, because I feel like Eric would differ on the ending. Do you know what I mean? Because while they like feel the same way about might is right and stuff, I don't feel that he would make humans like assimilate in the same way. Maybe back in the day, but I feel like he's kind of softened on that now. So I don't feel like he would go the same way as this year.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, no, like she was clearly very much playing his hand. Like what she was doing was clearly not fair. She was clearly very biased in her own vision to try and out Charles. Very much so. Yeah, the things she was saying in this episode, oh my gosh.
So bad. So bad. Like, how do you have that point of view? Like, one, it's massively interesting that people that evolved from birds into like a humanoid bird race look down on us because, you know, we evolved from monkeys. And then the fact that, like, she is also like the humans, and like, oh, he's not even full Terran. Like,
yeah, that was so weird. Yeah, like she's not even like anti-human. She's even furthering, yeah, humans suck, but then there's mutants. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you're an alien bird. Like,
yeah, give the guy a break. You know? Like, let's be real. He has abilities that make him kind of more special than just pure Terrans, you know?
Yeah.
So he's not like an abomination. The guy's a genuine like superhero and stuff, a trainer of superheroes. So what we say, you know, all of your people need to be better than him then, you know?
That's crazy. And like, I did think the entire thing with like him trying to like they had to like wipe his mind and be like, oh, he has to erase all of his stuff from the earth, and like Loranja being like, well, maybe you should. And I was like, but that gets rid of everything you love about him. If he erases his history of Earth, his history of his team, that's what makes Charles Charles. If you get rid of all that, what's left? I mean, like, he grew up on Earth.
What would be left is a citizen of the Shia, or whatever they're called, right? Because that's exactly what he was talking about in that lesson. She was trying to force assimilation.
Yeah. No, for sure. Like, everything he knew. Like, does that erase, like, the things he learned on Earth? Like, does he know how to do, like, the ABCs? Does he know how to do math? Does it erase all of his history, everything he knows?
His whole life. Otherwise, they would have to be, like, a memory implant of him coming to the Empire. Because he'd be like, oh, I'm Terran, you know? So they would have to like incept a whole life into the man's brain, which is an impossible task because of how like powerfully psychic he is. Even Lilandra, I think, would struggle.
Yeah, and that gives away any of his gifts that could help your world, right? Because like his strength would come from all of his wisdom, all of his history, all of his, because Charles is a very wise man, and I think they would be very lucky to have his wisdom trying to rebuild their empire, right? But I truly loved the scene where he's like, I forgot to use my greatest gift, and how he puts them all in there. He takes them all into this little mindscape, and he's at the front of the classroom, and they're all in these little seats that are obviously way too small for them. I was like, this is fun. I like this a lot.
See, the astral plane as well. That's somewhere that like Doctor Strange visits, and the Shadow King is the ruler of. So that just like opens up a whole bunch, you know, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
I had a point. Yeah. So like, it's interesting that the Kree and the Shira, whatever they're called, are enemies when they have the same philosophy, you know. It's just a question of who's mightier in that equation and forces the other to assimilate, because the Kree are like renowned throughout Marvel at the moment for being the same way,
right?
So it's everywhere, you know. There's people out there just trying to survive, just trying to live their lives, and then you have these people who think that their way is the right way, and then just forcing it upon everybody else instead of just live and let live.
Fully. One of my favorite parts of the episode, though, was kind of how we kind of ended the Charles bit. Was like when he's like finally like getting across to them that like, hey, this is how maybe we should do things, and maybe we should go about things differently. And he's getting through to them, like maybe they could finally be making a change. And then, and I don't know if he just got it now or if it was happening kind of at the same time, but he got a vision of what has happened to his children. Which, what a scene that was. He slowly, everyone in the room turns into like skeletons, and he sees a giant Gambit skeleton above him, and he crashes to the ground. It's like, oh my gosh. And it's so brutal once you think about, like, he just saw his child die. Like, he just saw one of his students, one of his greatest accomplishments die in front of him. Like, oh my gosh. What was your thoughts on that entire thing?
Something that you just reminded me of, to be honest. So like you raised a good point. So like psychic energy, right? Even light has like a speed and a time to travel across space. So does psychic energy, you know? And again, like, did he get a vision of what happened? Like, because he said, no, my children, they were drinking wine, dancing, making love, right?
I thought that was interesting too. Yeah.
So cool. It also reminded me of Michael Scott at the wedding of the Dwight Schrute, right? Where he's like, oh, it's when you raise all your kids and they just go off and get married, you know what I mean? Or marry each other, you know? It's just like so close. But yeah. But it reminded me of that. And I was just like, so now it's a question of like, what we saw, his vision, was that the entirety of what he saw? Yeah. Did he see the whole thing take place? Was he still connected, maybe? And then like, it just takes a while to get there. I don't know. Like, there's so many questions.
Yeah. It kind of seemed like they were more so like, not visions, but like symbols of what happened, kind of thing, right? Like maybe he did see exactly what happened, but he could tell Gambit died. He could tell a bunch of his mutant brethren died.
How did he know they were alive?
Yeah. I mean, maybe he could feel they were drunk or whatever. Like I don't know. Like maybe he could feel they're happy or feel they're sad or feel whatever. One thing that a lot of people have pointed out, and I'm not going to take the credit for like, oh, I figured that's no. Like a lot of people have been saying this, but like he saw Gambit's skeleton. He did not see Eric's. Maybe it's because Eric doesn't have a skeleton. Maybe, or he does have a skeleton, but maybe he doesn't have like a dead corpse. He doesn't have a skeleton.
Yes,
he has a skeleton.
I love that. I also agree. Because he didn't react in any way. All he was upset about was Gambit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's my children, like his children of the atom. You know what I mean? Like, he feels a responsibility for them. But like his X-Men, I'm pretty sure Gambit's the only one that's gone. You know?
Yeah.
So
yeah, possibly Jean or Madeline, but like I don't think so. We talked about that last week, but like,
do you think
I
Sinister would wipe her out or want to keep her?
I don't know. I feel like he still could get control over her. He could still use her.
It's interesting because
Oh.
The impression I got from the animated show before is that an unfinished experiment he cares greatly about.
Yeah.
Or at least did before being ostracized from all societies because he's just a horrent person.
Which I was kind of shocked to see that he was like behind it all. Like, I guess I shouldn't be behind. Like, I shouldn't be shocked by it. But like at the end, there was like. But I also kind of love it because that means like there is a villain arc for the season. Like, that's something X-Men never they tried to do. I feel like, but like typically it's like they have episodes where they're the villain. Where this would be like, oh, he is the season big bad that we're dealing with. And I am a sucker for a season big bad. The Arrowverse shows that we were raised on, it's just like I freaking love those. Like, I love how you just the Zoom's the villain for this season and Dawn's the villain of next season, and then you have Malcolm Merlin. I love that kind of stuff. So
do you know what makes it like a little bit better, right? And it's something I talked about online is so the penultimate final episode, right, of the original show was Mr. Sinister called no wait, at least it is on Disney Plus. No, wait, no, the penultimate episode of season 3 then. I know. Or just what's on Disney Plus. He's the one before, so basically we get it's called The Descent. So yeah, my bad. So the third episode from the end is the origin of Mr. Sinister. And it's Charles's grandfather, uncle, something like that. Somebody in his family was trying to stop Mr. Sinister when it was implied that he was Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
So basically we got like a family feud with the Xaviers, and Mr. Sinister is like the Dracula. So they're like the Van Helsing, So like it's carried on since 1888. That's how long this has gone on for.
Yeah. No, I really like him being the main villain of the season. I also think this is kind of making. I'm not saying this is why they're doing it, but I also, not to go back to the MCU, but I think when the MCU does mutants, I think it will be him. Like, I think he'll be the main villain for the first movie. So I would not be shocked if they're like, hey, everyone, this is this guy. Do you like him? Okay, we might be using him. Let us know how you're feeling about him. Because I think the MCU does that a lot with comic books.
That.
Like, because I feel like Marvel does that a lot with like their comics, right? To be like, hey, we're introducing the story. Are people liking it? They are? Okay, let's do it for the movie, type of thing. So I think that's definitely
that's such a good idea, because like we can get like a vibe of anti mutant sentiment just throughout the movie. We don't need humans to be the bad guys. We don't need like Sentinels and stuff. Like, you can fully save Magneto, he can be the big bad. You can have the X-Men be competent, and you can still have the Brotherhood be competent. You can have like a Sabretooth that is actually a threat. Mystique that they have to find in a whole crowd full of people. you know, things like that. Like,
Yeah.
they don't have to be just like punching bags to be thrown around and stuff. They can actually be really good enemies.
Fully. No, yeah, I think as much as I think the human stuff is always my favorite X-Men stories, like I love like the politics of it all. I think your first MCU X-Men movie does need to feel so different than anything the Fox movies did. I think saving Eric. I mean, you can still have Eric, but like have him be a character. That's fine for me. But like, do something. Have your villain be like you said, like a Sabretooth or an Apocalypse. Or Apocalypse probably should save for a bit. But like your Sinister, I think would be a great choice.
No, I yeah, fully. I fully feel like the X-Men could be busy with the Brotherhood, but like he's sat there like pulling the strings and stuff, because like he plays chess with people. As much as like his whole thing is I'm a mad scientist, like the dude plays chess and people with people. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, fully. That being said, that's all I technically have for this episode. Was there anything that I didn't mention that you would really like to kind of dive into?
So I'm curious, as you said, like where it ties in. So like, if it was like running alongside the episodes that we were dealing with, because like you would think so, because like that's the whole point of the 3 episodes is like, this is what Jubilee was doing, this is what Storm was doing at that time, at least the first half, and then like you got the whole episode, like the whole thing with Genosha, and then boom, like this is people finding out on this part, this is now Storm finding out, Charles has found out, now we're going to be converging where everything's going to be pushing forward together. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's the case. So I'm really interested to see the humans' narrative on, like, because they are the aggressors, they are the issue, right? Obviously, it's being manipulated and stuff, but like they're the problem, you know. Because if there was if mutants and humans were coexisting, there wouldn't be a denial of refugees, and 2, like there'd be more systems in place for things like this to happen, especially because you would have superpowered beings being a part of the solution, you know. So there would be a lot more preemptive and defensive measures. I'm really interested to see the space war that's going to be kicked off. I wonder if that's going to be saved for season 2.
Yeah.
I want more time without Eric, right? So obviously I'm dying to have Eric back.
Agree.
We need Eric back. But we had, what did we just have? Episode 5, right?
This was 6.
6. This was episode 6, yeah, sorry. So we just had episode 6. So we had 6 episodes without a Charles. And having Eric evolve with the with Charles's ideals, right? So I want to see now that Eric has suffered a profound loss, if he will hold true to his ideals or if he will do what Eric did and borrow some of his, you know.
Right.
So there's so much to play out. There's so much. Like you said before, Storm, like she's now a force to be reckoned with, and she's not going to be tempering down her emotions. So how she's going to react to all of this, you know? And
I will say,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
That's fine. No, I mean, I will just say, I kind of wanted to talk, like, just very quickly, like the quote. There's kind of a quote between Charles and Luandra where it's like, at some point you have to step aside and watch your children like walk on their own, and then Charles was like, yes, but only if there's nothing else I can teach them. Where it's like, oh yeah, that's a line. That's a very interesting thing to think about, especially with the whole pitch of the show. Like the entire pitch of the show was like, Charles is gone and now he has to lead the crew. And like I think it's very interesting kind of from Charles' like POV to see kind of where his kids are at right now. Because, like, yes, they should move on their own, but since he's left, like, there's been an evil clone of one of his childs. One of them's died. Like, they're all kind of, they're having, like, an affair with, like, one another. Like, Morph is back. Like, there's all these different things in place where, like Morph is, or not Morph, I forget his name. Bishop's gone inside the future with one of his children's child. Like, there's so many things in place right now. They've never been in a worse spot. How is he going to react to all of these things in place now? He's left. Like, is he going to come back and be like, I should never have left? This is all my fault. Is he going to blame himself for all these stuff?
He would have been dead.
I don't know.
Right?
What's that?
He would have been dead if he's dead.
Yeah, he would have, but that won't stop him from blaming himself, being like, oh, this is my fault. I can't believe, you know. But I don't know.
See, the thing is, though, as well, is I'm assuming he and Gene are both Omega level mutants, right? Yeah. So you would think that somehow, if he was able to feel the reverberations of their death throughout space, him and Gene might have been able to stay in contact.
Sure, you would think. We don't know the range of. It seems like Charles has had no direct interaction with any of his team, and I was thinking throughout it, like, couldn't he just like leave a voicemail with his mind to be like, "Hey, Scott, how's it going? I heard you had a baby. Exactly. That's great." You know, but it doesn't seem like he has. Yeah, maybe he can't. Like, maybe it's like a Wi-Fi signal where it's like out of touch, can't contact your receiver, whatever. Like, maybe he's just too far away. But I don't know.
It's tough. But like Lalandra is right, and what you said about, like, when she said the virtue of a teacher is knowing when to walk away, like, and let them walk on their own 2 feet. And then his answer was only if the teacher is sure he had nothing left to teach him.
Yeah,
he's been with Scott and Jean for like 20 years. How bad are you at teaching, mate? You know. Come on. I get that, like, homeschooling is a bit different, but like, what curriculum is he working with?
And the thing is,
so slow.
It feels like Scott still kind of needs it. Is the weird thing, because he's kind of struggling at the moment. He's having a rough time.
See, this is the thing, right? Is I've always found Cyclops to be a bit of a d-bag. I like him. He's got like a cool power and stuff like that, and I like using him in the games. But just as a character, I always feel like they just strive to make him a big d-bag, and I don't know what it is. Like, all of the other characters are way more likable all of the time.
I think he's really interesting, though. Like, he kind of sucks most of the time, but I always enjoy when he's written well. I enjoy watching him. Like,
no, absolutely,
episode, like, he sucked last episode, but also I'm just like, but this is kind of entertaining. Like, I'm enjoying watching him flounder here.
Yeah, just watching that spectacular plane crash. Go on, you crash it, bird. Go on. Down you go.
To be fair, though, prior to these last several episodes, he wasn't doing a bad job, right? Like, episode 1, how he's been leading the team, when we actually see them all like in the field and working together, he's not doing bad. Like, they're jumping out the plane entrance sequence, and they're all, to me, my X-Men. Like, he was doing good. Like, the first 2 episodes, he was a good leader. Just on the personal side, maybe he's struggling. Maybe he needs a therapist. I don't know.
Well, because because episode 1, like, he handles business, right, and takes down Trask and gets him arrested and that, or the other guy. But like, other than doing their usual day-to-day,
sure.
After that, he, like, it's kind of just been, everybody else has just been flying by the seat of their pants, hasn't it? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen it. We actually haven't. You're right. We haven't really seen much of, like, them as a team this season. Like, the first 3 episodes we have, but like 4, 5, and now 6, they've kind of all been on their separate kind of things. You know, 4 being the Jubilee stuff, 5 being the island, and then this episode being the Storm and like Charles stuff. So I think next episode might be very important because next episode is a Cyclops episode. So I'm going to be very curious to see how they handle him next week, especially with his outcry 2 weeks ago. Like, I assume that's only going to be 10 times fold after knowing what happened to the rest of his team, like knowing the tragedy that just hit. Like, I think he might be
and
a
imagine
bit out
that
of control
though.
Next week.
Imagine that, right? So that's the narrative, right? That gets chosen. That's the last thing that a mutant has said publicly. Sat there throwing his arm out. We're better than you. You know, how is that going to be garnering any sympathy for an attack, right? Like, because, like, well, you're so much better than this. Well, how come you just got wiped out then? You know, like you're othering yourself.
Yeah. I think they really need to switch the like narrative of that though. Like, I think if people saw why he's reacting like that, like if it got out to be like, yo, he just lost a child, like you might have the narrative be like, oh, he's a grieving father. Of course he's gonna act like that, you know.
Okay, I got a question.
Do
you consider Mr. Sinister a mutant?
He's like a man-made one, right?
Yeah, he made himself, like, he mutated his own DNA, but he wasn't born a mutant, right? And his whole thing is just perfecting humans. So, like, it's kind of weird because, like, he has a horrible way of getting there, but he kind of has, like, this idealistic utopia of just everybody evolving at once. You know what I mean? So, like, but he's a horrible person. Let's not get it twisted. The guy's called Mr. Sinister, for God's sake, right? But I'm just saying, like, his ends don't, the ends don't justify the means by any stretch, right? But, like, he's trying to get humans to take one big leap forward together,
right?
And that's Bolivar Trask's issue, is that he's like, we're being left behind, right? So, like, it's interesting that those two, like, have met each other, considering that's their things, you know? And then, but they're still working against, like, all of mutant kind. Like, if Mr. Sinister's goal truly was that, and not just like a big middle finger to Magneto, like Xavier's memory and all of that, you know, then what the hell was that attack about? I'm so confused. This show, man. Oh my god.
It's great.
I'm
excited to see him through the rest of the season. Like, how it all unfold. We have a 3-part finale. I know they're gonna give us some good stuff there.
Okay, so I have a question about that. About that. Sorry to jump on you. Do you think that, like, Charles is gonna come back, boom, at the start of episode 1? It's gonna get like a fanfare from everybody. He's gonna, like, have like a little Cerebro moment where he's like, "My X-Men, I'm back on Earth. I'm okay." You know, and then everybody's gonna be happy. Or do you think they're gonna drag out his reunion with everybody where it's just tears a lot?
I kind of want them to wait to bring him back. Like, I kind of want. I don't know how they're gonna go about it because, like, can I be honest? I think next episode is still going to be no one's come back yet. Like, I think it, because, like, I think.
I mean, for the 3-part finale.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, I think next episode is still going to be kind of set, like, right after it happened. It's like, I think it's going to be like the X-Men's POV, it all happening. Like, them just seeing it, like, on the news and then being like having to reel from that. Like, I think we're going to do that. And then episode 1, I think, or the first part, I think is going to be Storm, Rogue, Nightcrawler, them all kind of gearing up at the first time since it all happened. And that's kind of how we're going to start the first part. I kind of would be fine if Charles doesn't show up until episode 3, like the final part.
I was just, as you were speaking, I was just thinking, do you think, like, he's going to show up as, like, some kind of Gandalf moment, you know, like, ironically, ironically, because obviously Gandalf was played by Magneto, right? Or
Yeah.
what was it? Was he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Magneto.
yeah, so like he could come at the end, and then like they were struggling, and then all of a sudden they see,
Sure.
thingy, and then he's like, "Oh my god! Now we have the strength and the conviction to go forward! Yay! Our hero's here!"
Right.
That'd be interesting.
But then I kind of think that
options.
I kind of think that somewhat goes against the like narrative of the season in a way. Like the point being like we can do this like without our leader, right? Like this idea that like the whole point was supposed to be like, what do they do without him? How can they keep going on, moving on? So I kind of almost wish that they could solve this thing without him, and then it comes back at the end being like, you did it without me, type of thing. I don't know.
Because I had that question, right? Because like your whole thing is consequence, especially like with like animation where it's like able to be so superhero-y, and you don't want that, right? And we were loving the show in the fact that it was brave enough to take Charles out of the equation,
right?
And then here we are, episode 6. Hello, Charles. You know, so like, how do you now feel about the show that they have decided to bring him back? Do you still feel that it's able to gonna be able to stay as deep, do you think, or do you think they're gonna lose a step?
Yeah, I don't know. I and again, like there is that worry in my brain to be like, what was the point at all? But like I have to see what they do with it. Like I don't want to be the guy being like, how dare they bring him back so soon? Before I don't even know if they're bringing him back. Maybe he gets like he's on his way back and something happened. Maybe he has to stop somewhere. Like maybe he can't go back, and then he has to be like, they have this, they got this, they can handle this type thing. I don't know. Maybe he goes to Earth in the final episode, and then he has to go back to be like, I have unfinished business up there. I got to take care of this. Because I don't want him to be a regular again. I do think that takes away from the ending of the original show. He's just back on the team, like he's leading them again. I think that takes away from both Scott and Eric as like the new leaders of the crew. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. That's another one. Eric is out there. Like there's so many characters at the moment that are just gone and heading back that I'm just curious how they do it. Like, of course, like you have Storm, you have Rogue, you have your Nightcrawler, you have Eric potentially, you have Charles potentially. We maybe have Bishop. Bishop's out there. He can come back at any time. He's still in the intro. So I don't know. With Captain America. Captain America is supposed to be showing up at some point as well. Where the heck does he fit in?
Well, the humans are going to need a champion, like because their champions can't. The humans' champions can't be the Sentinels.
Yeah, I would actually love if he comes forward after seeing the like tragedy of what happened to be like, I'm going to go help them out. I'm going to show that like we're on single ground. Like I think my buddy Logan might need some help right now.
Dude, I love
cool
that.
Way to bring him in.
I love that. That's such a good idea. That's such a good idea to find a way to show that like all humans aren't uniformly like against it, because there are people that are like on the mutant side. I feel bad calling them mutants, but that's what the shows call it,
Yeah. In which, like we say every week, how the time flies. Like we always think like, oh, we have like 8 weeks of this show, but it goes by fast. Like it zooms fast, especially when we're really enjoying a show. And this is a show, and I feel like, I don't know about you, it feels like each week I'm just being like, it's so good. I feel like everyone around me is like, you get it, you really like this show, but I'm just like, I gotta tell you how good this show is. It's like when your friend gets like in like a new like relationship, they're like, yo, I just really like this person, like I love this person, and we're like, we get it, you like it, but like it's so good. It's so good.
I keep telling people they have to give it a chance. Do you know what I mean? Because yes, it's the old show, but it's upgraded, and it really, really is. It's such a step up, and I'm loving every minute of it. Even the episodes where like, I don't know about you, but like I've been kind of trained by TV to kind of, after like a big episode, to expect like a nice quiet episode and stuff.
Yeah.
This is just running on full steam. Like even an episode where, like with Bright Eyes, where you're expecting like a whole step back, it's still giving you like a lot to deal with, and like a lot of emotion. So
Sure.
I'm absolutely loving it as much as you are, and I'm so happy it's back.
Yeah, same. It's back. It's just going away because our next 2 episodes is like a finale, right? Like we're wrapping it up. We're sending it home. But yeah, obviously spoilers for X-Men 97 season 1 episode 7 titled Bright Eyes. If you have not seen the episode, skedaddle, get out of here, leave. We're spoiling the heck out of it because that's what we're here to do. What was your opinion on episode 7 of X-Men 97? Did you like it? Did you hate it? Where are you kind of feeling on it?
Oh, love it, right? So like, because it genuinely feels like before we get started, it genuinely feels like everybody that we talk about like is watching what we make, like the videos we make, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have questions week to week, and then the next week or two, like it's answered, and it's like, how do they know this all the time, right?
Yeah.
So like, I don't want to jump too much like we usually do, but I just want to say, like, with the stuff with Charles that gets said later, like how our question gets answered later, I can't wait to dive into that, right? But for now, when it starts, like, I find it really interesting that we're kind of back to where we started. We're at grieving ground zero. You know what I mean? But this time it's genuine, and we know it's genuine. When before we didn't, and everybody else was kind of just going through the motions. Although you knew, I guess you you had some inkling, right? Because you rewatched the X-Men thing recently. You know,
yes,
it's been years, so I just assumed it was all real. So to start off in such a low place, and then have that amazing Rogue scene after was really, really, really cool.
I would
How
agree.
did you feel about Gambit saying goodbye?
Oh my gosh, I think that's my biggest takeaway from this episode was just like how this show has handled grief as a storytelling has been unbelievable to me. And like I think this show does a really good job at like you said, there's always things happening in this show. Like it's never a quiet time within the show. Like they're always doing stuff, but also they remember to take time and let characters breathe. Like I feel like a lot of shows don't get the opportunity to really do that. It's okay, we have to move on. Okay, this thing happened to this character. It's a thing, but we have to beat this villain, so we don't have time to grieve. And this show is really letting, especially Rogue in this episode, just have a moment. Like, she's not doing well. Like, she skipped the entire funeral. She's on the rampage. And, like, jumping just a little bit here. But, like, the scene in, like, the alley where Rogue is, like, passed out. And she's waking up. And, like, Kurt and the rest of the X-Men are there. And she's just, like... It feels like the first time she's getting a chance to, like, sit down with it. And be like, I can't do this. I'm having a hard time. I just lost two of the most important people in my life.
Yeah.
And how they're handling the grief and how they're letting it sit. And, you know, that's why I kept saying each week how I don't necessarily want Gambit back. And I think this episode is kind of the reason for that. Because I think, like, not to say he can't come back in a couple years once it's all said and done, stuff like that. But I think, like, the way they're letting his death sit, how it's letting it affect the entire team, how it's affected Rogue. I think if, like, episode 10, they're just like, he's back! And be like, but the whole season, you know, like, I don't think you can do that. And I think the show is showing how important consequences are. Things happen, that sucks, and we have to deal with it. But yeah, it was, I loved this episode. I really, really did.
So okay,
Sorry,
so early on, we'd see Rogue battling as like grief and more than grief as she's on the hunt for Trask.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get her attacking all of the. We get everyone was excited for the Steve Rogers cameo, and then we got Ross in there as well. You know? And I love how she's like, it's this is designed to keep something strong in, not to keep
Yeah.
anything strong out. You know, she's just there like it's.
I mean, she's Captain Marvel powers. Yeah, that's not keeping anybody out.
No. And I love it. And then, like Captain America, right? So after all of the hype, with how brief it was, but like really big for like world building. I mean, because like it's like, yes, these guys are a part of this universe kind of thing. And it's great.
Yeah.
I love that. Do you think he was so underused that he might be in the final 3? I
was wondering that. Like, I personally wish they didn't show him inside the trailer. Like, I wish they maybe would have kept that, because it was, I liked what, and you know, we can talk more about like what he did in the episode, stuff like that, and I know that's pretty controversial currently. But like, it was very much a cameo. He was a cameo in the episode, and to me the trailer implied, oh, he's going to be like part of the back half of the season. Not saying he's in every episode or anything, but I thought maybe there would have been a episode where he was maybe a center point. So maybe you're right, like maybe he does appear again in like episode 9 or episode 10. I will say, and maybe I was thinking that, okay, like my brain can sometimes go way out there, so like this is just my brain picking up. Like we've been talking about like, could they do like an Avengers show? But like just this episode, we had the Captain America cameo. They referenced the Hulk. There was a Stark tower in the background, and he's X-Men and Avengers, but we had a Quicksilver cameo, and it was like, this is basically just an Avengers show. It feels like we got all these cameos and references to the Avengers. And I think most likely that's just them kind of being like, yeah, we're part of a larger world. We're not just the X-Men. Which, like, and like the original show did that too. Like there was, you know, you had like a Captain Marvel appearance in that show, and you had some things, but relatively outside of that and the Captain America episode, they're pretty much on their own for the most of the show. They don't do a lot of these big crossovers. There's not, Hulk doesn't show up and Iron Man doesn't show up. Like I think the Spider-Man show did a lot more like cameo centric stuff and appearances from other characters. So I think this is kind of the way of being like, yeah,
teams, like there's what other teams from like space stuff, you know.
Right. So I would imagine this is just a kind of way of being like, hey, there's more out there. Hey, there's, if we want to at some point, maybe we can dive into some of that. But this is also Rogue Store, and like I was very curious going into it, because I was like, with everything going on right now, with all that we got going on, how were they possibly going to fit Captain America into this? How were they possibly going to make him work with everything else they got going on? And I think it does ultimately work. Like it does just kind of feel to me like it didn't feel necessarily like crossover. It just feels like, oh yeah, they're part of this world, and you know, not everything is going to be like a team up. It's just like they're running into each other because it's a small world, and they're going to be going on the same missions and stuff, which I think is kind of cool.
So the issue is as well is not everybody's going to agree all of the time, right? Which is how you got Civil War in the first place. But then you also get like mutants disagreeing with this is how you get the X-Men and the Brotherhood, you know?
Right.
So having Captain America as the kind of like the figurehead, you know, is really interesting choice, because it instantly puts gives like the humans like a benefit of the doubt that they don't deserve, just because of the star-spangled stripes that he's wearing,
right?
You know, and like it's using his credibility, which is what they know they're doing, which is like, oh, you're like, because you know what they're doing, so it's just like, oh, you sons of,
you
know.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people not too happy about this version of Cap so far, just in terms of like, oh, he would stand up like for the mutants, like he would go against the government. And I would say like Captain America is a character that is probably different between who's writing the character. Like some are going to be like anti-government, hey, I'm not going to follow your rules because I have the flag on, and some versions are going to be like this version that's like, well, I have no room to say, like, I can't move here because I am part of the government. I can't be siding with the mutants because that might go against the government. So, and again, maybe it's a thing that we could see him grow. Like maybe this is because I wonder, because he was in the Spider-Man show, right? He was in that show. Or no?
Yeah, we've seen it made.
Okay, cool. Because I haven't seen that show. So like the last time I've seen this version of Cap, it was in the past. So this is the first time I'm seeing him in present day. I don't know how recent he's been out of the ice. Maybe he's still learning who he is in this current world.
What's actually interesting, sorry,
Go ahead.
is that from what I remember, he's off fighting Red Skull, like in like a whole like dimension, because there's like a gun that shoots like dimensional rift things, or like they're trying something in a Red Skull and him. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I need to go back and check on that. That might be something they need to. That's an error.
Sure. But like I also think it's kind of interesting, like since this is set in like the 90s, like what are the differences between a current day Captain America set in the 90s and what is the differences from like our 2010 Captain America that we more recently used to seeing, and what are the differences there? And I would argue, like, I doubt this is the last time we see this version of Captain America. Like
yeah, I fully think he's coming back as well.
If that's end of season, if that's next season, if that's even something else completely. What was your thoughts on just kind of how they treated the character? Were you a fan of what they did with him, or were you kind of frustrated?
I think you're right. I think they're going to give him the growth from this episode, right? Because if you just like chuck Captain America in and have him come and kick in some butt that another mutant could have done, then what does that mean? Nothing. It's just fun. Great, he's in it. Woo! Yeah. Right. But where they set him up now is he's being used a little bit like he was in the first Avengers movie, the Captain America, the First Avenger. And his credibility is being used. So he could stand up and say, no, I stand, like, the Genosha incident shames us all, and I stand by that, and I'm going to go and help these people in any way that I can,
Right.
So I think that's what's going to happen, and I think you're right on that one.
Yeah, because, like, what happened? And, like, I guess everyone has kind of seen what has happened, which I was going to say, like, well, maybe the government's hiding some of it, but it was like, no, it was all over the news, so I guess he would know exactly what's going on, and he would stand, like, morally, it seems like everything Captain America stands for would be against what they've done to them. So, yeah, I'm excited to, again, I don't know if we're getting back on this season. I'd like that. I'd like if he showed up in, like, episode 9 or 10 or something, but I'm excited to kind of see where we take him going forward. We got to see the aftermath of episode 5 this episode. Like last week, we kind of got to see a little bit of it. We got to see, last week was more so getting characters' reactions to the event. Like we got to see Storm and Charles see what had happened to their family. Where this episode, we are seeing the team, our team, mourning over everything that happened. Obviously, we talked about the funeral a little bit, but our whole team goes to Genosha this episode, and we got to see the trauma firsthand. What was your thoughts on that entire part of the episode, and us getting to see like I felt like they were seeing like a terrorist attack, like they went to see the trauma of everything that just happened.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on that?
They're literally at like ground zero, kind of. So one, I liked what they threw into the episode, like, in showing us that trauma and like Darwinism can kick in even more for these people, in the fact that Emma got a whole I don't even know if it was like a power upgrade. She was just using her power in which she hadn't used it in this universe before.
Yeah.
And like went all diamond skin. So it was just, I love that little thing just shown in there that like what you're seeing now can change, because these guys are just constantly living their lives at war, you know?
Yeah.
You were right again in that Madeline has gone. I thought there was a chance, being how powerful she was, that no, but she's gone. Scott's suffering.
I'm still not convinced. I'm still thinking maybe she's somewhere. I don't know. It feels so.
Are you changing your mind now? Because before you were like, "Yep, nope, she's gone."
Was I?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Did I? I don't know. I think because I remember saying like I thought it'd be a waste to like introduce her just to kill her off instantly. You know, like I don't know if it seems almost a waste, and I think it almost makes Scott's choice easier to now just be like I'll just be with Jean because she's who's left.
No, I know, but the damage has already been done.
Yeah, that's true. I guess
that choice isn't easy. That choice isn't as easy anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. And I mean, I guess that episode kind of proves because they're still kind of like not great this episode. Like you're seeing them still go through the motions, and I guess maybe it's easier for Jean now though, knowing that she's dead, right? Because now it's like she's kind of like she's like, oh, I kind of wanted a sister. Like I was just like, I don't know. I don't know if you would have said that like last episode when you thought she was alive. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But I do still really love like their struggle. Like I do think it feels real to me. Like it's very soapy, right? Like what they're going through is a very soap opera type storytelling. I think that's fine. But it also does feel like a real relationship and the way real relationships operate of like we're not doing well, but we're also not actively like fighting. We're just trying to navigate whatever this is, and we're trying to make it past. And
I don't even know if they're together anymore.
Oh yeah,
I like because like if you spend like so much trying to get back to what you were,
sure,
and have lost where you are, and you know what I mean, and then you go back to there, then you're just so far behind, like you're just starting off on like a super back foot. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know.
And Scott's also just like still grieving a child along with everything else. Like he's grieving his child. He's trying to lead this broken team in a nation that is not in a great space. You know, for the mutants, they're just not doing well. And I think he's just like holding on at a thread by this point and trying to like keep it together for the team. And he's actually doing better than I thought he would be doing. Like we said last week, I was like, I think Scott might kind of blow up next episode. And I was like, he did better than I thought he would actually do. Like he's leading his team. He's doing his responsibility, which kudos for him. Because I feel like he could go the other direction if he wanted to.
So that's a kind of like question I have, right? So like, yeah, he's missing his baby, right? So like it's kind of like Monarch, right? I'm kind of drawing that parallel with Chico, right? When she was in the other place, okay? So like, yeah, she's upset about missing like parts of her child's life, but once Cyclops realizes that's Cable,
yeah,
like shouldn't that go? I mean, I understand Cable having those feelings, like, oh, I miss my parents. You know, I didn't have that growing up. Like, I get that. But if I get missing your kid, but like, if you know they're off, like in the future, and they're being raised right, and they're like this and this and this, and you send them off to give them the best future, like, surely that lessens it like a lot. You see that he's great.
Yeah.
Like, you get the confirmation that you made the right choice, you know. So it's not like he's left wondering now anymore. I mean, he has Cable, and now works it out as well. He's like, all of this time, you know, like, which makes me just wonder: has he never looked that man in the eye?
Yeah, Cable.
Yeah,
has Cable looked at Scott? You mean?
Yeah, because like that's how he noticed it, isn't it? He's like, he looked him in the eye and was like, Nathan, you know? So like, and then he's like, you've been kicked like, all of this time, you know? So then like, that makes me wonder, has Cyclops just never looked Cable in the eye? Ever?
Sure. To be fair, this is the first time they're interacting since Nathan's been born, right? Like, this is the first time.
Dude, okay, right. Real good point right there.
And also, I like the scene that he's like, "You're not her. Like, stop. You're like, you're not my mom." That's like, oh, that gave me like stepmom vibes. Just like, you're not my real mother. My mother, yeah, that gave me that vibe. But it's valid. Like there's probably clearly still like this, like, why do you get to live but she died type thing. So maybe that does further the idea that she died there. Like that's why Cable went to that event, because her mother. She died in the event, maybe. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm just so interested how they fix this, because, like, do you think? Okay, so here's a question on like fixing it. Do you think they're going to go full comic book and there's no consequences to anything that's happened, or do you think they're only going to like fix it and survive, or partially fix some stuff?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't think we do any of it this season, if I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know if we like Days of Future Past of this season, because we got a lot we're dealing with in these last 3 episodes. I feel like it's mainly going to focus on the things that we've dealt with in these, the final couple minutes with the final, and we can get there once we get through some of this other stuff. But like, I don't know. I think they might save the Days of Future Past stuff, the Cable stuff, the Bishop stuff, which Bishop just full on, she's just gone.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know. I think again,
right?
Sorry.
Those are gold mines that you're talking about saving. So it would make sense to save it. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I've given my piece on what I think. I'd rather if they didn't fix some things, but you're definitely right. Like, there's the idea they try and fix things and they make it worse. Maybe this time Rogue dies with them and they're like, oh no, we made it worse. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe like Kurt dies instead. I don't know. Maybe they save them all. I've definitely heard the theory as well. Like, we don't go back in time and fix Gambit, but like we like make him, like we turn him into like Death or whatever. Like you have like Sinister come in here and like do some experiments on him and he comes back all weird. Like, that's a theory that's been going around.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's cool.
Let's see.
Because he would because the amount of energy he has, like turning him into an ally would be massively profitable for Sinister.
Sure. And that's his whole thing, is like making them different, right? Just like doing the experiments and stuff on the different mutants and stuff like that. So I could see if they went that route. Let's talk about Trask a little bit, because we got the return of Trask this episode. And he calls him up and he's like, yo, I did this. We need to talk. We need to talk about what happened. What was your thoughts on that kind of part of the story and getting to interact with him and what Rogue ultimately did to him?
Yeah. I wasn't really surprised. I was not really ready for that, if I'm honest. Kind of like, yeah, it makes sense that she went that way. Would you call? Okay, this is a off subject, but would you call the X-Men a cult?
A cult?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Kind of cult, right? Because they kind of have to all start believing Charles and like have to like fall in line with his beliefs, right? Or they're just not fully welcomed. You know what I mean? Like they're kind of welcome, but not fully welcome and not a full part of the team kind of thing.
Sure.
And yeah, and they, they get him young. Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't call it a cult. I just think it's like a membership with super strict rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's just like she's gone against like the whole not just X-Men doctrine, but like the hero 101. You do not kill, you know.
Right.
But it's just like the reason I talk about the cult thing is because like it's not like Shazam where they're individually chosen or say like Iron Man who went through a trauma and then was like, right, I'm gonna now take up a mantle and a whole power set and I'm gonna seek out justice for everybody and myself, right? So like these guys for the most part have been ostracized from communities, and like the ideals that they have to work through are put upon them. Like the no kill rule, that I'm not going to take revenge, that might not be how Rogue truly feels.
Yeah.
That's Charles's rules. Do you know what I mean? So it's not like too far beyond the realm of possibility for me to believe that she would do this. So I'm not like, oh no, this is our character. What you doing? Yeah, boo. You know? How do you?
No, fully. I think it kind of even goes further into like what we heard last week with Charles, where it's like you need to let them grow on their own. But it's like, what if there's more they still need to learn? And I think it is very interesting, like without Charles, how each individual character is kind of going in their own kind of direction. I think Scott and Rogue are like the two at the forefront. Without Charles there, they're kind of, and even Beast within this episode, I think they're all kind of like, was Charles right? And even episode 2, where it's like, you're finally understanding what I've known for years, is that Charles was not always right, or whatever, right? And I feel like that might be the main theme of the season, is like, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Like, what are they going to do when they're out in their own world? They're going to make their own mistakes, their own casualties. And it does kind of feel like at the end there, like, the team wasn't, most of the, like, Morph was like, what did you do? But most of the others were kind of like, we don't hate this. You know, like Logan was like, yeah, that's what we're all thinking. Like,
yeah.
We were kind of, even Scott was just like, I don't know, I don't like this, but I don't just, you know, like, I disagree, but I don't not like this. Yeah.
I don't need to hear. I have to say this, but inside I'm like, yes.
Yeah. It's also just, you know, like, this is also all being done under grief and like stress, and like Rogue's clearly also not in the right headspace at the moment, which
but to say,
doesn't like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, just to say that if you say Charles weren't right, his whole thing is mutants will be accepted through virtue, right? We don't have to force it upon people. I don't think he's wrong.
No,
I don't think he's wrong. The issue is, it's like most cultures, especially people, kind of operate like the Shia and all of that. Do you know what I mean? And like, you have to join us and assimilate it, kind of thing, you know, and not like flourish in your own endeavors and just intermingle and things like that, you know. And so there is like an inevitable conflict when it comes to trying to bring two different groups of people together, which there shouldn't be, obviously. But it's the question is, how far does that go? Does it go like, is this the line? Are we at the line of where it stops, or does it go full like Magneto level?
Yeah,
we'll get the answer at the end of this season / season 2, episode 1.
Yeah, it's also tough because like for most stories, I feel like there is a line, like there is a law, like, hey, do not kill, hey, don't do this, don't do that. But those are also the same laws that are hurting them. Like, there should be the law about no killing, but the government's killing us. So does that law still apply to us? Are we even humans. So like the argument that like, oh, like mutants are humans. So if we're not humans, should we have to abide by the law that humans have set? Like, those are conversations that are probably going through a lot of their heads. And I think, especially I think Cyclops is like reconsidering all of it and what he does believe. And has the world changed since Charles has left? Because I'd argue it has. I'd argue that this event is changing a lot for them. And again, I think it's going to be very interesting when Charles does come back. Like, what is he going to think about what's going on? What would he do in this situation? And I do think with a lot of the X-Men stories I've seen, that's the fun thing, where it's like Charles isn't always right. Like, he makes mistakes. Sometimes he's too far to the one side. And it can hurt them. So, I don't know.
I feel like he's the same like morality as like Superman, like just everybody just get along. No harm needs to be had by anybody. Everybody just sit down and talk it out. Yeah. And I think somebody needs to be that in the room.
Yeah.
So I don't hate Charles for doing that and being that.
No.
Because I feel like that's what everybody should be striving to be. But everybody gets caught up in their own noise, which is ironic because Charles is the one with the most noise happening.
Right.
And he doesn't get caught up in any of it. He's the one sitting there saying, everybody, let's just chat.
And it's weird because I think like normally that would be Beast. Like, I would say the like next one down to be like that would be Beast. And then even this episode, he's just like, but maybe Magneto's right kind of way, right? Like, maybe Charles's vision wasn't what was supposed to be done. Like, I think they're all just kind of going through a phase of doubting everything. And that's what grief does. Grief makes you doubt everything that you know about your life. It makes you reconsider all of it. Which,
Sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
But I just want to quickly say back to what you were saying before about like whether the rules will apply to the mutants because they're not technically humans, they're Homo superiors. If that's the word, that's what like obviously Eric calls it. Whether that's what sticks, we'll see.
Right.
But like as well, those that punish mutants, those that hurt mutants, will they be punished?
Yeah.
Because of the fact. Because Trask was arrested, but where he ended up, that looked pretty swanky. That was a real nice little place he was in, and that wasn't a prison cell where he should have been.
Yeah, you're right. And even like you have the element with like the president at like the start of the episode being like, "Hey, there's nothing we can do," and it's like, but if this was a more human place, would you send more help? Would you keep sending like resources, or is it all about getting like reelected? And then the element of like, well, yeah, but like you'll want me because there could be someone in place who doesn't like mutants so much. But it's like, should that be the goalpost? Like, should it be like the bare minimum? I don't know. It's tricky, and I think like X-Men story is always so fascinating to me because there's not always necessarily like a right way. Like, I feel like you're going to see like 2, 3, 4 different characters, and they could all technically be right, but it's more so which one do you believe in? Which one do you think like makes the most sense to you in a way? So it's a lot, man. It truly is.
Sorry, can you go back to what you said 2 seconds ago? It's just I had a thought on it, and it's just completely slipped out my mind.
Part.
My mother hacking away in the other room, dying. Let me just quickly go check.
Part?
Sorry, 2 seconds.
Okay, cool. I do just kind of want to bring up while he's gone. Just I love Kurt being here. I'll talk with this all the live long day, but like I love that he's with us now. I love that he's part of what's going on. I kind of like did really go over the Rogue and Nightcrawler stuff, like just how much I loved what that meant for Rogue, but I loved the like back and forth of Kurt and Rogue, and I think Kurt is exactly what she needs at the moment. She needs that brotherly figure. She needs someone that as morally ground as Kurt. And I do think it's even sadder when, you see what Rogue does at the end of the episode, and it's like, oh, maybe it's a good thing Kurt wasn't there at the end there, because I don't think he would have approved. I actually think Kurt probably would have went down and saved Trask, right? I think he would have went down and protected him or tried to stop him.
Sorry, where are we? What did I miss?
No, I was just kind of talking about like Nightcrawler throughout the episode and how much I liked their dynamic, the like brother and sister that they have. And how much I think he just adds to the show. Like, I love that he's here now. I love that. And I was also saying that it's a probably good thing he wasn't there at the final fight, because I think he probably would have saved Trask. Like, he would have like popped in and be like, nope, I'll save you.
Yes. Yes.
What was your opinion on, and I think it's Trask, right? That's the right character that I'm talking about?
Yeah. I believe so,
Trask? Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, after Rogue just kind of lets him drop, he turns into a human sentinel, which was such a twist. I wrote PTSD with the show, because it's like, things just keep exploding. Like, that happens, and the building explodes. It's like, what's happening now? I can't take any more death. What was your opinion on the human sentinel?
Surprised. Like, I'm surprised how many variants they have. And something has been revealed, something has been revealed, and I don't want to be like too spoilery with it. So I don't want to say too much. But I love it. How did you feel about it?
No, I love that fight scene, and like we praise it every week, but the fight scenes on the show are next level. Like, week after week, it just gets me excited every time when they. And it's been a couple episodes since we've had like a full-on group fight scene. Like, it's been episode 2, episode 3, I guess would be. No, I think it was episode 2 was the one where it was like the whole team was there fighting as a whole unit. And how cool they are and how different everyone's powers is. I love Morph's like Quicksilver fight scene. Although he confuses me, because sometimes I feel like he can, like, I'm pretty sure how it usually is he can't use other people's powers, but then he used Quicksilver's powers. So he could just take people's powers, I guess, right?
They're physical ones. So like he can't do Scarlet Witch and her powers.
Okay.
So if he could do the blob and the bounce because his was a physical power, and a big belly. He can run as Quicksilver. He could probably turn into the Juggernaut and run, but then I don't know because of the crystal, so I don't know on that one. But like can't turn into Magneto and just start using his stuff.
Sure.
So
that's mental. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, no, it was a great fight scene. I love Scott. Like, I love the way Scott's how they've been using Scott's powers this season. So good. I think they're doing a great job with him. And like the thing where like they took out Rogue. We gotta give we can't hold back here. And that's a feat to be like Rogue canonically in this episode seems like she's stronger than the Hulk, right? Like that's what they established at the front of the episode, and then to be like, this Sentinel took out Rogue. We can't hold back on this thing. And I think they've done a really good job, because I think in the original series they felt scary sometimes. Like even like the first episode is Morph getting kidnapped by like a Sentinel and stuff like that, and his whole thing with PTSD. I think that's all great, but they are truly making the like Sentinels a big threat in this show. Like they are making them terrifying. So when one does show up, we know, oh my gosh, this is a big deal. They've killed members of our team by this point. They've taken out Rogue. Like they're not no small thing. We gotta be fearful of these things, which I think has been pretty cool.
And smart.
Smart, very much. And I think it kind of just ties in with the twist at the end, with the reveal of like the big bad that is seemingly of the season, or these final 3 episodes. It's been kind of pulling the strings. Now I'm going to be completely transparent with y'all. I like X-Men based on things that the movies and TV shows I've watched. I haven't read many comics. I did not know of this villain prior to this episode. Did you know about this villain, or were you kind of in the dark with me?
Bastion?
Yes.
Yeah, in the dark.
Yeah, I had to be like when that scene was happening, I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's scary. who are you? I don't, like, typically, because it was shown off in a way where, like, comic fans are going to be like, oh my gosh, it's him, right? I didn't have that moment because I didn't know, but for the more research I went into, it seems like they are a evolved sentient.
That's what I didn't.
Right?
Yeah, so that's the spoilery thing I didn't want to.
Spoilers, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I'm glad you said it. So like, like this is what you were talking about, Sentinels, and I was like, well, I like him, but I didn't want to be too spoilery.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, dude, like we got like a human Sentinel. Like, oh my god, how is that gonna work? And then especially with like the second most galactic powerful psychic coming back to Earth, I genuinely think he's gonna find a way to help, like make him less Ultron, more Vision. You know, so I'm just fully excited. Whether that is the case or like programming doesn't allow for that, like how much of his mind is for human space, I don't know. I'm just so intrigued by all of it. It's great.
Yeah, like I don't know anything about the character. I have no idea what he's capable of, but like every time I looked him up just to be like, wait, what's his name again, it always comes up with like one of their one of their most like powerful villains, like one of the X-Men's most powerful villains. And so it's just like, yeah, that's kind of what this episode was giving off, like one of the biggest threats they've ever had to face. And I think Sinister being like the lackey here kind of shows proof to that. Like, and I'm kind of glad they did that, because like I was okay with it being Sinister, but at the back of my mind last week I was kind of like, this doesn't kind of feel like his like MO though. Like it didn't feel like what he typically would be doing. I was kind of feeling like, so it makes a lot more sense that there was someone else behind the scenes, like pulling all the strings.
It's literally like you're reading my mind, right? Because I was about to say, like it's crazy that he went for like mechanics. Do you know what I mean? And then tried to like marry them, because his whole thing is to be making humans superior with mutant genes,
right?
So to be used in such a way is really fascinating. It makes you really like appreciate like how powerful this person must be.
Sure. Yeah, no, like it's weird because we're like, okay, it's Trask. Oh no, it's Sinister. Oh no, it's this guy. Like it's this trail. It's not just like one person kind of being the throat, which I think is fun, because I feel like that's almost how it works like in the real world, where it's not always just like one guy. It's like this guy using this guy, using this guy, using this guy. And the actor is great. Like I forget his name at the top of my head, but like he's an actor I love in everything that he's in. Every time I see him like in the show or movie, I always get very excited. And I think he has such that like he has that villainous. It's weird because he's a very charming actor. Like the actor has that kind of like smooth like butter voice, but also he's very like scary sounding. Like you're like he comes across as trusting, but you know you can't trust him. And then the final scene of like the episode where we find out that Eric's alive, which I mean, we've been saying that for weeks now. We're like, Eric's not dead.
Yeah.
How do you think that he like survived? Like, how do you think he got him?
I don't know. Because like the fact that he's now been captured, I'm really worried about the green little dude. And I'm really hoping that he made a quick escape before said capture.
Yeah. Survivor's guilt, man. I can't imagine being like, those kids died, but you got me. Damn it, you know. And like Madeline, like maybe he has Madeline as well somehow. I don't know. Maybe she's too powerful to keep around. Like maybe you're like, nah, she's a psychic. She's like a level 5 mutant or like whatever. Let's take her out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the fire got her first, because like Cable gave up like really quickly.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm still kind of keeping out hope, but she might be gone. I think she might be gone. I completely forgot to talk about it previously. I do want to talk about and this is the last kind of main thing I have in my notes here. I have the Jubilee and Sunspot arc of the episode.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow! Yeah, dude. Wow! I'm so
Boy,
glad
oh boy. I mean, we've talked about it in weeks prior how we thought like Sunspot was like this like allegory for like the LGBTQ plus world. And this episode like nailed that in the head of like, oh yeah, that's what they're doing. Like to the whole point of like, we accept you, like we love you, but they won't love you, so you gotta keep that part of your life hidden. Which just personally like
okay, so did you take that as a genuine we accept you, right? Because like it's fully easier to say I accept you knowing everybody else won't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like you just put on a nice face of like, yeah,
Right.
yeah, no, that's great, but you keep that under wraps, you know? So it's I don't know. I felt really iffy with it because I felt really, really, really good, and then rug pull, you know. And then I was just like, oh, that feels real shady, like red flag.
No, fully. Like, to be, like complete transparency. Like, this stuff kind of hit like home for me. Like, this is real stuff that, like, you know, I didn't deal with that exact thing, but I've dealt with like kind of in the same ballpark of like, not everyone's going to feel that same way, right? Not everyone, and like, that's a really good point. Where like, you can say that we accept you, but do you really? If you did fully accept me, then you wouldn't be hiding me. You wouldn't want me to be keeping this a secret. You wouldn't want this part of me hidden. Like, you don't fully accept me because you're not letting everyone else accept me. And, you know, in fairness, and, you know, this can go for, like, the LGBTQ world as well as mutant world. Like, there is also an element of, like, safety involved, I would also assume. Like, I bet, like, if I had a child that was a mutant, you know, obviously I'd want them to be happy. But there is also in my head, I'd probably thinking, yeah, but there was a whole island of them that just got murdered. Like, there is probably a fear involved. And there's a bit of that in, like, the real world with that as well. Like, it can sometimes be dangerous to be your true, authentic self. That is...
Like, yeah.
That's like, the world...
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wouldn't that be the first thing you mentioned, though, and not the stock price?
Oh, truly. No, fully. Yeah, no. Like...
She is a monster. She is a monster. Yeah. Oh,
no, that sucks. No, like, it's just like, oh, you son of a bitch. Of course that's what you care about in this situation.
Yeah.
Of course. Like,
because, as you're saying, I understand, like, there's your personal life, right? And your personal life and your business, you ideally keep them separate. That changes a little bit when you become a public figure, and there's some things you have to be aware of, right? But then you're asking the question of, what's the price of my identity? And that's a really interesting choice that I think a lot of people might be even answering now, you know, as celebrities in the real world, you know?
Yeah. Man, you're so right. And, like, I almost think it's worse than, like, other parents in this world. Like, Jubilee's, like, a foster parent, right? Their whole thing was based on fear. They were afraid of her daughter. They were afraid of what she can do, how it will affect her family. And I think there is, like, you know, screw her parents, they suck. But, like, there is a bit of that where, like, I can understand you being afraid. Or, you know, even in other aspects, like, I think it's Bobby's parents in, like, X2 are, like, I do think there's a fear of their child's life. Being like, you can hide this part of your life, right? Like, it's not safe to be a mutant. Like, I can understand that. Where his mother here is like, we got some money to make. Like, we don't want to lose a couple bucks on shareholders. Like, I feel like that's even worse than what a lot of these other parents are. It's, oh my gosh. Yeah, no. And
it's a performative and unreal ally, you know? And it's a really quick way for the show and the animators and everybody to show that, You know,
Mhm.
instead of having like a whole like drawn out argument, like she ripped his heart out of his chest with one sentence. You know, and she's
I think that's all the notes I have for this episode. Do you have any kind of theories going into these final 3 episodes? Obviously, this is going to be. I feel like it's going to feel like a movie. It's an hour and a half left of content. It's going to be like an animated film almost. Do you have any theories? Do you have anything you want to see in these final couple episodes?
I don't know, right? I kind of like have a feeling that they could do the Bastion stuff, like tease him as a bigger bad for season 2. Like, because right now all of his like machinations have worked him through Sinister, so like he can reveal himself and then like be more of a threat kind of thing.
Sure.
Charles has to come back, but then like how like he is galaxies away. I mean, so there's that travel time he has to worry about.
Yeah.
Even with the wonderful technology advances this year are, he's not just going to turn up to like the next day, you know. We have to free Magneto, but how does anybody even know that the man's going to be alive? The green guy. There you go. That's how we keep him alive. He can tell everybody that Magneto's still alive.
Bleach. He's like, I found them, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And then I'd like to see the start of the rebuild of Genosha. And then I'd like to see more of like the public side of it, because at the moment the human element we've only seen like reporters and UN people. We haven't seen like real people on the ground dealing with everything, except to have them all running away, you know, like when Sentinels attack, which anybody would do. So there's so much to be done. I also want to see other mutants that aren't X-Men, you know, like I want to see your Sabretooth. I want to see your Mystique. I want to see other people like Omega Red and things like that. I want to see like just real randomers, you know, like just real people, random people that you wouldn't like think you'd be like seeing. So take the opportunity that like, you know, the MC aren't going to use it, you know, even in What If. So like, go nuts, you know. You have the whole character board to use, so feel free.
Yeah, fully. Like, I don't know if any of that's going to happen in these final 3, because I would just imagine they're really focused on the story. But I think like this season, I think has been a great foundation for what the future of this show can be, and I think kind of like bringing everyone back in, setting a foundation, being like, hey, these are all these characters that was mistreated, maybe not mistreated in the proper show, but like mistreated by the Fox movies, mistreated, not given as much screen time in the original show, giving them that platform. And then hopefully season 2, we can do a lot more of these bigger storylines. There are, as good as it is, they're just impossible to get every X-Men even screen time. Like, I've been craving more Beast content. I know that people like Logan hasn't had an episode, which I personally have enjoyed, because I thought like the original did a lot with Logan. The movies definitely did a lot with Logan. I am totally fine Logan taking a backseat in this show. But like next season, I'd love a Morph episode. Like, there's just so many episodes, so many storylines I want to see. Again, I'd love to see more Captain America. It's just like, we love all of it so much, and we want to see these storylines get told so much more. And you're right, like, I'd love to see like a Mystique and a Sabretooth. And Sabretooth was in the original show a lot, so it is actually kind of crazy that he hasn't made like a proper, like, he was in like, it felt like at least like 3 or 4 times a season. Like, he was always around, you know, messing with Logan and stuff like that. And Mystique, I'm shocked hasn't showed up, especially with Nightcrawler and Rogue being such a prominent force. Like, I would not be shocked if she shows up within these next couple. just to show her head. I was kind of thinking like she was at like the meeting. Like I thought like one of those people could have been her in like a disguise. You know what I mean?
That'd have been
I don't-
great, especially if like she was on the UN or something.
Right. That's kind of what I was thinking. That's
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
something she'd do. I am very excited. And I assume this will happen next week. I am curious to see how the Storm storyline kind of comes together with our storyline. I've missed her on the team. She's had one episode like actually on, I guess 2 episodes actually on the team. I'm excited to see her back with our crew again. Like you said, how they do Charles, like I'm thinking maybe he arrives at the end of the season. Like maybe that's how you end the season, is him returning to Earth.
And then like dun dun dun, because you had those people finding out. Do you remember?
Yes, we didn't talk about that either. Yeah, you're right.
So it's like they're kind of right. The X-Men do have a lot to answer for.
Mm-hmm.
How are they going to?
Yeah, why do
for
you
that?
think they were lying about it? Like, do you think there's a reason they were lying to like the public about his death?
I don't know. Like, grief is an interesting way to like try and ingratiate yourself with people.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's true.
like feel sad. Like it helps people on the X Factor for sure, right?
Mm.
But just to say that your mentor's gone now, like everybody has to feel a certain way about you when they already felt like a whole different way. I don't know.
Maybe it's a thing where like the public assumed he was dead because they saw him get shot on TV, and they just didn't correct them. Like they didn't be like, no, actually, he just went up to space in a giant thing with some aliens. Like it was just easier to be like, yeah, he's dead because like in their knowledge, he's never coming back, so he may as well be dead. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like the way we left him was like, yeah, he can never come back to Earth, was what they kind of thought. So like even in the mansion, they were just kind of going under the assumption that he was dead, even though they knew it was a chance that he'd still be up there kicking or whatever. I don't know. It's
like they know about it, right?
They know that he's up there somewhere, I think.
Like I'm saying, like this Earth is aware that aliens exist.
I would think so. You have like Mojo and stuff like that I assume. Again,
But-
I don't remember what all Spider-Man did.
Spider-Man, yeah, okay, but this is the thing, right? So, like, I had somebody checking in Spider-Man. Captain America does disappear with Red Skull.
Okay.
In a machine, like, and they're gone, like, in time in another dimension. I don't know, but
Oh wow. Okay.
so it's not completely
Mm-hmm.
rigid as a connection.
Sure. Yeah, I
So
don't know.
That would
It's
be a
also
reason
kind of.
why.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, my fault. It's just that to say that if they're having trouble accepting mutants,
Mm.
then the reality of aliens might be even harder for them. Or that could be a way to unite people with mutants. You know?
Yeah.
Say, hey, listen, this universe is far bigger than anything we're dealing with here. Like, you know, there's galaxies upon galaxies. Like, we can help each other. You know, like my God, like think about mutants at NASA.
Mm-hmm.
Speed everything right up.
It's also so like I always think it's the interesting part like about the X-Men where it's like you have characters like Spider-Man, you have characters like, you know, your Captain America and your Iron Man, and they're praised. People love Spider-Man. Spider-Man he's practically a mutant. His DNA has altered DNA and he's given powers. He is like so close to being a mutant, but people and I guess not everyone loves him, right? Because he's still like a menace to society, whatever. But like a lot of people love Spider-Man. Like he is praised up among the heroes where mutants are like scum to the earth. It's all about like perspective, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'm excited.
That's the question I have for the MCU because, like, as we're dealing with now, like, anti-mutant sentiment is like a real thing. How are they going to deal with that in a world where everybody venerates the superheroes?
Yeah. Well, I think that's going to change. I think we're not to dive into MCU stuff, but like I think like Daredevil is going to be the start of that, because we've heard like Fisk is going to maybe become mayor, and he's going to launch like an anti like vigilante law against characters like Spider-Man and Daredevil and Hawkeye and stuff like that. And I think maybe the Thunderbolts is the start of that. Like I think like Captain America 4 with Ross and like building out like the Thunderbolts and everything with Daredevil. I think we are paving the way for like anti-superhero laws, like and we were kind of heading towards that with like Civil War in a way, right? It was like you join the government or you
did that.
Was that?
I was literally about to say, do you not think that Civil War already covered that?
Yeah, a little bit, but maybe it's like the outlaw of that, or it's like I don't know. It's weird because like we got to it a little bit in She-Hulk being like, yeah, they shut that down after the snap and all that stuff, right? It was shut down, but maybe we open it back up. With like Young Avengers and stuff like that coming up, like there's gonna be a lot of young superheroes, and then I assume there's gonna be an argument of like, should these young kids have powers? Like, how dangerous is that? I don't know. We'll see. There's also just like Secret Wars as well that can kind of like be a restart for things that they want it to be. Like they could be like, the MCU history is a bit different now. Maybe we've always hated superheroes. I don't know. There's a lot of things they could do with it. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to be wrapping up today's episode. Loved episode 7. Cannot wait for episode 8, 9, and 10 of the season. We're at the end.
Of course.
We're at the finish line. Part 1 of our 3-part finale, which I kind of miss these like multi-part finales that shows used to do. I feel like a lot of shows don't do that anymore. But like this is such on brand for like the X-Men, where they would just have like 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 or 6 part episodes, especially to wrap up their season. So I think that's definitely kind of staying in line with what the original show would do. But like always, if you have not seen X-Men 97, episode 8 especially, leave, get out of here, skedaddle. We're spoiling it. We're getting in all the nitty-gritty of our favorite characters. Darth, obviously we talked a little bit about this on your stream on Friday, which was a lot of fun. I was so happy to be back.
It's good to have you. It's good to have you.
Of course. But what was your overall thoughts on episode 8 of X-Men 97?
Just wow. Honestly, wow. They just keep raising the bar more and more, honestly, each week. And it's not to say that like each episode is always like better than the last that came before it. They're just all really, really good and keep adding on to the amazing foundation that has already been laid, and just adding more context and depth and like emotion and story and just like gravitas of the whole project. I love all of it.
I agree.
How did 8 grip you?
No, I thought 8 was great. I truly did. That's actually a really good point about like there's not really one that's better than the other. Like I think our brains sometimes, especially in the kind of the world we're in, we're like, let's rank things. Let's put things in order how we like them. And I'm a big fan of ranking, but I think there are some times where things don't need to be ranked. Where sometimes a thing can just be good, and it feels like this full-fledged project where it was not like, oh, this episode was down here and this episode was right here. It does feel, and again, I've gave grievances with like episode 4, but like even then, like I think like episode 4 is still like a 9 out of 10. Like it's still just this across the board great season of TV so far.
What was 4? No show or
4 was the Jubilee one. Yeah, the
Jubilee
Mojo
and Storms. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Which was still a great episode, I thought. Like I wasn't like, oh boo. Like it was still great. But yeah, no, like clearly this is like, and I'm gonna keep saying this. I said this over on news the other day. It feels like the first act of a movie. I think this episode is gonna be even better when I have part 1, part 2, and 3 in front of me, because it does just feel like, chapter 1 of it. We're gonna get chapter 2 in a couple days. And then the finale. I can't even imagine what they're going to do with the finale. But yeah, I mean, okay, so let's just kind of get started. I'm going to start at the beginning of this. We had the Scott and Nathan drama. Like, I'm really glad that Nathan's here. I'm super happy he's involved with the show. There's a really fun, I think, back and forth that they've had, because like there's a bit of like, oh, you're not my real mom. Oh, like you're not my real father. You left me, Dad. A bit of that. But I think it's even funnier to hear that like Nathan's like seemingly significantly older than both Scott and Gene at the moment. So like I think he's having his like teenage angst moment, because he couldn't have it when he was an actual teenager or even a child. But he's just like a goddamn 60-year-old man just having a temper tantrum for the last 2 episodes, which have been really fun to watch. Where are you with Nathan and him being here and just his like incorporation into the show so far?
I'm gonna be honest, I've never really been much of a Cable fan. Like, he's just a guy that's been there.
Sure.
He always had a very 90s look, with like all the extra pouches and like the hard metal and stuff, and it's fine. It's fine. He, he's always grumpy as well. Never a sunny peach to be around. So
sure,
I don't know. It was a struggle. So, but I honestly, he's doing so well. He's doing so well, and it's really nice to see them as a family. Gene's very motherly, sitting there telling them both off, and then you get the wonderful father-son moment when they're showing off their powers and working together. It's just all really, really good. It's working so well. It really is. Because, again, without Days of Future Past and stuff, like, Cable's a difficult character for me. Because of just how grim everything is with the storyline,
Right.
But he's doing really well. What about you? Do you like Cable?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have like a massive history with Cable or anything. Like, obviously, I love him inside the Deadpool movies. I think he's in Evolution as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was pretty good in there as well. But I think this is definitely the most I've been into it, because I do think they're tackling it from a very interesting POV, because this is the first time we're getting to see it from like Scott's view, at least in like the shows and movies that we put out. Like, Cable has always just been like, oh, that guy like from the future that comes back, right? Where here it's like we are first seeing Nathan be born, then he gets sent into the future and see how hard that was for Scott, and now we're seeing him come in, which I think, because again, like in the original show, like he's just like a guy, like he's just a guy from the future. Like they don't go into.
Dude, do you know what's just landed in my head? How you've explained it. He is the opposite side of Bastion on the coin. We're seeing his past, present, and future.
Right.
All happening at the same time, which is how Bastion was created.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's a trip, dude. The layers on this show, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
They are clever.
Yeah, and it's tough. It is tough for Cable, I imagine, to come back here and experience all this. And I did really appreciate. I mean, I don't know if we talked too much about this so far in years, but like they did really go into the fact that like, because the theory we've been having around this last couple of weeks is like, oh, is Cable going to go back and save Gambit? Right? Are they going to be able to go back in time and save him? And they seem to establish here you can't fix that point. They kind of explain it as like a fixed point in time, right? Yeah. As like each time you go back, time will spit you back out because it can't be fixed.
They literally mentioned Doctor Strange's people in Carmitage,
right?
And fixed points, which is what the ancient one was getting at with Doctor Strange.
Sure. Yeah. No, for real. And like. That was an interesting point to me, because that kind of made me feel, I guess, giving my point of view a bit like a validation a little bit, because I've been very much like, don't bring him back, at least right away, keep him dead for a while, and that was them being like, yep, for now he is dead. Not to say we can't bring him back Elseworld, right? Like we're in a comic book show. Bring him back as a zombie, bring him back from the dead, put him in a freaking pit or some kind. Like, there's ways you can still do that without time travel. But this tells us it won't be, if he comes back, it won't be because of like a Days of Future Past situation. Which I would say is the same for Madeline, which I think this episode very much cements Madeline is dead. Madeline, because that's something we also were talking about in past weeks. Where like, could Madeline be inside a pit somewhere? Could she be in like a lab that they're testing on? And it seems like through through Cable, she is in fact dead, or at least to future records, she is dead.
Well, yeah, because Jean felt it through Cable.
That's true as well, I guess.
Which I think was a lovely way to close that off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because they could have just had her name in with the records and stuff, but like they had that psychic connection, and she felt what Madeline felt, which has been their whole thing the whole time. You know what I mean? And obviously not having that since she woke up, you know, and then in her final moment she felt that, you know, and it's just crazy good, this show.
And it was a great line to be like, not a line, but I guess a thing to put in, like, that's why she was happy when she died, because she got to meet her son. Like, that is such a terrible way to look at it, but like this idea of being able to find joy in even the darkest of times, and in her death she found happiness knowing that her son was alive and well in the future. Like, oh,
asterisk. Asterisk on alive and well.
Well, alive, maybe not well.
Yeah.
No, it was a great. I would say in general, I think this is one of Jean's best episodes of the season. I think she was great. I think from like her stuff, and she's been great this season. I thought she's been a massive upgrade to what she was in the original show, and giving her stuff to do has been great. But like, absolutely. I thought her stuff in the intro, being like giving Scott the like pep talk, being like, yeah, this is his way of reaching out to you. Like, in his own ways, he's coming back here to fix things and stuff like that. Like, I thought that was so great. Nice. I loved the conversation with Kurt and Jean. Oh my gosh, Kurt. It's so good. Yeah. He's so good.
He's so nice. He's so nice. I love that dude. He's always so nice.
Yeah, and man, the show in this quote. I need someone to put together quotes from the show, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but like this idea that like, doesn't matter if you were there to experience the thing, if you could still feel its heartbeat, if you could still
remember how it felt.
Yes, exactly. And like, that's, I feel like, a version of like, did a tree fall if you couldn't hear it type of thing. You know what I mean? So like, it's such a good line. And I think the team needs Kurt right now. I think he's just like our emotional support guy. Just be like, each episode, just give these guys a pep talk, because they got to need it. They need a pep talk. Trying to look here. Things I just want to talk about. I mean, we got into like the Bastion stuff this week, which I thought was needed. I felt like, as someone who doesn't know Bastion,
he's a villain.
I don't know if it's just the actor. I don't know if it's him. I think he's great. I think he's been really entertaining. Like, the actor, I love that actor. Everything I've seen him in, he just has that charm. He has that style. I always feel like most things I see him in, even if he's not a villain, he's always like kind of a snarky bastard. Like, he's always just kind of like, like this, not a villain. I don't know. I think this might be the first time I've seen him as like a villain, but like, he's like always like scheming. I feel like he's always just up to no good. And he's so charming. He's so much fun. He's so psychotic. Like, what he's doing, like with his Sentinels and stuff, is so like not. It's weird because I feel like it lacks logic. Like, it lacks logic, but it lacks like sympathy, and like ultimately what he's doing, I feel like, is just as like, I feel like it goes against his own moral stand to like where he started from, you know? It's weird.
Yeah, I also would agree a little bit in that it lacks logic, because once they become Sentinels, they're not human anymore.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and he was the quote unquote the most powerful mutant alive, is what the Master Mold told him in his little visions and psychic connection with the machines. So humans getting an upgrade and turning into the mutants is what you had a problem with but you've now mutated and upgraded the humans to turn into yourself, and you're now calling the mutants Neanderthals, which is how you felt about yourselves compared to the mutants, which is why this issue kicked off. Like,
Yeah, it's
there's a real problem here.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with villains. That's the thing with villains. They are goons. They are just lost in their own insanity.
Right.
And to be fair, they've been getting this kid since he was in like middle school, so you can't really blame him.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And like, completely forgot what I was gonna say. Actually,
Yeah.
I was about to say something really great, and I was like, "It's gone now."
I'm so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no. It's totally okay. But no, like I guess like because it's exactly how we're living our life now. It's just now it's like the loss of self-control, right? Like the thing he's doing, there isn't like consent to what's happening to them. There's not like at least with like the mutants and stuff, right? Like, yeah, they're there, but they're just living their lives, right? They're just going about their day. They're trying to be at peace with one another. And he's coming in here and he's like, yes, we're doing that same thing, but instead I'm forcing my will upon you. Which is,
a forced evolution.
yeah. Which, yeah, so go ahead, sorry.
Just to say that's why I think it won't win out, because it's not natural, as the X-Men are.
Right. Truly. There's also the element, and like I talked about this a bit on your stream as well, but I do really like the element that I never really thought of when it comes to like, X-Men stuff, but like I do think I like the like theme of the season about like what he's kind of going for, about like mutants outgrowing humans, right? That fear that humans will have, that like if mutants can do all this stuff, where do I exist in the world? Where do I fit in? And I think that parallels the fear that I think a lot of people have in the real world right now. I think a lot of people are feeling this idea that we're now just the kind of just parallel it inside the real world. We are giving, for the first time in all of existence, it feels like we're giving other people chances. We're giving minorities a chance to step up, right? If you're inside the LGBTQ, if you're, if it's your race, your nationality, we're finally giving them the chance and taking some of that away from the people that's always had it all this time. And I've met a lot of people being like, well, why? Like, this idea of like, well, why isn't there a straight day? Why does it have to be like a gay month? Like, why can't we have a month? It's like, your month is every month. Your month is it's every single day. And there, I see that fear in people, and I can get where it comes from. I feel like there's a parallel to that here. But even like up that to 1,000, this idea of like, well, why do there need to be taxi drivers when someone can just poof you anywhere? Like, that idea is like, okay, that's I can see where that fear is stemming from. And kind of twisting that fear to his own like agenda is really, really fascinating.
Plus, then you have the other side of it, where there are people that are just their industries, like the voice acting industry, which is being heavily affected by the quote unquote future and advancement of technology.
Sure.
And they have to assimilate or be left behind, Right. And that's the same sort of thing that like Bastion is forcing upon people, as well as the Shi'ar Empire was dealing with in their corner of the galaxy. So like this show hits on like so many insane levels, like it just holds up so many mirrors to society, and it just gets so many conversations flowing. That's what I absolutely love about this show.
Yeah. No, I fully agree. Like, I've never on this channel, as long as I've been doing YouTube and stuff, have had this kind of deep conversation for any show I've ever covered. Like, the fact that like a children's cartoon, I don't like using those frames, but like what other people would use, a children's cartoon is giving us these kind of conversations about like what's the meaning of life and like the current political climate of America. It's insane, but it's what the X-Men are. Like that's what they've always been. That's what they've always done a great job of doing. To be like, hey, how's America looking? Hey, how are not just America, but like how's the world looking? How are we treating each other? And I think it's such a great like first season. Like I think they're really doing a great job at just showing what the X-Men are at their core in such a great way. We're kind of sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just. But are you going to forget it? That's the question.
Go ahead. Go for it. I got it right here. Go for it.
Okay, cool.
Go for it.
Just, I feel so bad about that Bastion thing. Like as we discussed on my show, I just wanted to talk about on yours a little bit that something we just talked about in Invincible and how superheroes and they potentially have a responsibility to infrastructure in society, and like how they could help out. And then in this episode, it gets answered in a very negative way by Bastion enslaving people really and twisting their powers and using them to humanity's benefit and solely their benefit because the mutants didn't benefit from it. So it was really interesting to see that question get answered, because when people do work together, even though it was under a dictatorship and under the threat of execution, they had a thriving utopia,
right?
You know, so it is possible, you know. So very unlikely, but you know, fingers crossed in the boys that everybody can get their stuff together and you know.
I don't foresee that happening, unfortunately. But no, you're right. Like I feel like, and that's almost been like a theme in a lot of like superhero things I've seen, where like this is probably what the world would do if superheroes were real. This idea of like we would use them in ways that would hurt them. Like we wouldn't just accept them into like society. We'd probably lock them in a room and do science experiments on them, and then when you're done with that, use them for wars, use them for profit, use them for business ventures. And it seems like that's what Bastion's kind of used them in the future. They're taking away everything that they are and exploiting all of it, and it's messed up. And obviously like that's the future we're fighting against, right? We're trying to stop this future, and Xavier's back to hopefully lend a hand, which I know it just jumped to the very end there, but like
so this show, like, sorry.
Go ahead.
Like it's constantly asking at what point does the ends justify the means.
Ooh.
Right? And we, like with Magneto, he kept going really, really far. Like Charles, how many lives are going to be lost in his pursuit of a peaceful transition instead of like maybe half accepting what Magneto says, you know, like displaying like a level of strength and saying, listen, this is what we're capable of, but we're coming to you nicely, you know. So like there's not even that. He's just saying, I want to come with roses or nothing, you know. And then Bastion is fighting and talking about how mutants are going to outnumber humans and stuff. But in his pursuit of taking out mutants, he is throwing away like so many human lives in this endeavor. And it's just like, well, at what point do you feel like you've lost enough people that this isn't worth it, kind of thing, you know?
Well, like they even said that like humans like mutants outnumber the humans at some point. So it's like the goal you started with is now gone. Like you've forgotten what your original goal was even supposed to be, right? It was like to save the human race against the mutants. And now it's like, well, no, because we got the human sentinels, but like, no, those aren't humans. Those aren't real humans, are they?
Exactly.
And like I think I'm jumping all over the place today, and that's okay. But I also think there's like perspective is one of my favorite things to show in like TV and movies. Like I think if you can show like the POV of characters, it's very interesting. And I feel like if we were under like Xavier's POV, Magneto would probably still be the villain in this situation, right? He would come to Earth, see that he shut down power across the whole world, and be like, "Oh, he's the villain. We now need to stop here." But since we're watching the show from his perspective, we're now like, "Yes, Magneto, this is what you have to do. Yes, we are now rooting for you," and I think that's so interesting. Where in the last show he would have been the villain for doing this, and now we're like, "No, you're in the right here. You've just killed thousands of people with your EMT thing, and you're in the right somehow. Like, how did we get here? You know?" Like this season, truly, this season has few good guys in it. Like it feels like all of our characters are kind of just in the wrong. Most of like Scott hasn't been right a lot of the season. Magneto hasn't. Rogue killed a guy last week, and we're like, yeah, she's one of the good ones. Like,
you think with this lens that if we go back and watch some of Magneto stuff, we might feel differently?
Oh yeah, and I mean that's always been the thing. I think like I it's tough because I never think that. For me, I feel like there's usually wrong in both Charles and Eric. Like I feel like they're most of the time they're both in the wrong at least a little bit. And it's like trying to find that balance. Like if we could find a balance between the two, I think would be golden. But it's like he's so far on the left being like, no killing, none of the time, never, ever, ever. And it's Eric being like, yeah, we're just gonna go kill 1 million people. It's like, no, can we meet in the middle, please? Can we find a balance?
I know, because like Eric like knows that all of his people are fighting life and death situations.
Yeah.
And he's constantly got them on stun, you know. Like even when they're fighting Apocalypse and everything else, and like the big bads that they all have to join forces to, you know, fight for their lives.
Right.
You know. Who like say for example Apocalypse and stuff would be there wiping out humanity and stuff. So like them putting him down and out is not like it's a net benefit, you know?
Yeah.
So you're right. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I've loved what they did with Eric this season. I truly have. And I'm excited to get I assume we're actually going to get like more of him next week. Like we haven't had much from these last couple episodes due to him being dead and then trapped in a cave or whatever. So I'm excited to actually get some of him. I want to backtrack to a couple of these really quickly. I do want to talk about the Jubilee and Sunspot stuff. Pretty much carried over from the last episode. They're hanging with the mom. Mom's very like anti-X-Men. It's like, oh, look what the X-Men are doing. Look what look at all these things, and she's really fallen into like the like propaganda of like what the news is telling her and stuff like that. And I feel like last week I tried to give that mother a little bit of something. Like I tried to be like, okay, maybe she's just fearful of her son. Like I think like, you know, if we're talking about like coming up to your parents and stuff like that, like as that thing, like sometimes it takes parents a minute to come around, right? That's a thing, right? Sometimes you need to give them the news and then walk away a little bit and hope they can come back around to you. And I think that's valid to an extent. And I feel like she's burned those bridges for me this episode. I really do. Because the way she was just so okay with just sending her child off to be like, go with these evil robot things.
Yeah.
Go with them. Yeah. And like we were even saying in your stream, I was like, well, maybe she did it because that was the only way she thought he could live. But like the look on her face was like, yes, this is what must be done. It's just like, come on, man. Screw you.
The fact that she's there looking at the shareholders and everything else before making her decision. It's just like, oh, come on. You should be better than that. Come on.
Yeah.
You know you can be.
I can still hope for her. Maybe she can realize by the end, like, oh, I made a mistake and what I did. But also, I feel like that's such a unforgivable moment for him. Like, if that was my mother, I don't know if I could be like, oh, it's all good, Mom. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's such a hard thing to like come back from.
Just handing me over to killer robots.
Yeah.
And like, not even giving me a chance, like saying, run, Roberto. and then
Yeah.
like letting my
Yeah.
powers kick off, you know, because he's a very, very powerful mutant. It's just, oh yeah, go with them, Roberto. Let them put the dampening collar on, and
Yeah.
you know, just make yourself completely vulnerable to these people. You know, go for it.
Yeah. I did think it was really funny how like the Sentinels were like, we're not a threat. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we were just asking for directions. You know, we were just
It's like, come
trying to get a
on.
taxi.
The evil robot with red glowing eyeballs. Like, yeah,
a
they're not
glowing
the
hand.
issue.
Yeah, ready to fire.
But yeah, I'm curious because are they the only are they our only X-Men that are caught at the moment? Like, is everyone else available and free and stuff? Who else is caught? Like,
That's it, I believe.
Is it just them?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
like Morph's knocked out in the mansion because he was Juggernaut that got knocked out, and then so it was Beast, Jean, Cyclops, and Wolverine that heard him. So like the core team is going to be there.
Okay.
For sure. Like Rogue's still in hospital.
Right. Storm's coming in. Yeah.
Storm, sorry. Storm. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was adorable. Right at the end. I'm sorry. Oh.
That was cute. Yeah. Yeah. So like, I was just thinking like, okay, so part of these final 2 episodes is going to be a bit of a rescue mission for them, I assume. Like that's going to be an element of these final 2.
I'm wondering as well. I have like a lot of questions about where this could go, honestly. And one question I have for you is, like, Charles has to answer for where he's been and the fake death thing, right? So my question to you is, like, when do you think he'll be held accountable to the humans? Do you think it'll be in any part of, or any point of these 2 episodes, or do you think it'll be next season?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it fully is up in the air as far as like, is he going to stick around to next season? Because I personally don't want him to. Like, I do think the fun of the show is getting to see them kind of live without him. So I think if next season he's just like, all right, my X-Men are back, you know, like I wouldn't be a huge fan of that. So I almost have a feeling maybe he'll try and go back to space to try and like deal with what's going on up there that he left behind. But no, that's a really good question. Like, I feel like he might need a press conference with like the news station to be like, all right, here's what's up. here's what happened.
Because he won't use Cerebro.
No, not without permission.
So you really think he's just going to go straight back? Because like his whole thing there was, oh, I have lessons left to teach them. You think it's going to be one each and he dips?
I don't know. Like, I don't think it'd make much. Here's the thing. It wouldn't make much sense for him to go back, I don't think. But I want him to. As much as I love Charles. I love Charles. There's part of me that would let him just be like, I got business I got to take care of. But here's the thing. Like, when he came back, I really wanted his team to be like, look how much we've grown without you. Like, look what we've been able to accomplish without you. And it's quite literally the opposite. Be like, yeah, the week destroyed, not us specifically, but like while you were gone, the world was destroyed. You know, thousands of us have died. The human race, all these hospitals, all these people died. Like, he's not coming back on like a good circumstances, you know?
No. And he has a galactic war on his heels.
Yeah.
With like the same threat that he's dealing with. Like, but on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
You know? Like, the humans and the Sentinels are saying assimilate or die. And that's exactly what the Shi'ar Empire are going to be saying the second they land on the doorstep.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I don't know where we're going to leave Charles. Maybe he does stick around. Maybe he's part of the cast, but maybe not part of the team. Like, maybe he's off in another part of the world dealing with another thing type of thing. I don't know.
Oh my god. Him and Magneto running Genosha.
Maybe. That's another thing. Like, both Eric and Charles is in the same area again, which I think is going to be, I think they definitely need to meet next week, I think, and talk about what to do next.
Over
I think
gave a
there
shot.
may. I actually think not a civil war, but I think there might be a team split. I think there might be a team. Hey, let's follow who's going to follow Charles and who's going to follow Magneto.
Ooh.
I think we might. I think like
Ooh.
Rogue,
Oh,
maybe
I think you're
Scott might
Oh my
follow.
God. Yeah, no, dude. I'm
Magneto.
thinking. I'm thinking definitely Rogue, Wolverine,
Yeah,
and maybe Scott. You're right, and then Beast, Jean, Morph, Nightcrawler all stay with the
Right.
Professor.
but it was not like because I don't think they're going to fight. But I think like one team is going to agree on one mission, the other team's going to agree on another. They split up, they go separate ways,
Mhm.
not agreeing on each other's mission type thing.
Yeah, because
Oh.
they still have to save Jubilee and Sunspot.
Yeah.
They have to at least talk to Magneto, and then like, oh my god. Because another thing as well is like, yes, it's great to have the Professor back, but it's also put them in some hot water. Like, it was obviously revealed that he was alive anyway, but like now it's just like the cherry on the sundae. You know what I mean? For like the whole like it all blowing apart, Like this was not a very well employed scheme,
Mhm.
So yeah.
I will
But how
say
them.
I will say it did kind of answer a question about like how far his like telepathic reach will go, because we were talking about that a couple weeks ago. Where like, can he not just reach him from space? And it seems like no, that's too far. He had to be on Earth for him to be like, to me, my X-Men, right? So, also the audacity for him to get back to Earth and be like, all right, they're mine again.
Yeah.
To
be fair though, like they were kind of busy prior to his arrival.
Yeah.
So it's not like he could be like, right, meet me at the mansion at 6, have dinner on the table. I would love a roast dinner.
I just Scott's like, what the fuck, man? I like you now. Come on. No, I bet he's ecstatic to see him.
Can you imagine if he was like Rainn Wilson from The Office? Like constantly trying to get in charge, and then he finally gets it. and then the Michael Scott of the X-Men comes straight back.
I still haven't seen The Office, so I don't know what you're referencing, but I bet that's a very funny episode.
It's the whole thing's amazing.
All right, I obviously like the thing of the week everyone's talking about. I gotta mention it. We had some cameos. We had some freaking cameos. Main one being Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Spider-Man. My first thought when my first thought when I saw it, because I was unfortunately spoiled, which I was pretty upset about. But my first thing was like, oh, Dark's gonna be so happy about this. He's been asking about this all season long.
I lost myself. I really, really did. I went insane. It was so cool. And again, somebody's watching these videos, Darren, because one of the other cameos was Omega Red. We had the Silver Samurai in there, and Omega Red, which was literally somebody that we were talking about the previous week.
Yeah.
And then boom, he shows up.
That was cool.
We got to put a supercut of these predictions together.
One of the 12 people that watch these videos is from Marvel. How would we know it? They waited until like the week before, like, all right, now we gotta fix this. No, it's cool. I mean, I talked about this on yours. I don't need to go too much into it now, but like, I love the world building they've done with this season. I think it's really been really special. It doesn't feel forced to me. It feels so natural just to throw Captain America, Spider-Man, Ross, all of these, like the Stark Tower, and all the morph things have been really cool, like the Juggernaut, and the Quicksilver, and all these cool cameos that they're able to throw in there. It's so natural. It feels so good. And then again, I think when Disney Plus eventually does want to be like, all right, here's another one, it feels natural. It feels like, oh yeah, they just exist in the same world. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the show's always done it. They've never shied away from using bodies, which is great.
It's very cool. Yeah, And I am very excited because I think as soon as this show's over, I am going to start the '90s Spider-Man show. I'm finally gonna do it.
Oh,
I'm so
you're gonna
excited.
be so happy. You're gonna be so happy you did. I promise you.
I'm really
there's an
excited.
episode. There's a few episodes I'm dying to talk about with you. Honestly,
Yeah.
One of them is hilarious, and it involves a taxi driver. But
It seems like a lot of fun, just like everything I've
is.
seen from it.
Yeah, you're gonna love it. J. Jonah Jameson is classic.
Yeah, I do love JJ. Shout out to the fights this episode. I think these may have. It's hard because I think each episode I'm just like, this is the best fight. But there were so many fights in this episode I loved. I loved like the summer fights, like Scott in the front, Cable in the back, Jean like controlling the car with her mind while she's shooting out the window, like so freaking cool. Like the way the car, like the thing, just the plane turns into like the car just jumps out of, like, that is sick as hell. Like and the music in that scene was so good. Like the rock X-Men theme. Oh my gosh, it was so good. And then there's 3 great fights in the scene. I loved the like Logan falling out of the sky as he's just slashing the Sentinels as he like free falls. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. And then the Nightcrawler fight with Logan. The moment I've been waiting all season, like Logan and Nightcrawler, one of my favorite duos in X-Men. Like that's, I think, one of the best episodes in the original show was like his like debut episode where, you know, I'm not like Christian or anything, but like I think like Nightcrawler being able to give Logan some faith was a really interesting moment. Like I think that's such a great scene. And I feel like, you know, Logan and Nightcrawler are so drastically different characters, but they blend together so well to make such a fun friendship. So that fight scene was great. The way like he has the 6 blade, he has like the, you know, like the 6 claws, and he's like, how about 3 more? And he has a sword in his tail, and they're like he transfers Logan as Logan slashes, and the like POV of getting transport, like we're seeing Logan seeing Nightcrawler transport. So good. Who thought of that? Who thought about they need a raise? Because that was so good.
Yeah, for real. It's what everybody wanted, but didn't know it till it happened.
If Nightcrawler better stay for season 2. If it's just like this arc and he's gone again, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Same, because he's hands down my favorite. Other than Spider-Man, like and Doctor Strange, like he's hands down my favorite Marvel character.
Yes, he was always like even as a kid, I always said like my favorite was Nightcrawler. I feel like there was always like no one knew who that was. Like growing up, I was like, who's Nightcrawler? I don't know that, and whatever. And that's valid. Like he's you know, he's not like a super popular X-Men. You know, he's not like the big ones or anything. So I feel like this, after so long without Nightcrawler content, like when was the last time Nightcrawler was in like a one of the big shows or movies or anything? It's been 2013, maybe. I don't know. Like it's been a while.
Apocalypse. He was in the Apocalypse.
Oh, Apocalypse. That's fair. That is fair. Does that count though? I don't know.
Yeah,
it does count. Okay.
Cody Schmidt-McPhee did okay, but Alan Cummings, I have to say, like that fight in the White House was.
Oh, that's so good. That is so good.
Still goddamn holds up.
It does. That's a great scene. Do you think, and this is something I was kind of talking about like with my mom throughout the week, do you think Spider-Man and Captain America are going to come back within these final 2, or do you think that's kind of it for them? Because I would love if they got to have some kind of like comeback, like they get to help within this war or whatever, but I'm not holding my breath. Like that's just like a bucket list. I'd be like, oh, it'd be cool if they could like help out in some way, but
see, that's tough, right? Because we were literally just saying that the show isn't afraid to throw bodies, right, at it, right? But they have had like a lot of cameos, so I feel like at least 1 or 2 of them have to fall by the wayside. I think Omega Red is definitely going to be a thread that we pick up.
You're right.
So I think that's definitely going somewhere. And then Captain America, I think, is more likely to come back than Spider-Man because, like New York City without electricity is going to be going nuts, absolutely crazy. So I think Spider-Man's going to be having his hands full.
Yeah.
But given the fact that the UN has lost, what's her name, Val, right? So Val from the UN's is gone. I don't know about the other ambassadors. So I think Captain America might step forward as like a spokesperson for humans.
That'd be great. I think after like how we left Captain America, I think it'd be a shame if we just left him there, like as this like guilty party and just being like, no, my government is, you know, type of thing. I can't do nothing. I think it would be great to him to finally be like, no, I can't stand by while these tragedies continue to happen.
It's whether or not we have like say for example, if they choose to have just Bastion as like a narrative and substitute for humans, and then we have like crowd work and news anchors like to kind of give some nuance to and context to how we should feel about Bastion's actions and how wrong they are, you know. They might not need like a champion. They could just have somebody after the fact, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be really cool as well. Like, if they could have like similar cameos to kind of how they've been doing, but like in the final fight, like while the X-Men are obviously like the main battlegrounds and they're really going at it, I think it'd be really cool to see like perspectives of the battle from their neck of the woods as well. So like while they're fighting like Bastion and stuff, like we get to see Captain America in like his like in the Brooklyn or whatever, like fighting some, and then we could see Spider-Man fighting some. Maybe you can get another cameo in there, like an Iron Man or like a Hulk fighting some in their kind of area. So like, you know, kind of like what they did with Superman in the Supergirl season 2 final, whereas like Superman wasn't in the big fight, but he's in like the city helping like the citizens in their area while she's, you know, fighting Rhea or whatever it was.
That's really
I think
cool.
that's kind of cool.
That's a really good idea.
You know, not to get my hopes up or anything, or not to like, because we don't need cameos and stuff like that. Like they've already done so much. Like I'm not trying to.
But it's true, like, because like the Sentinels around the world are gonna just be attacking random citizens.
Yeah, no, fully. Yeah, like everyone should be dealing with the situation right now. Like this is a worldwide, an Avengers level threat, if you will.
Yeah, it's almost like the fear toxins kicked off in Gotham, but the whole planet. You know what I mean? Because half of the people are going to be wigging out and turning into Sentinels, and then they're just going to be attacking other random citizens. So, yeah, that's really, really interesting to say. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. I think that's all the notes I have here. Is there anything else that you want to bring up and talk about?
I don't think so. We slipped in that Doom popped up, which was nice. The X-Mansion's gone again.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing.
We need to start building that thing out of Wolverine's claws or something, because like that mansion's gone almost like once a season or whatever.
Yeah,
you know, it's a joke. It's a running joke at this point. You know.
Yeah. There's so many. They have so many mutant friends. Like there should be one that can like create a force field or something. Like we got some magic friends. Can we get like a giant bubble around the mansion? It's like, oh, bing.
Yeah, we have friends at Kamatage. Come and play some spells for us, buddy. You know?
Bro, terrible security. The mansion has god awful security. Isn't it supposed to be a school at some points?
Yeah.
Like I don't know if this continuity. I don't know if it is currently, but like, come on.
Like, no administrators walking around like checking to say, "Hey, are you supposed to be here?" You know.
Yeah.
Because you're right. Like Trish Trilby just walked straight in to start talking to Beast again, you know, and then just starts attacking everybody. Eventually, which makes me wonder as well, because. Well, I say it makes me wonder, but I guess like the Sentinels don't kick in, aren't active until they kick in, right? So the conversation that she was having with Beast was coming from her. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I will say I'm very glad they did this Trish thing at the end here, because I was feeling like Beast was like the one of the pieces of the season I kind of wanted more of. Just, Beast is one of my favorite X-Men. Like, there are still a couple that I hope gets more of a focus in season 2. Like, I think Beast and Morph and even Logan, which I'm personally glad Logan hasn't had too much of a focus, because he's had the focus in everything else for the last 20 years. But I would say for season 2, hey, maybe give them a couple episodes to shine. Give us a Beast episode. Beast episodes are some of my favorites. I think they're always some of the best episodes.
Yeah.
So,
how do you feel about Mr. Sinister being red herring?
I like it. I do, because I think each week they kind of add on to it, because like there's even like, we said I had started saying like a couple weeks back where like I'm not sure if this feels like his like MO to do all this. And I was like, okay, he's a lackey. And then at the back of my mind after that week, I was like, yeah, but he's also not like the lackey type. And it showed us this week, like, oh no, he thinks he's in control. Like, he thinks that he's the one in power, and he's gonna be like double crossing him.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen pay off yet. I assume maybe will happen this next week. Maybe he'll try to be like, all right, now it's my game or whatever, and something happens to him, or I don't know, whatever. Although wait, is what's her face dead? I forget her name. The one that let Eric out. What's her name again?
Trish? No, Trish. Trish. No. Trish. Val. Sorry, Val Cooper.
Val.
No.
Yes, that's it.
Val Cooper is
alive?
not dead yet. She's still alive. She's being held up by like machine arms of Bastion.
We'll see if she can make it out of that.
I feel like she's not gonna. I feel like if she does, it's because he's fallen into the trap that Syndrome dodged so masterfully in The Incredibles, and just all the monologuing.
Yeah,
he's got to be careful of that.
I think she will live. I do think she'll live, because I think we'll end the season with her going to prison for not speaking up. I think she's gonna be like, all right, you caused all this, or not caused, but like you were a part of this.
Not even not speaking up. She was fully complicit.
Yeah,
like she was all like, oh, I didn't know this was going to happen.
Yeah,
but even bringing Magneto on trial, like how much of it was Bastion's plan? Because he was saying like leave the X-Men alone because like a wounded dog or a kicked dog or something, he was comparing them to, garners too much sympathy, which is going against what they want.
Sure.
So like, was the UN trial like Val's idea, which he was saying don't do, or was that a part of his machinations? I don't know. Like, maybe we need those monologues. Shit.
We need answers.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 episodes left. I'm hope we get every ounce of these too.
I want to know who Daria is. Like, Daria was a name that was mentioned. That I want to know.
Dario, you said?
Daria.
Okay.
Daria.
She's okay.
Okay.
I don't know if I should say. I don't know if that's spoilers for people.
So basically, Daria was a name that was mentioned in the episode.
Yes.
That was teased. So this person is a person of significance that will be coming in the next 2 episodes.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it. That seems like it's going to have a big role. These 2 episodes where I'm looking at it. Alrighty. Fun stuff to look forward to though. I'm excited to see how they put that character in. But yeah, that's all I have for this week's X-Men. Anything you want to see in these final 2? That's probably something we'll talk about next week as well.
Just like you said, more Spider-Man, more Captain America. More people that aren't X-Men. But I also desperately, like, I wanted time. I said last week, right, I feel like a contrarian, right? So, like, Dara was last week saying, I want, like, a few episodes without like when it's just Charles, and then like because we've had with just Magneto, and then I want a couple episodes with them together, and this and this. But where we are and how it being the end of the season, I kind of need them together ASAP,
right?
You know, and I feel like the mansion's going to be swarming with reporters and everything else, so they're going to have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't have any like refugees at the moment. Like the mansion's gone, Nosha's gone. Like, where do we go? Where can we hide out? Where can all of our team get together? I mean, I guess we had that. No, that was the mansion, and it's gone now, I guess. So I don't know where we go. Maybe just a plane. I guess the plane's gone too. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
the Porsche. The Porsche that blew up.
We got to find a basement somewhere. Just all meet up here.
How
Find, like,
rich is this guy? Jimmy? Because like a lot of like what wealth is like the stuff you have. Yeah, I mean it's not just money in the bank. It's like valued on the items you own. You know, so like he's got like a super secret jet that's worth a few bucks. He's got a mansion that's worth a few bucks. That they are now destroyed. You know what I mean? That's going to be like chipping away his capital. He's going to be a pauper soon.
It's weird because like I never think of Charles being rich, but like he is rich. He's like really rich. He got a lot of money. So
yeah,
and I doubt
through
like
family.
And I doubt that like Eric was doing anything to like preserve his will, right? Like I doubt he was doing any of these ventures that would preserve the money. That's like a Flash thing where it's like, oh, Barry has all this money from Star Labs, but it's like, but did he do anything to like preserve the money? Like it should have been gone 5 seasons ago or whatever. But that's besides the point. I think we're gonna wrap up our X-Men conversation there. Great episode. Can't wait till next week. I guarantee you it's gonna be peak.
Absolutely.
I have no doubt that they're gonna end strong. Can you imagine if they just like dropped the ball last minute? I'd be so sad.
I don't know how they could. Like
Right.
I genuinely like they would have to just be standing in the kitchen, just like eating different kind of fruit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, for 20 minutes. Like that's the only way that this show would be like just dropping the ball.
You're right. It's like, yeah, because they've done all the hard work already. Like they have pushed the boulder up the hill, and this episode is them dropping it. Like they're able to drop the ball down the hill. The easiest part's over. We're just flying at this point.
Just seeing where all the pieces land.
Right, fully. Like we like all the pieces are in place. We just need to place those last 2 puzzle pieces. Oh, I'm excited. This is the show, man. It hit me this week. Like, I think X-Men could end up being one of my favorite shows, truly, because I've just like, this is going to be a really weird, like, obscure thing. But like, I'm a huge like Blind Wave fan, like the reaction channel. Like, I love the content they put out, and they're one of my favorite shows is Ben 10, and they didn't pick up Ben. You know, like they're not at the moment not doing the 3rd series and like that continuity. Instead, they're doing X-Men 97, and I had said like, honestly, I'm okay with this because I think X-Men 97 is a better show. And I was thinking about it like, oh my gosh, I like X-Men 97 more than one of the Ben 10 shows. Like that's like for me, that's an absurd thing to think. So I was like, maybe if they can keep this up throughout the next several seasons, it could easily be one of my favorite shows, I think.
Wow.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Darren After the Credits. First time. This is definitely not our second take. It's the first time recording this. We're here to talk about favorite TV shows of the week. We got some X-Men 97. We have some Doctor Who. We were talking a little bit before how we love both of these shows. We're excited to talk about them. It's great to have a new show approaching. We talked a little bit about how excited we are to jump into Doctor Who. And yeah, we're just going to be jumping into today's episode and try to find where we were the last time. But we recorded probably a good 8 minutes, so it wasn't too far in. But let's talk about X-Men 97 like nothing ever happened.
Yes.
How do you feel about...
Allows me to give more of a concise answer.
Yeah.
I kind of waffled a little bit, so it's great. So I usually see 2-parters as like a bridging episode, so I wasn't expecting too much. That being said, this show does what it does every week and just keeps ramping and ramping and ramping and piling it on, and just constantly blowing my mind.
Yeah.
How did you feel about this week's episode?
No, it's actually kind of a weird episode to me because, like, not a weird episode, but like it kind of caught me. It's kind of interesting because it's like not a lot, like in like quantity, not a lot happened within the episode in terms of like notes that I can write down, right? It feels very much like they prepare for the fight and then we enter the fight. Like that's kind of the structure of the episode. So normally I got like, okay, this character did this and then they did this and then this and this. Like they're all kind of in different spots of the episode, right? So Storm's over here and then Jubilee and whatever's over here. And then, they're all kind of doing separate things. I do think this is kind of the first time in a while where all of our characters are in kind of one concise spot towards one concise goal, as one happens in a penultimate episode of the season. We're pulling everything together, and I actually do think they did that very well in this episode. Like, I think the way they were able to pull all of the different story threads throughout all the characters and bring them together in such a seamless way was done very well. And it's very impressive. And just I think it goes to show how neat the season has been, how like concise the season has been. Like, if next week's episode is another, hit the ball home run episode, I think this show is practically a 10 out of 10. And I don't give like 10 out of 10 like TV shows very much. Like I think I give a lot of like 8s and 9s. I gave a little bit of a grievance with episode 4, but like to me it's like it doesn't matter at this point. Like it's not like enough to, I think, discredit that last point at the end of the season. Like it's just, for me, practically everything on this show has been perfect, and I think this episode furthers that idea for sure.
Absolutely. I would argue that our quote unquote grievance with episode 4 and just wanting more from it would be different if they had more of an episode count, which they may be used to. Some of the people working on this show.
Sure.
So the fact that they were able to like just chop it down and say, right, 10 episodes, we're gonna reintroduce everybody and blow everybody's mind all in one go, they've done phenomenally. And I would agree that if next week lands as strongly as everything else, easy 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, no, I think it could, like, I don't know if it is, but like I think you could definitely have a conversation about like best comic book TV show. Like obviously it's a 1-season run, so maybe more like best comic book season, like season of comic book television. Obviously you have a lot of great like contenders. Like you have early Arrowverse, you have Daredevil, you have Loki. Like you have a lot of these really well done made superhero shows. I'm not saying it is the best, but I'm definitely saying it's in that conversation. I think without a doubt, it's going to have to now be brought up when you're talking about, hey, what is the best superhero show? I think X-Men is going to be like, yeah, what about X-Men? I mean, like, yeah, can't doubt that. Can't give that away. But yeah, okay. What do you know where I want to start here? I think I did feel a bit of vindication with this week's episode because like wasn't like impressive or anything, but I did feel very happy that my theory about like the team civil war kind of paid off within this episode, because I had talked about last week the idea of now that both Eric and Xavier are back, maybe some team members are going to have to choose whose side they're on. And that happened like midway through the episode. I was like, I knew it. I had that feeling. I felt it in my core. And I know that's kind of jumping right in the middle, but I do think that's kind of like the starting point of the episode. I mean, like how was that for you? Like did you feel like those like the members that decided to change teams, did that feel valid to you? Did you think other characters were going to join?
I thought there would be more. I did think there would be more. But that allows like a schism without it being there being too much consequence. Do you mean if there's just a couple? I did like how we initially had the drift with everybody feeling that way, especially like with Rogue doing what she did. You know? And then everybody tried putting that away for a last briefing together, which they all had, determining their next course of action. And that's when the crack started to show. And then Magneto pretty much turns up, which is really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought, obviously Rogue made perfect sense. Like we said that last week, Rogue's already on that edge. She killed a man. Like, her teachings with the professor have kind of gone out the window for her at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think without him there, she has just been cracking throughout the seasons and with her powers and stuff. So that made perfect sense. But I think Sunspot wasn't even one that crossed my mind, but with how we left him last week, that it does just make sense for Sunspot. It makes sense that he's currently heartbroken because his mother just gave him up. Like, yeah, of course. And also he's young. He hasn't met the professor. He has no idea who this man, like, this man has just come back into these people's lives, and he's just like, dude, you seem like you suck. Like he's at the moment where he's seen the worst of him. So he hasn't had his teaching. He hasn't had his wisdom. He hasn't had that attachment. So to me, yeah, it does make perfect sense. And he's also one that I think can easily come back. Like, I think Rogue can also come back, but I think, like, he's 16. He's angry. Like, I think they'll let him back in without, any grievances whatsoever. Last week I also said Scott. Like, I thought maybe Scott might side with Magneto, but I do think I kind of like that he didn't. Like, I think it adds a bit to Scott's character, to a bit of like, right now I'm mad at Charles, but I'm also not going to, like, betray everything we've gone through together. Like, he is still, at the end of the day, even though they're in, like, a fight, Team Charles, and that is, like, his father to him, and he's a loyalist to at his core. So like the more I thought about it, it's like, I'm actually glad that he didn't do that. Like, I'm glad he's still, but I do think he's at a page where, like, I feel like he could turn at any moment. Like, I feel like given a situation, he could be like, you know what, maybe he was right, Charles. Like, maybe you messed up, type thing. I don't know. Interesting.
I don't know, because, like, his loyalty is exactly why he, like, stayed with Magneto, and became his number 2 in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is one of his whole grievances.
Yeah.
And you can understand it, but the interesting thing is, like, where they're coming from, right? So because Cyclops or Scott is coming at this more of a son and sees him as a father, as you said.
Yeah.
But Xavier doesn't call them his family. He doesn't call them his sons and daughters. Like, he goes, my children of the atom. But what's that? That's nothing. That just means that you're both mutants, Whenever he talks about them, he always calls them his students and thinks about all the lessons he has to give them. So it's more just about him than them, and about how he fits into it, and more about his ego.
Yeah. And that was Rogue's whole thing, where it's like, if you maybe saw us more as people and less as students, maybe this never would have happened. It's like, that cuts deep, but maybe you're not wrong. And obviously, of course, a lot of things she's saying is out of anger, is out of frustration, is out of pain. So, and again, like even Rogue, and I actually really appreciate you, like, putting your characters in these certain situations. Like, I think it takes a good writer to make your heroes villains and do it well, where it's not just like, oh, they're evil now because reasons or whatever. Like, you're in the situation where it's like, and I think the whole season, just like what has all been building to with Eric and stuff like that, is fascinating, because it is, like, I think we talked a little bit about this last week, and I know we're going all over the place here, but that's okay. Like, I think having, like, Magneto and Xavier at the same spot they were at the end of the last show, after all of this has happened, after so many things that Eric has gone through or whatever, to have them both at that same spot, but under, like, different contexts, is so fascinating. Because now we've seen him try to go through the change. We've seen him go through all this growth. And still, he is now at a point where we see why he's at his certain spot. Where and now I think more than I've ever felt in an X-Men thing ever, now I'm also like, is Magneto right? Is he valid in what he's doing? And I've never felt more like Magneto is right than I have within this show, which is insane, because he's about to, like, destroy the Earth. Like, he's about to, like, kill all of humanity. Like, this is a Avengers level threat that we're dealing with. This is a massive thing, and we're wondering, like, maybe he should kill all of humanity. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. It's fascinating for sure.
I agree. I do love how much time they spent humanizing Eric with us, and it's literally been 8 episodes. And I know we spent time with him 9 episodes, and we spent time with him in Savage Land, and we spent time with him everywhere else. But this feels like the closest we've been with him properly, as to, again, like you're saying, like his true motivations for it. You know, like we saw the moment it happened and how much it hurt him. You know, and that goes like a long way to like you said, us siding with Magneto. And it's just, how insane of a show is it, you know, that you have a team of full-fledged heroes, you know, and we're all sitting there going, I think you're on the wrong side.
No, for sure. They're all just characters that we love. And like, I think with the X-Men, like, sometimes there isn't a right and a wrong side. It's just, that's my side, that's yours, and you have to try and find that balance. And yeah, I think they all could find maybe a balance here. Like, I think they're all like we've said, very strongly on this side or very strongly on this side. It's like, can we find that like sweet spot in the middle? But no, I was actually kind of shocked, like, because like they kind of talked about last week where like this means war, like whatever. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize like how bad things were going to be this week. Like, it's literally like, oh yeah, by tomorrow the world will be gone. I was like, oh my gosh, you've really upped the stakes here. You've really upped what we're going to be having to deal with, and I like it. Like, I think I think they do that in a lot of Disney Plus shows where at the very end they like ramp up the stakes and stuff like that. And I think, you know, I know we have like different opinions on like Secret Invasion and stuff like that, and how you just kind of do that thing at the end. But I think it's done well here. Like, I think it feels earned. It feels like it's everything we've been building the season up to be. It's building up everything to be like where we started is kind of how we're ending as well, which is it is fascinating. A lot of things happened this week. I just say again, it was just really cool to have all the characters in one spot for the first time this season. Like, all, you know, even characters like Forge and Sunspot and Xavier's back in the mix, and Nightcrawler, just having them all in, and Cable, like they're all in the same room and they have their suits on and they're gearing up for war, and it's just like, this is really cool to have everyone back. Storm, I love having Storm kind of in the mix, and my favorite bits of the episode, I think, were actually the Jean and Storm friendship that they've created.
Was lovely, wasn't it?
I think it was actually so needed. Like, I think there was a need of like humanity and heart in this episode that I think those two bring. Like, just from the start of it, where like Jean, you know, like busts in the room when she sees her friends. Like, reminder, like technically she remembers all that, but that's the first time those characters are interacting in probably several years. You know what I mean? Like, in her, like, yes, she like remembers everything that happened and stuff like that, but like in real person. And also, does Storm know about what happened with Jean? Because I don't think they ever addressed like her getting caught up to speed or anything, which was pretty funny.
You gotta think Jubilee's mentioned that on the ride home. Right?
You would think, but
you'd have to, yeah.
It'd be so funny. Just like 2 years from now, it'd be like, wait, you were a clone? Like, it'd be really funny if they just no one filled in Storm. But also, no one really had time to talk to Storm. Like, I was expecting a moment where characters were like, "Oh, Storm, you got your powers back. Oh, Storm, cool new costume. Oh, Storm," you know, like all these kind of little moments I was waiting for. It's like, oh, nope, we don't have time for that. Which, fair enough, but I was kind of hoping for a little.
We kind of didn't, you know, we kind of didn't. We had the wonderful, I was saying this on my stream as well, the wonderful framing of each leaders at the start, right? All alone, right? Bastian surrounded by his frozen sentinels, Magneto traveling the Arctic and that by himself, or wherever it was, making the new asteroid M or New Genosha, and then Charles in the mansion, which is broken again, and is a great representation of his relationship with the mutants. And especially like how they were visually showing Scott and Charles with the barriers of the house between them, the beams and stuff. It was really done really well. And then jump to everybody getting together. They have a meeting where there's a difference of opinion. Then there's a quick scene where Beast's talking about reversing everything and how can we free everybody, and what would that even look like? Would it just be freeing them from Sebastian's will? Would it be returning them to be human? Like, what would that be? Then we had the schism and the break in the team, Then we had everybody getting ready, and then we had the confrontation. Then we had the mind-blowing ending, So
there wasn't a moment for characters to just chill and get their thoughts together. But like, I love the scene like when Storm is about to jump off the plane, like that scene with Storm and Jean, where it's like, what is it like?
Make them mind your weather, and make them
and then
weather your mind.
That's it. Yes. I want a t-shirt of all the amazing quotes that this show has had. Like, every episode there's a new quote that just breaks my heart or brings me so much joy. And like, that's such a badass line. They say that, and she jumps off the plane and she has to, like, I've said this all season, but I love how they've made Storm a goddess. Like, they have let her be the goddess that she is. In the classic show, I dreamed of moments like that where I'm like, hey, yo, Storm, you could just take out that guy from like a tornado or whatever. Like, she has that power, and they're writing her in a way that they're letting her use that power. And every time she does get taken out or whatever, it feels like realistic. Like, her being that powerful doesn't mean she's like unstoppable, right? She has like millions or whatever, like hundreds of sentinels coming at her by herself that she's trying to hold off or whatever. And the only reason she did get knocked out was she was trying to save Forge. Like, it's good writing. And I think, again, I get it can be hard to write powerful characters, and I think the show has nailed it. Like, they've nailed how to write powerful characters in
Absolutely.
a really good way.
Without a question. And Rogue is definitely one of them. And I would say Jean is as well. Because the woman's because we don't even know how she came back. Like, did Sinister just like have her set up and then just release her for a laugh? Or did she actually escape? Like, was he just like, run, little rabbit? Like, who knows what that guy was doing? Okay. So the fact that she turned up on the doorstep is a mystery. Then she gets a bit angry, but she handles it like a champ. Both her and Madeline handled it like champs. Scott was the only one throwing his toys at the pram and saying, I don't want to do none of it. Right. So to go from that and then like not knowing who you like, where you begin and end, right, to a certain point, to then that person passing, and then like you're left with your partner who's now a baby daddy with somebody else who's passed, like all of that going on, and she's still super joyous, like able to use her telepathy and telekinesis like super powerfully. I mean, like, because you need a clear, focused mind for that kind of stuff, and like she's strong in herself with the professor and Scott, and telling them, hey, sort your shit out, excuse my language, like handle your business, right? And then like having that whole family moment with Cable and Scott as well, and just being able to just freely just mold herself and bounce in between all of them and still be so strong and supportive in all of it. She's a phenomenal woman.
She is. No, I mean, just like Storm, I had my grievances with Storm in the original show. I think I even had more with Jean, because like Jean was a nothing character in the original show. She was a blanket slate. She was like, when we need someone to read minds, she's there, I guess. And then any other time, it's Scott's girlfriend, and that's extremely frustrating because Jean is such a interesting character. She's such a powerful character. Even when it was about even when the storyline literally revolved around Jean, it somehow still revolved around Scott. It was still somehow Scott's story, and that's frustrating. And I think they've been able, obviously, incorporating Scott into that story because they are married, and that's a big part of Jean is Scott, because they are lovers and they're family and they have so much history, and of course they should go hand in hand. But this episode, it felt like they did a really cool job with her, because she's just kind of on her own, facing Sinister by herself. No one else is really there. She's handling the business and really giving us a moment to show how strong she is, how independent she is, and how far she's just come this season. And her journey, just rediscovering herself, is really cool. I love the sequence when they're in the bowling ball alley and she's throwing the bowling balls at Sinister. This is really cool.
Very, very, very cathartic seeing him get his comeuppance. Just a small of it, just a small part, because he has a lot more coming.
Yeah,
or at least needs to. For sure.
Yeah, no, she's great. I mean, do we just want to kind of talk about how we ended Jean while we're here? I mean, we had the Cable stuff, which no, I'll save the Cable. I'll save some of that for a minute. But we have the Cable stuff, and he somehow mind controlled Cable. And do you think that's because he's techno, he has the technolandic gene or whatever in him? Do you think that's how he was able to control Cable? Because I was oh, that's a really cool moment, and I thought about it a little bit, wait, how did he get control of Cable? How did he get that control?
Well, you got to think he is the kind of the father of eugenics.
Yeah.
You know? And he grew the mother from a bottle,
Yeah.
So would have been able to code her DNA any way he wanted, to then get Cable's DNA exactly how he wants it.
Yeah.
He then had that baby for a few hours, so he could have implanted any number of things in there.
Sure.
Because what's that diamond about?
I don't know. At first I was Raven. I was no, that's not it. I have no idea. Again, I don't. Maybe it's a thing they answer next week. We get a beast thing where it's he attached a blah 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 blah, and it was oh, okay, that's what it is or whatever. I was just curious in the moment. I wonder how he did it. No, I mean, Cable just straight up turned into a Dragon Ball Z character. I feel like he just I don't know, which was a really cool moment. I was what is happening type moments. And they imply within the scene that Cable kills Jean. There's a really well made scene where Jean's about to die and he contacts Scott to be I love you or whatever, and then Scott has to choose, should I go find him? And then she's I have a mission I have to do. I physically can't right now. Let's just get the obvious out of the way. We don't think Jean's dead, right?
I did.
Oh, really?
I did.
Do we still?
Camp. Yeah.
Do we still?
I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Permanently?
No.
Okay.
No. I think something has to happen.
Yeah.
Something has to happen. There's no way they're letting that slide, because the only reason that she would have done that to Scott is if she was going. Do you know what I mean? She wouldn't have done that on a maybe. Quick, go get him. Kind of thing. So I definitely think, she is gone. Sad to say. But permanently, no. I think there is some kind of MacGuffin or Days of Future Past thing that will undo it all. And
she
especially
got trapped here or whatever.
little Leech as well. There's no way he can stay gone,
This episode confirmed Leech is dead, right? He saw his. That was such a brutal image where he's I saw his skull crush under my feet or whatever. Like,
yeah.
oh my gosh, that's
Watch
like
his
a
eyes
child.
vaporize, his fearful eyes vaporize in his skull as he's holding him.
Yeah, that's a visual I did not need to hear.
Sorry.
Oh no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about them. No. It's brutal. But I love the stakes. I love how seriously they can take it. No, I think I agree. I think you're right. I think that has to be a thing, because like if we come back next week and Jean is just like, oh, I actually just escaped or whatever, I do think that will be like a all right, whatever type thing. I definitely don't think she stays dead. Like, I don't think you kill off like Madeline and Jean. And like,
No.
Jean's also one of those characters. I feel like she dies all the time in the comics, and then she's just like, oh, I'm back now, or whatever. Like the freaking Force or whatever. Like the freaking Phoenix Force saved me and trapped me in a freaking bottle or whatever. Like, I feel like they do that kind of stuff a lot.
The only issue is they kind of can't fix Genosha because they set it up as a fixed point.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like they can save everybody but the people of Genosha. So like Remy's always going to be gone. Madeline's might always be gone. But
through time travel, at least, right? Like maybe there's other ways of, because again, like we've talked about, like maybe we bring him back through like science or something. But yeah, like through time travel, we can't go through and fix what we've done. Which again, I personally really like. Like I like the show having. Again, I think just with comic book shows, it can be so easy to just get in the cycle of like, we're killing off a character for shock value, but they're not actually, we can bring them back at any point because we're a comic book show. And I think sometimes that's valid. Like, I think sometimes that's a cool thing you can do. It is refreshing to me to feel like, yep, a character we really love died and we got to deal with that. But I've talked about that enough. Like I've ranted about that in every episode since it happened.
So would you not have the time travel element and then just have them all gone?
I think you bring back Jean. Like I don't know. I don't know how I would do it. It shocked me to that point because I was like, there's no way you kill off Jean. But like you did have that scene where like, well, it's a beautiful shot, but like where it's Scott and Jean where they're like kind of, they walk to each other and hug each other in front of the sunset, and there's that scene where it's like, why'd you show me that? What are you doing here, X-Men? I was like, are one of those characters in trouble?
I did think that, but I also just thought it's nice because they're still high school sweethearts, you know?
Yeah.
And they would have been doing that for years before a mission, you know? But there was definitely foreboding in that hug, as you say.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we have seen this a million times. We don't need to see this now. Why?
Yeah, I was like, what's the significant? Like, a character hugging is nothing. It was like the way they, like, I don't know, they, like, stopped at that scene. It was like, What did you think about Cable having, like, the powers? Like, again, I'm not, like, an expert on Cable, so, like, I didn't see that thing coming. I was like, oh my gosh, like, he's like a telepathic thing or whatever, like a level 5 telepath.
It makes sense. It makes so much sense. But no, I've wondered. I think we wondered together what his powers are.
Yeah. He has a gun. That's his powers, right?
He's a what?
He has a gun. That's it, right?
Yeah. Literally, yeah. And yeah, so it's nice to get an answer, you know. Would I have had it in a way that doesn't kill off another character? Probably, you know. But here we are.
I'm wondering if he even knew he had them. Like, I'm wondering if like that's something that he was able to access. Like, Sinister was able to access it through him, kind of thing, or it took like I wonder if it was more of like a like subconscious gene that hadn't been activated until that point, or something like that. Because I feel like we would have seen him try and use it in other situations. Like, I feel like, hey, that would have come really in handy in certain spots up until now. So maybe it's a thing where now he just got it activated and Sinister was able to use it through mind control or whatever.
It would be an interesting trump card to have. So maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to think, because if he didn't know, then he would have had to wonder what his mutant powers were up until that point. Because the techno-organic stuff's the virus, isn't it? So
Yeah.
that isn't what his mutant powers are.
No.
That's just a consequence, you know?
Yeah, I meant having Scott and Jean as your parents, you would definitely be like, there's no way you're not going to be getting some sort of power after
Yes.
two very strongly powered X-Men, mutants or whatever.
I think I would have popped a blood vessel for trying to create optic beams. You know what I mean? Just,
my dad did it 100 years ago. Come
Yeah.
on. It's on the news. I see him do it all the time on all the
Yeah.
old newspapers or whatever. No, you're right. I do just kind of want to mention, I've known about the scene for weeks because they posted it in the trailer weeks and weeks and weeks, or what, 2 weeks ago at this point. But the dig that the Scott and Scott and Cable did towards X-Men 2002 to 2001, 2002. Obviously it was like, what am I going to wear? The black leather? Like, that's great. Yeah, like, it's old news to me now because I had seen it like so much in the last several weeks since they posted it in the trailer, which I wish they didn't do because that's such a great scene. Like, that's such a great joke. Like, why is that a trailer joke?
Do you know what's crazy, right?
Great.
Is that at the time they just made sense. The suits made sense, you know. Nobody was questioning the suits too hard. Like maybe there was like a little bit of a joke in the show where he's like, "Oh, you want the yellow spandex," you know?
Yeah.
And there might have been like a little bit of a mobility issue, but I don't know. They made sense at the time. I
think I don't hate it in X1 because that's the first one, but my issue is that they never got them. Like, if it was the first one, we have these black leather, and then you could slowly build up to them getting these colorful suits over the years, as they were doing. Like, they were literally given those yellow suits in the end of the movie. You're like, finally, we've earned those suits, and then they still don't do it. And like, it took 2024 to finally give Logan his yellow spandex in the movies, and it's like, yeah, but I think it's a great joke. I think it's a really fun callback. You know, especially like X-Men, like the original show ending just a couple years before that movie coming out. Like they're really close. What, this ends in 97. The movie came out in 2001. Like, there's only 4 years of a difference
maybe
within the
2000.
two. Yeah, it was like 3 to 4 years or something. So there's not a long hiatus between those two projects. But I was like, oh yeah, that's fun, that's clever. I just heard it so much, like when it was in the episode, I was like, all right, yeah, that's fun. There it is. End of the episode stuff. There's a lot of fun to be had. We had another iconic Marvel cameo in the form of Morph as the Hulk, which was really cool. I love how like unapologetic they are with the cameos. Like, they're like, hey, Morph's our cameo guy, and he's gonna be damn good at it. And I'm not mad about it. Like, I've been seeing some people like, oh, it's just a cameo fest, is all they're using Morph as, and I'm like, fair enough, but like, it's still really fun. Like, I think it's very creative how they're doing it. And yeah, if I could just turn into a Hulk, I would. Like, that's so powerful.
Everyone's sitting there like saying, "Oh, cameo fest or whatever," but I bet those are the exact same people.
Yeah.
That when it's like any other MCU show, they're sitting there going, "Oh, I wonder who's going to come. I wonder who's going to make an appearance." You know, and that's exactly what was addressed in She-Hulk when she was like, "It's my show, so I want to kind of be the attention, the one that's attention." So.
Yeah, no, I like it, and he looked very similar, to my understanding, to like the Hulk animated show as well, which is like a cool little nod to that show. I don't know if it's canon. Some people say it is. Some people say it's not.
Okay.
It's just cool. It's just a cool thing, a project with like Wolverine, Spider-Man, Captain America, the Hulk. Like, it's just cool seeing all of these iconic characters in one place, and it makes the show feel so much larger than life.
Yeah. It's a great, big, varied universe.
It is. Yeah, it's really refreshing to have this kind of Marvel universe, because I love the MCU, but there's just simply stuff they cannot do. Like, you can't have Spider-Man and Fantastic Four and the X-Men and Captain America all in one time, just to how it was done, and the rights issues and stuff like that. So it's cool to have like more traditional Marvel universe, how you would kind of view it. All right, let's talk about kind of like the main end space fight. A lot had happened within these last. Can I say like a lot happened within the last 5 minutes? Like it was kind of like a slower burn start as we were kind of gathering all of our pieces, and then the fight starts, and it was just like bang, 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 bang to the very end of the episode. What was your kind of thoughts on like the final fight of the episode and things that transpired? And like we can go more in detail about some of the things, but like how was your opinion on how we were starting to wrap things up within the episode?
Just that it's interesting to see that each side is becoming more like the other, you know. Eric asked Charles the question that we were asking, and that's whether he would walk in his shoes. You know, so when you have Magneto's teams, when he leaves, saying the offer was made, the door is open, you know, and the only like you have Wolverine and potentially other people in the team playing to kill, or at least damage in a significant way, where I don't think the other team are until they are attacked upon and forced into that situation where they have to defend themselves. And these are the good guys.
Yeah.
You know?
I will say it's very refreshing. We can talk about what he actually did in a second here, but it's so refreshing to see Logan stab people, like to see like actual contact with those claws. Like he shivved someone in the chest. They go all the way through. There's blood going down his chest, and it's like, what? What are you doing? I can't believe this.
He stabbed somebody that should have their bus pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stabbed an OAP, and we were like, oh no, oh my god, what?
Yeah, I don't know how he like survives that. Like I was like, oh, he's dead. We just killed Magneto off in that moment, and obviously that's probably. I mean, they could have if they wanted to at the end of this season. Like they could have done that. They could have gone that route. I don't think that's the route we're going though. I don't think we're killing Magneto.
You don't. I do.
Oh, do you this season?
Dude, in my opinion, as humble as it is,
yeah,
that is an at least 60-year-old man that got pierced through and through, as you said, in a place where there are organs, vital organs.
Yeah.
Not one, not two, but 3 blades. Long ones went all the way through.
Yeah.
You know? And he might be strong, resilient, and be able to give a few more speeches and have a bit more fight left in him. But I am fully expecting him to be like that old lion that now just pops off a little bit, you know, just to go off and be in nature and pass.
Yeah, I personally don't think he's gonna die here. I mean, I could see it throughout the show. Like I could see at some point we kill him off. It's not on my bingo card for next week. I don't think. I'm wondering if we're gonna get like a callback to episode 2 where Rogue like uses like the Doctor's abilities to like sew him up or whatever. Like that'd be a fun callback maybe. But maybe you're right. Maybe
I want her to be in charge.
Ooh, season 2 as Rogue the villain would be kind of interesting.
Because like yeah, Eric's a villain, but he's not a villain at the moment. Do you know what I mean? He's just all he's doing is carrying around his home base. He's taking his home where he goes. That's about it. You know what I mean? All he done was put out a worldwide EMP to stop the Sentinels, to save everybody.
All he's doing is, you know what he's kind of doing? He's kind of doing that Batman thing where it's like, I won't kill you, but I also won't save you either. Like he's just kind of like he's letting the Earth die because he won't stop. I mean, I think he kind of is. I think he's slightly a villain, but a villain that we now understand. Like he's a villain that we're like, yeah, I get it.
His action was necessary because, like you said, like either the Earth's gonna die in 12 hours or the thing's gonna go off. Like he'll release the EMP thing, and then the Sentinels will wake up, and then they'll take over the planet, and everything will be gone.
Sure.
You know, so there's no win-win here. It's everybody's going to lose, which is
Everyone's gonna,
a very, very interesting place to be. And even, I think he should succumb to these wounds, but I think he might go out, like he did in Genosha, where he thought he was going out in like a big Titanic fight. I think he's going to have that with Bastion, maybe. But having Rogue as a figurehead for the movement now would be a really interesting place to start, because if you have her just as the partner of Magneto, then it's still his vision. It's still, which it would be if she took over. It'd still be a shared vision, but like he would be just driving force behind it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with her in charge, it's an ex-student who's been in both camps like multiple times now.
Yeah.
So it's not like she's just done this on a whim. It's not like she doesn't know which side of the fence she wants to be on. Like Roberto, for example. He was welcomed as an X-Man, but has no idea what the other side is about, hasn't seen anything from them, hasn't even spoken to them about anything really. So Rogue knows what she's doing. So having her there would be a great step, in my opinion.
You're convincing me in this idea. You're definitely doing it. And again, because it's been his season, man, it really has. Like, it's been such a Magneto-centric season. And there's no really because again, at the start I did love the idea of like, oh yeah, the X-Men led by him. Like, I love that pitch, but at this point you can't come back from what you've done with Logan at the end there. Like, I don't think he can come back, but like, sorry guys, I'm back as the leader. Like, I don't think you can. He's no longer. After last week, I said, yeah, he could come back. I think he could resume that spot. Now, after what he's done to everyone, I don't think he can. So maybe you're right. Maybe we do kill him off. Maybe he kills Bastion. I don't think we're killing off Bastion. I don't think we're gonna do that. I think they want to.
You know what would be really interesting? Right. So when Xavier died, right, quote unquote, there was no people knocking down that door thinking, oh, I want to come to this school. Xavier was martyred for us, and this and this and this. And then, say, for example, like Magneto perishes, and then everybody's like, Rogue, I'm dying to sign up. Where's the sheet?
Yeah.
That would be so interesting, where the quote unquote villain
he's kind of like a martyr for their vision. Yeah. Yeah.
And just has a whole bunch of people signing up to the cause.
I could see it. You're convincing me a little bit. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see where things go. We had to talk about the Logan thing a little bit more as well. Just the Logan, what a brutal final shot. Just from my understanding, straight from the comic books, a moment a lot of people have been theorizing. Some people have been wanting in media for a while, but Magneto ripping out the adamantium in his body. Oh, but such a brutal moment that was. When it's just what's happening in this moment, but it's such and it makes so much sense in the context of the characters. I know people have said that for years. Why doesn't Magneto just take it out or whatever? He could so easily kill Logan. And
I'm glad they did it how they did it as well.
Yeah.
They didn't sit and draw it out and have it snaking out of him and this and this. It was just a quick woof, and then the action shot where some things are moving but nothing's really moving, kind of thing.
So cool. Yeah.
Really, 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 really cool. And I said, I was saying this to Liam, it makes him, in my opinion, so much less of a threat. Because now when he's fighting Sentinels, he could just be chipping bones. He might not be able to get through there. He could just be like a cat scratching at the door.
Yeah.
Who knows how lethal this man now is?
Yeah. I think we're setting, because we talked about, I think it was last week, I've enjoyed Logan not as much of a focus this season. Like, I think it's been very refreshing focusing on characters like Scott, like Rogue, like Eric, and stuff like that. And I just think, like, now I think we're definitely setting up for a season 2 that has a strong focus on Logan. And I could see him kind of on his own, maybe trying to like rediscover who he is now without like that inside of him. Who he is now without it. How does that change his like attitude? And I assume there could be some PTSD that goes along with something like this. And again, there's a lot we got to deal with next week. Like, I think it's really dependent on like how we end season 1. Is it more of like we wrap things up a little bit, or is it a massive cliffhanger? Like you said, does he die? Are things going to be worse off than we're leaving them right now? I don't know. I'm fascinated with where we take things.
You have to think as well, right? Is like, yes, like the like, say for example, Forge had like an anti-EMP thing, and one would assume that the Shi'ar Empire had something similar. Magneto against a whole bunch of spaceships would just be able to just keep slamming together, you know?
Yeah.
So if there is a Shi'ar Empire threat, for it to make sense and for them to be a threat, you absolutely have to get rid of Magneto. Because you could just put him at the end of, put the Blackbird, build a new one, just hover that over the Earth. Yeah. And then he could literally just be sitting there directing traffic and just knocking everybody all over the place. So,
you could also if you wanted to go that route, like if you wanted to take him out of the picture, if you wanted to like have those consequences but not kill him off, you could like send him to prison or whatever. Like maybe you could have a prison arc with Magneto if you wanted to go that direction, where like they get Magneto but not Rogue, and Rogue still has to step up in his place, like as a fugitive kind of thing, on the run, trying to like live up to his ideas or whatever. I don't know. I definitely think you are onto stuff though that I would never even thought of, like the idea. Like in my head, I was like, yeah, we're wrapping it up next week, but the idea of like, oh, maybe we don't wrap it up next week. Like maybe we can continue some of these storylines and ideas into the second season. Probably in a fun way, because they did season 1 and 2 basically back to back. Like the most of it's already done, so they could have easily have done a lot of these storylines. Had to be like a part 1, part 2 situation. That could be very exciting.
Absolutely, because that's what they're doing with Invincible as well, isn't it? Really, with seasons 2 and 3, I think.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. We did get the old suits back in this episode. That's the only note I had left here. We just got to see them in their old costumes. Was there a reason they were in their old costumes? I feel like I missed something there as far as like why they were.
I think it's more of like a rededication to Xavier and the idea, maybe.
Cool.
After there was so much ground shaking amongst the team.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, it was such a cool moment, but I was sitting there like, but wait, why are they putting on, like, did something happen to their old costumes? I was like, I don't think so. Like, they're just putting it on for fun, which I'm fine with. I was just kind of wondering, like, what's like the canon reason? Obviously, the real reason is like, hey, we can make double Funkos or whatever. But it's just cool kind of getting to see them in their old costumes again. Like, I saw a lot of people hating on the old costumes, how bad they look, but I was like, is that kind of the point? Like, they were supposed to be upgraded over the years, so yeah, they're not going to look as good as the new ones.
Oh wow! To be fair, Wolverine suit last episode torn to shreds.
Yeah.
I don't know how Scott's was or Jean's, but a few of them could have been damaged because they all had big fight last week.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
that's
that could
true.
be another in-universe reason.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah. Although Logan's new suit looked amazing. I love Logan's like brown suit. Oh my gosh, so good. So good.
Yeah, good.
That's all the notes I have for episode 9. Obviously we talked about next week a good bit, but like, are there any final things you want to see next episode? How do you think we're kind of going to be ending off the season? Where do you think we're at?
I think next episode you're gonna have Cable killing Bastion after like a group fight, because I do see them kind of like as two sides of a coin, a little bit, and I also kind of see a trinity between Bastion, Magneto, and Xavier, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I think Magneto and Bastion will perish. I think because basically, like as we said before, we've had to have other people pushing Charles's ideals without him in the picture. I think now that because he's had people in the UN, like staunch human advocates, right, saying it is Magneto, right? You have one of the strongest willed members of the X-Men saying Magneto is right. So you have like a whole bunch of people turning onto his side. So I think it's a time to try to see how people match up and walk in his footsteps without him there, because we've had the opposite with Charles. So I think him and Bastion won't make it, but I'm very interested as well as to how they're going to fix people not being here. Are they going to let them stay gone? Are they going to find a way to bring them back? Because not each death is a fixed point. Just Genosha, and even then, there's nothing to say it is a fixed point. It's just because Cable couldn't find a way to fix it. He kept going back in time and trying to fix it, but
are there other ways around it? Yeah.
Doctor Strange had like 16,405,000 or whatever,
yeah.
like attempts at doing whatever that was, and that was just one dude, not one dude with a psychic link to a robot army, so there's a lot. Plus, I really want the Shi'ar to be a threat next season. I don't want Sinister to go anywhere. He's somebody I absolutely love, and I'm dying to see more of. I do want him to get him to see some comeuppance, but I want to see more of him. I want to see more.
I don't want them to kill off any villains here. I think Bastion especially. We just got him. Keep him around for a couple seasons, especially if the rumors correct about them wanting to do like season 3, 4, 5. Just to show that they keep going on. Keep him around for a while as a reoccurring villain, even if he's not the main villain again. Like a reoccurring villain that they can turn to every once in a while.
You don't think he's a bit like Ultron in that he's too grandiose to have in the back pocket?
Maybe, or maybe you're right. Maybe you have to Sorry, go ahead.
Just like if you're doing
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Okay, no, maybe it's a thing where we killed him off, but there's ways of him coming back in the future, right? Like he's like, oh yeah, we killed him, but he's able to reconnect through the software or whatever in season 4 or whatever it may be. I don't know.
Forgot what I was gonna say now.
Sorry. That was my fault.
It's okay. It's just the issue is he's everywhere all at once, when he's around. So I kind of think, so if you're gonna have a season where you're gonna have it smaller, not so global, and just say Omega Red's just really doing some business over there and we need to kind of stop it.
Sure.
You couldn't really have him on the B roll,
Sure. That's fair. That's definitely fair. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna be wrapping up our X-Men conversation for now. But yeah, we're gonna be moving on to our next show here. X-Men 97, Season 1, Episode 10, the season finale. X-Men 97, Episode 10, Tolerance is Extinction, Part 3. We're going to be talking spoilers, like always. So, again, if you have not seen Episode 10 or the 9 prior to this episode, get out of here, leave. We are talking spoilers. It's over. It's over, Darth. I can't believe it. I can't believe the season's done.
I know.
What a
so
ride this has
soon.
been.
Honestly. For sorry. So for a show to go away, right, and then everybody was like, "Oh, we're just gonna have to watch all of the old stuff and all stuff," and everyone was like, "No, dude, just come in at your leisure, watch the new stuff, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And they take for them to take such big swing each episode, right? Just coming in with such good quality, and then right at the end they come in with the biggest grand slam, which makes you go, right, I'm now gonna have to go back and watch the others, you know?
Yeah.
And it's not even like, I have to. It's, oh my god, I want to.
Yeah.
You know? And it just speaks to the quality of everything that they've done, that it just makes you want to go back to 30 years of TV, because what they're bringing is so exciting. So, yes, I'm sorry.
No.
How did you feel about it now that it's all wrapped up?
No, I feel like I can't. I feel like I've said everything I can throughout these last several weeks. It's just like, this is one of my favorite things that have come out in a while, I think. Like, I was just so into it week after week, and I was in a stream yesterday, and like, one of the things people kept saying is like, the joy of being able to talk about such a great show week after week after week is, like, for me, the joy of television. Like, that's what television, or like, that's what I love about television. And I think the way they've captured the like joy of like waking up on a Saturday morning and being able to watch like your X-Men cartoon, and with such joy and such precedence and such, and again, I've mentioned this idea on here for a while, but like, not only are you bringing back this show that everyone loves from our childhoods, but you're keeping what really worked about that show, stripping away some of the things that doesn't, and adding so much more that I'd argue this is probably one of the best like TV like revivals that have ever come out. Like, I'm trying to think like another one that has kind of scoped this quality and done what the show has been able to do, that now it seems like Marvel Studios as a whole is just like, should we change what we're doing to like, you know, like, clearly people are like liking what we're doing here. Like, people really love the quality that we put into this. How can we pivot now? And I think that is just such a, I don't know, it's such like an achievement, especially with all the hate that came on like at the beginning of it. Like, all the people are like, oh, Morph's like non-binary now, it's gone woke, and all this stupid stuff, that now have those same people be like, oh, it's actually really great. So
yeah. To literally have people backtracking is just good job, guys.
Yeah,
good job. You couldn't have done any better, genuinely. And again, since you bring it up, I cannot think of another show that has done better.
Yeah,
in a revival sense, that has again come back, and especially after so long as well, you know.
No, it's hard. I mean, what, 27 years, like, that's a long time. There's a large gap, and again, to be able to, and I think that just goes to show how loved the show is. Like, it seems like everyone involved, from the voice actors to like the anime, like, you brought back a lot of the old crew that worked on the original show, to even like Kevin Feige, to be like, we have to get this one right. Like, you can't just do anything with a show like this. Like, there's a legacy that we have to keep. And I think the show has helped its legacy. Like, I think that from the original to this is going to be imprinted as like one of the greatest animated, you know, with the original and this one of the greatest animated shows of all time. Like, truly just one of the best. It's amazing. But about the episode itself, I don't even know where to start, because This episode was a
There's
lot.
just so much good stuff.
So much stuff here. I guess we can kind of start at the beginning of the episode. Again, we can kind of make our way down.
Okay.
Xavier and Eric, and we start off the episode. I was like, "Oh, this is a nice little flashback sequence. Like we're going in and
Yeah.
being in Eric's mind." And I was like, because we never really got a sequence like that in the original show. Or if we did, it wasn't very much of seeing like a young Charles and a young Eric and them bonding and stuff like that. Like most of that was done through like telling and not showing. So being able to see that was, I thought, was really, really cool. And then we found out, oh, it's not a backflash. They're just in their mind. What just overall, I mean, what was your kind of opinion on the Eric and Xavier stuff within this episode? Because that was a big cornerstone of the episode of trying to save Eric, I guess.
So honestly, I think sorry, I just keep coughing too much. I think we've been giving Charles, thank you. I was going to say Eric. Charles way too much credit. Okay, because like we keep saying like, free will. He doesn't want to invade people's minds and stuff. That guy is just jumping into people's minds left, right, and center. Now that I think about it, he did the same in the movies, and he might be the same way in the comics. I don't know. Like it's just crazy. He's just there. He's just hi. Yeah, I'm a mutant, by the way. You know, and then to know that was safe with Eric. You know, obviously he was doing like a whole thing there, like because he knew that he was in a mindscape.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think it's hilarious because obviously, like you're saying, that's a flashback of what happened.
Yeah.
So like he would have had to been in Eric's mind to know he was a mutant to know that that was okay.
I wonder because I think most like in the original show he has a very. I think he always did kind of go inside people's minds just to communicate with them. Where I think his line was always like, "I won't read people's thoughts. Like I won't like go into their memories. And I won't control them." Like I think that's the line. And I guess just kind of like putting his like mentally having a conversation with someone is different than reading their minds, perhaps. But yeah. I mean, you know, to play that double card, he technically did cross the line in this episode. He did the thing he never wanted to do and controlled Magneto. Like he did that, and that's the line. That was his line, and he crossed it. So yeah, you might be right there. But to be fair, did he have a choice? I'm not sure, you know.
No, but it does speak into what we were talking about like last week because like he keeps talking about asking everybody else to walk into his shoes, and then he's out here stepping into other people's shoes because he just keeps pushing his power to get the results he wants, you know? Yeah. So he is taking that step into Magneto's shoes. And then, by golly, does he do it at the end? But yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, I really liked their stuff within this episode. I thought, because we had talked about last week, like, where is Eric going to end up? Where are we taking his character? You had even said, like, maybe we kill him off, and you could kind of got me on your side to be like, maybe we do kill him off. And I feel like we did the opposite of that, actually. I feel like we saved him. We didn't kill him. Were you mad about that? Like, did you want him to die? Are you kind of happy where we kind of left Magneto?
Well, okay. So, at first I was kind of like, this feels... I know we're watching a comic book show, but the fact that they just saved like a 60, 70-year-old man that just got multiple organ puncture, like, boop, boop, straight through, and then, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay. You know? Like, is a little bit like, but where we ended up, you kind of need him around. So I'm okay with it for now, you know? For sure. I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah. It definitely would have been a big swing if they fully went for it. If they fully went the mile, like, we're going to kill the main villain of the show. Like, it definitely would have been ballsy, and I'm personally happy we haven't for now because I think we got a lot of cool things in store, and I'm curious come next season, who's the leader of the X-Men next season? Is it Magneto? Is it Charles? Is it Scott? Who is it? You know? And I feel like we might have another fight for power next season in some way or another. Let's just reference it early on, where we don't like beat around the bush. There was a lot of cameos this episode. There was a lot of gosh darn cameos in this episode.
So many.
Because I had kind of pitched like a similar idea a couple episodes back when I said like, it'll be fun in the final episode, like we get a shot of like Captain America or Iron Man or whatever. But they were like, here's Captain America and Iron Man and Daredevil and Cloak and Dagger and Spider-Man, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's a whole gosh dang Marvel universe. So I mean,
don't worry, Darren. You don't need to say "or." You could have everybody. You could just have the whole smorgasbord of characters. You have fun with yourself.
Yep. I mean, obviously, there's a big moment where we got to see Peter and MJ back. Peter found MJ. Obviously, you're a huge fan of the original show. I've not watched it yet, but I know there's a thing with Peter and MJ and him trying to find MJ. Like, I know all that stuff. What was your reaction to that scene?
Screaming with questions. I'm screaming inside with questions. Not even inside anymore. I'm just fully shouting questions at the TV. These need to be answered, okay? I understand that it's a time dimension hopping journey that he's going fighting off like a carnage symbiote version of himself. But yeah, that question needs to be answered. We have to find out what happened. And even if it isn't, like, and you just do a quick like flashbacky thing of it, because one thing you'll notice in the Spider-Man show is he's alone a lot, so you hear he talks to himself all the time, right? So like even if he does it like that, I'm fine with that. I don't care. Like that's just part of the course. Just tell us how it happened and then just give us more show.
Yeah,
because they did so good with all of it, like genuinely. God, yeah. But we'll hear about X-Men.
Yeah, no, I think like, because I've heard some people say like the timeline doesn't quite lead up because this takes place before, like the finale is in 90, like it's before 1998 or like whatever it may be. So I've heard people be like, oh, the timeline doesn't link up. But I think at the end of the day, this is their way of being like, if the Spider-Man show, if you never see anything more from that character, they at least give the fans, he found his MJ, right? He found whatever happens there. I don't even know, but they gave those fans at least a satisfying conclusion. So if nothing happens, MJ and Peter are happy again, which I think is really cool. I think, and again, if you want, let's say next year they're like 98, it's happening, we're doing it. They can always retcon that moment. They could be like, oh, that's just people who look like Peter and MJ. Like, they don't have to stick to that canon. If
they have had clones. They have had clones. There are multiple clones out there. So if there's like a clone, like the MJ clone died, she was like a water clone. Spoiler alert for when you get into it. But there's like an MJ water clone. And then if they went out there and met a Peter clone, that'd be amazing. That'd be hilarious and wonderful.
Yeah, no. That's a meter marker, and that's
PJ, my
God. Like they can do that if you want.
Doctor Strange turned up.
The surgery, that was so cool.
I lost myself, dude. I lost myself. Obviously, like the anticipation of it should have been there because of the quote of the Mystics at Carmitage. But like, if I'm gonna be honest, at most I expected Wong because he's easy to slip in. Do you know what I mean? You can have Wong everywhere, and just everybody loves the guy. Mm-hmm. And then we got full Doctor Strange, and I was like, what? Can you imagine if they did a Doctor Strange show?
I'd love. Honestly, I'm at a point. I just want like an Avengers show. Like everyone's like a Daredevil show or a Hulk show or whatever. I'm like do a show with all of them. Like I'd be totally okay with that.
It's a bit tough to do week in, week out. Because Avengers Assembled was good, but like when it was just
Heroes, so good.
Yeah,
have you seen that show?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was good, but like in like the small interim bits, what you felt how cartoony and made for kids it was. You know what I mean? They might as well have been arguing over a hot dog or something. It was so like trivial, and then you get big massive bits.
Which one?
Have you just generally? I mean, it wasn't. There was just I don't know, smaller
Are
episodes.
you talking about a second one that came out? Because I feel like that one felt like it was made more for kids. But I felt like the first one that was like 2006 or whatever it was, like
the one with Falcon in it?
Yeah, no. That's the second one. I mean the first one that came out. Like
Okay.
that one, I feel like most people say that's like one of the greatest like animated like superhero shows ever made. I feel like.
Yeah.
And like a lot of people want that show to come back, which I freaking love.
Come on.
But
Come on. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think, and again, we've talked about this almost every week since freaking Captain America. But again, I love how big the world is, and I think, like, I think it kind of shows what a lot of people kind of ask for when, like, in like an MCU movie and something's happening in a very populated city. Be like, wait, why isn't Spider-Man showing up to help the world? Because the world's about to end here. Why aren't we doing this? And it makes perfect sense. Like, if none of the other heroes showed up here, you would be like, why isn't anyone else helping out with this? Because this is a worldwide event. Like, the world's about to end here. Clearly, they would be dealing with this event in their own way. And it's so special the way they've been able to do that to make it feel so big, but also not feel like they're stepping on the X-Men show. The X-Men show. Like, the whole time, they are still the front and center. Yes, Captain America's here. Yes, Iron Man's here. But I'm still focused on Rogue freaking beating up Bastion or, like, whatever is going on within the scenes that the X-Men are dealing with. And I think that's how cameos should work in these things. It should be accents, but not the focus. And they've nailed that, I thought.
Yeah, because that's the issue with New York in the Marvel Universe is it is chock-a-block full of superheroes.
Every other house is a
superhero. Yeah. Like, literally just living on the same block and stuff, you know? Like, just be like, right, I've literally got to go get a can of peaches as dog food. Can you handle this one? You know? Because that question does get asked, you know? Like in all of the stuff that was happening around Bleecker Street when Iron Man and Doctor Strange were there, it was like, well, the Defenders were down the road.
Yeah.
You know? So
poor Defenders, they just were off town in every MCU movie. Like they weren't having it.
On the sidelines. But yeah, so that's the thing. I'm very, very, not to get too off topic, but I'm very interested to see how that plays out in James Gunn's universe. Because do you remember the animated DC logo intro where it had like everybody in the lineup, like and then it like kind of widened out? Like, I'm expecting that kind of level of immersion into his universe. You know what I mean? For the fact that like Guy Gardner's gonna be flying around and stuff in a Superman movie, you know. So I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Mm-hmm. I also think, not to get way off topic here, because I can easily get way off topic talking about DC, but like I do think with DC, obviously you're going to have those crossover moments, but I also feel like there is, with the Justice League at least, it does always feel like they're in different locations, right? Like I'm in my city, you're in yours, Wonder Woman's on an island, like Green Lantern's in space, you know, Aquaman's in the ocean. Like, it feels like each kind of person has their own kind of sector, which I think can help with their own independent stories. Where Marvel, it's like, it's New York. Like, almost 9 out of 10 heroes are in the New York City or whatever. It's all Guy and Spider-Man and Daredevil and Luke Cage, just like, and Iron, you know, it's like everyone's just there. So, yeah, it's great. So at the beginning of the episode, we have, like, Bastion. He has Beast, he has Storm, he has Forts, he has all these characters. And we had the return of the Phoenix, which we talked about last week. Again, we were talking about, like, Jean's dead. Is Jean dead? Is she going to come back? I think I said yes. You said no, she's dead. Were you mad about her not being dead, or were you satisfied with how they handled it?
I loved how they handled it. Because I thought that force was gone. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that there was, like, a spark just still kindling inside of her, just waiting for her to need help and stuff. So I love that like there's an innate part of her that's like, no. I ain't going down without a fight, guys. You want some power? And then there it is, you know. That was just sick. I loved it. Yeah. I love when like, that's not too comic booky for me. That was sick. Yeah. Especially how, like, Dragon Ball Z, that beam was, you know, that was so like big anime beam from Cable, and it was just like, doof. And then it's just like, aha, okay, I'll see your gigantic beam and I'll raise you with a Phoenix Force, you know. So yeah, just amazing.
Yeah, Yeah,
And it's the
it
fact.
felt-
Sorry, it's the fact that his mother's clone. That his mother's a clone of the person that's doing this. You know, so he's like, yes, it tends not to skip a generation. We're great, world-class psychics here. And then she's like, oh, really? Well, let mommy show you how it's done. You know, like, and then like, sit down, Sean. You know, it's great.
Yeah, and it felt like an official moment of like Cable acknowledging her as his mother, which I thought was a very sweet moment. Just to be like, yeah, my mom's the Phoenix, and fuck you, Bastion. Like it was such a such a cool moment. It did feel like it felt like a '90s moment. Like if I was like, oh, all else fails, I have this secret power, and it comes out when I need it most. And it was like, yeah, it's perfect. It makes sense. It's in line with Jean Grey. Like again, they're showing. I feel like the first time how cool the Phoenix is. Like it feels like they tried to do that in the '90s show. I personally wasn't a huge fan of like her Phoenix arc. Like I felt like it felt very rushed, and they didn't show how much of a force she really was. And again, they've done that with Flying Colors. They've shown how cool she is
in a taste.
Yeah,
you know, that's what's really impressive as well.
And her like shivering up Sinister, so cool. Seeing him whine like a little baby.
God. Oh my god. Oh, dude. And then when he's like, how do I look? And then Morph shows him. Like, Morph's the one giving him that, like, kicking him while he's down moment, you know?
Yeah. That was great.
Do you think he's going to stay that way? I don't think so.
I'm curious. No, probably not. I'm thinking maybe next season we may take a break from Sinister, and then maybe come back in either season 3 or 4. I don't know. It feels like how we ended it, we might be busy in other places.
Do you remember
I don't know
how Voldemort got back to health? Like, I'm imagining Sinister's gonna be like that.
Yeah.
You know, just in a forbidden forest somewhere, just like sucking on some, just biting some random mutant's leg and just being like a little vampire, just like.
We've definitely not seen the last of Sinister though. He'll be back with a vengeance. I feel.
I've always loved Sinister.
Sinister's cool.
Yeah.
I think he's in our X-Men movie. I think he'll be I know a lot of people have said that as well, but I'm just agreeing what other people have said on the internet. I think Sinister will be the first villain in the X-Men MCU movie. I think that'd be a great first introduction.
He will be so hard to pull off.
Yeah. I think I think just with like, I don't know, just kind of like how you introduce the X-Men and stuff like that. Like I think he's a cool like companion piece to all of that.
Oh, absolutely. I think he'll be a phenomenal villain if done right. Like it's gonna have to be a mix between like the right actor, maybe the right voice actor. Like there might have to be two different people doing the physical side of it. Definitely like prosthetics and maybe some CGI in there. Like it's gonna have to be a whole wizardry to bring that guy to life. But when it's done well, just like it has been in this show, you're gonna feel the force of it. It's gonna be amazing, for sure.
Okay, so one thing, and this wasn't a criticism for me within the episode. It wasn't, but just something that kind of crossed my mind is and we didn't have time for it. So this isn't a criticism, but I did think I did somewhat kind of want a moment of like apology between the team. Like I thought it was very interesting how like Rogue and Sunspot kind of just came in here and was like, oh yeah, like nothing kind of happened within the episode, because I did think there's a lot that happened, and I think Sunspot's fine. I did think I wanted a moment with Rogue and maybe Scott or something. I don't know. Like again, we didn't have time for that. I understand that, but it did feel like, oh, we're all just a team again. All right, let's get this done or whatever. I don't know. Is that a hot take? I
don't know. maybe because they're family, maybe not.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe. There are some. It depends on the dynamic, really. Like there are some families that have conversations about things that are transpired. There are some families that just sweep it under the rug like nothing's happened and just move on with their day. You know, it depends really on who it is. But that being said, given Rogue's speech when she went to Magneto, you could say that there are some people in the team that hold on to stuff. So a conversation might be coming.
And yeah, that's fair. Like, we could come back next season and be like, "Oh, Rogue, you turned on us or whatever." Like, I think mainly where I'm coming from is what happened to Logan. Like, I think she sided with the man that did that to Logan. Like, I could still see grievances on the team. Like, I think that's almost a step too far. But like, how could you forgive someone to do that to a member of your team? But, you know, a lot's been going on, you know, so it might be a thing where, like, yeah, the world was about to end. There was no choice but to team up and stop this guy. So, again, not a criticism. It was just kind of something I was thinking about throughout the week.
Maybe this wasn't time.
Yeah.
You know?
There wasn't a lot of time.
Maybe it'll come, like, because I'm going to need to go back unless you've got it written down as to, we'll get to it, but who's where? Because I know, obviously, you've got the Summers up front, and then I think
Logan, I did write that down. If you want me to tell you,
Logan's back with Magneto and Rogue. And
did we see Logan there? I don't think Logan. Okay, we have in ancient Egypt, we have Rogue, Nightcrawler, Beast, Eric, and Xavier. And then in the future, Scott and Jean, and then everyone else is MIA. We don't know where everyone else is. Yeah.
In the present, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because like somebody needs to deal with the guy up top. You know what I mean? At the center of the piece, who's just milling around in '97. So that's probably where Logan is. And dude, oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness. Okay. Right. So. Apocalypse makes horsemen, right? Mm-hmm. He's obviously chosen his horseman of death, as per the episode end, right? Wolverine has just been nerfed, right? As we know from Archangel's issues and transformative process, that's what Apocalypse does, is he takes somebody who has been nerfed or depowered in a way and then makes them the best and strongest they can be.
Yeah.
Wolverine has just had that happen to him. He's just been angeled.
Yep.
So is he next in line in a horseman position?
Perhaps. And I think he's one of the 4 in the comic.
He is already one of the 4. Yeah, I think he's usually war or death.
Yeah.
And he'll
I think
definitely be war.
It's what? It's the Gambit, Wolverine,
Storm,
and Nightcrawler? Or is it... Who's the 4th one?
Angel?
Is it Nightcrawler? Is it Angel? Okay.
There's a few iterations. There's a few changes.
Gotcha.
Depending on what's happening. How is that powering through the right god?
I don't know.
Sorry. But yeah, so I'm super curious. And how, like, that's going to change up so much stuff, right? And especially, right? So imagine, like that look when Magneto was saving that Egyptian dude, and then the second I saw his eyes, I was like, oh, I know who that is. I was like, because before I was like, maybe that's who it is, but then I saw it, I was like, I know who that is. Oh my god, they're doing it again. Yes. So then that look that Eric gives to Rogue, you know, like that sad, like, hi. Yeah, I'm still hurt, by the way. Ouch. You know. Yeah. So, like, that whole thing's going to be happening 3,000 years in the past, trying to get back to what, you know, the present and everything else. So then, like, they might start reconnecting on a whole thing that now that she's grieving, not knowing that Remy's coming back, and then and then once they start getting into a thing, and they're like, oh, maybe we've reached like an understanding and a level of where we might be able to be, like, starting a relationship together, then boom, in comes the Horseman of Death. You know, and it's like, hey, mon cher, you know, and then and then what does she do then? You know, that's what I can't wait to see. Jesus Christ, this show, man, I haven't even got there yet.
No, I mean, we can talk about the end now since we're here, and then come back around to some of the other things. No, that's totally okay. Yeah, I mean, very clear about the ending. Gambit's coming back as a Horseman of Death. Like, I think that's been the main theory of like the season. Everyone's like, he's gonna come back as a Horseman. And I'm like, I don't know, we'll see. And everyone was right. I was like, all right, fair game. And I'm okay with it at this point. I am. Like, I know I was very anti. Don't bring him back, but it's been the season. Characters will have that have that time to have grieved. And it's not like that event won't have consequences because big characters still died there, like Madeline and a bunch of X-Men died there. Like it was a huge event, and it still has consequences for that moment, even though freaking Leech died.
I think like 7,000, wasn't it?
Yeah,
7,
a lot of like.
odd?
Yeah, there's still major consequences to that moment, and I do think I'm always a sucker for like when a character dies and comes back evil. Like that's such a comic book trope. That's always a lot of fun to explore.
Yeah,
and how it will rock our team.
Do you think, like, now this is really kind of jumping ahead a little bit. Now, obviously, Gambit will not stay evil. Obviously, there is going to be either the power of love, friendship, or something positive that will triumph the mind control that's happening, right? So when we get, like, our Remy back, if he doesn't go off on, like, some kind of, I need to go find myself again, you know, kind of, like, journey, and he actually stays, I would love to explore, like, a survivor's guilt, especially as he already passed.
Yeah.
You know? And then, like, because, like, he always saw himself as a rogue and, like, a thief and all of this, why is he alive over all of the people that passed and why was he chosen to be brought back over everybody else, you know? So, like, dealing with that would be really, really, really cool.
Yeah. That's a great point. And I mean, yeah, because Magneto was the only other one to survive, right? So
And Emma Frost.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and maybe they'll even come back and have a bond. Like they'll have like a connection that they can now be through. Like, hey, that's a trauma that we've been through, and yeah, no, I'm very fascinated. Now, do you think Apocalypse was the one to send them through time, or do you think someone else was the one to do that?
Good question.
Because I have no idea. I don't even have a theory.
No, I don't know, because I don't think he would have sent them to like various points of himself. I mean, unless it's a paradox situation. Yeah. Where they were already there, so they had to go back there to be sent there, and you know, like to go through the stream. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like, because you know, like the idea of like killing baby Hitler on a toilet or whatever. You know. No, wait, that's not right. Either killing baby Hitler or killing Hitler on a toilet. You know, when he's just busy and before it.
I was like, I've never heard this expression.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No, like basically the idea of sending them back to himself when he was vulnerable and under attack, I don't think would have been the smartest move for an immortal megalomaniac. So maybe somebody else, you know.
Yeah.
What about you? Who do you think?
I have no idea. I don't even have any theories. They're just one of those things. Like I'll find out next season. Like Apocalypse would be my only guess, and then I was like, yeah, but I feel like it's someone else. Like I feel like it's a 2-part punch here. Like I mean, do we think Apocalypse will be the main villain of next season? Like, do you think we're doing all this Gambit and stuff next season, or do you think we're waiting? Like, maybe have build up to it.
No, what would they do? Because the only way they would build up to it would to be have like us know that they're there,
Yeah.
just doing stuff in the background while we're stuck with
Other stuff,
like Logan and the others, and then like then dealing with the mystery. But then unless they leave like a massive sign on the pyramids or something in somewhere in Egypt that becomes cemented in time, you know, like in Doctor Who, where you change something in the past and then just leave it long enough, and then it's like, right, it's there now, you know.
Sure. Yeah, I don't
like
know.
same sort of thing. Then there's no way they're going to know that they're there. You know what I mean? It's not like they've got the GPS coordinates from Endgame, you know, on their wrists,
Sure.
where they're like, right, they're there in time space. Let's go get them. You know.
Sure.
There's no way to know that.
True. I do want to go back a little bit. I do want to talk about like kind of the final fight and the thing kind of like leading into the final fight. Like there's a really good like 5-minute sequence of just like our team battling Bastion. Jubilee finally showed what she's capable of, which is something I've been begging for since the original show. Like one of my big gripes is like I think throughout the original run she maybe won a fight like once. Like almost every episode it's pew, and then she gets knocked over and we don't see her for the rest of the fight. Like that's every fight she's in almost, and it's like it comes to a point where it's like, why are you going on this mission, Jubilee? Like you don't add a lot, and that's not fair to her as a character because I know she's such a powerful character. I know there's a lot she has, but I didn't think the original show did her justice in terms of her fighting and stuff like that. And to see her like land those punches against him, like the denting his her face and her broken glasses is like, this is sick as hell.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was really good. I do understand what you mean. She does. She has been nerfed up until now, and it hasn't been fair. But you also got to remember, like, she's still just a kid.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, she's like what, 16, 17 at this point. I don't know. You know,
she's 18 now, right?
She's 18 now.
Yeah.
Is that what she is now? Okay. So yeah, so she's 18 now. So she's out there putting the business on. But like before, it made more sense where she had the gumption to try and was like, oh, I can do it, but then just kept getting knocked on her ass.
Yeah.
And
yeah, and like most of the show is within a year because like towards the end of season 4, she was still 15, which again is why we had that thing in episode 4 where it's like, wait, she's 18 now, so how much time has passed? You know, we had all that thing, but it's fine. But like for the most of the show, it is within that first year, so it is her being a kid and also trying to train, then not letting her go in all the dangerous battles because she's just a kid. Like that's definitely a thing as well. So, but no, I just thought that was a really like satisfying moment to see her get her time to shine. So many great moments in this fight. Like we have the rogue sequence where she's just going ham on Bastion, and it's like, you know, like his name was Gambit. You know, like all those moments. Oh, like that felt so good. Rogue's been probably one of my favorites this season. They've done her so well, I thought, and so many great fight scenes with her this season, proving, she's the shit. Like, you know, they've done her well. I thought the sequence with like Beast and like the rest of the crew coming in like with a Sentinel, and it's like, this is my family, and it's like, oh, here, we killed your family. Sorry, like there's hopping out, and you have all the team there. Like, great stuff.
Scott. Oh my god, right? So sorry, one sec. So he sorry, I just had to get a cough out. Scott, right? He has done some stuff this season that's kind of like, which he made up for in the end, right? He made up for by saying, my dad never said goodbye, and then that's what he was holding on to and stuff, and the whole abandonment issues and stuff. I feel like there's a reason for that, though, isn't there? There's a reason why that happened. But yeah, so that he's done stuff that makes you think, you are a bit of a D, ain't you? You know, you're a bit of a douche, you know?
Yeah.
But then he just does stuff like at this episode where he's just like, him and Jean are, if I remember rightly, they're fighting still while having this telepathic communication. If I'm not mistaken. So like the mind of these people is incredibly strong, and then to go and handle everything that they did, honestly,
No, that like telepathic like goodbye moment was one of my favorite parts of the episode. Like the callback from episode 3 or episode 4 or whatever it was when she's like he has your eyes or whatever, and then him taking off the glasses and be like he has you, or like he has beautiful eyes and now they're yours, and it's just like, oh my gosh. And I was scared at first, but then I was like, all right, they're not going to die here, clearly. So is this scene going to feel worthless when they don't die? And so I think in having them disappear made that scene feel worth it. So they were still saying goodbye to him in a sense.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel like, goodbye, son, and be like, actually, never mind, we're right here, we're totally fine. So I'm super glad that they went that route.
And then they fixed the asteroid, didn't they? Yeah, they weren't fighting. They fixed the asteroid. Yeah, either way, it was still amazing that they were doing it. And then the stuff that they pulled off just after, that he was able to sit there and power the repulsors of an asteroid M with just an optic blast and help from other people. But most of that was him, dude. Most of that was him. That was so sick. I've always wondered what it's like when he just goes full whack with those beams.
Every fight with him in this season has been great. It's been so cool to see Vengeance, Cyclops being like, oh my gosh. And I kind of just slightly going back to that scene. I loved the Cable stuff of being I heard stories about you as a kid and the team as a kid, and I always hated it because I was supposed to be there. The scene where he's all the stories, none of it had did justice to who you guys are. And it's just oh my gosh, the work they did with Cable just within these last 3 episodes has been so good. And to see him interacting with the parents and the team, and amazing. I loved, probably one of my favorite parts of this episode.
I always find it massively interesting to see a big grizzled old soldier being Mom, Dad, I love you guys. Just like Mommy, I love Mommy.
Yeah.
Because the big toughest dudes there on the battlefield, you go here, let's go, rah! But then inside they're just I need my mommy, man.
Yeah.
It's just so cool.
I do need to talk about Morph in this episode.
Yes.
And he had a confession of sorts to Logan, which was a vindication moment to me. Okay, let's talk about this really quick. Because, they've clearly been hinting at it all season, but each time I'm they're just good friends. They're just good friends. Morph just, they're best friends.
Do you mean the Gene thing? Do you mean the Gene thing? Because I genuinely just think he was helping a brother out.
Nope. Creator said nope.
No shit.
Yeah.
No shit.
Hold on.
Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? I read that so wrong.
Okay. Let me, because even in that moment, I'm with you. I'm just oh, does he love him? And I was no. He was just doing a nice little thing. Because he was posting about it actually a lot. And I don't know if you follow the creator, the the one that got fired. Again, I don't know what he's done.
But
I don't know all that stuff.
I haven't been.
But he's been posting a lot about the show since it all.
Oh my goodness.
So let me pull up the tweet really quickly.
Wait, let me just get that follow on the go. Oh
yes. Okay.
I haven't been.
So
I thought it was.
This is the first
time.
Putting
in my notifications.
Let me pull up this first tweet really quickly.
That's incredible. I love that.
Okay, so yes. So this is him being firstly, yes, Morph was confessing romantic feelings for Logan. So that was his first tweet. Which was oh my god!
That's
because I kind of read it.
Hey, what are you doing? Shh. Look at that face. That's just hey, shut up. Tell everybody.
Okay, because like I kind of felt that all season, but the back of my mind was like, no, like I'm reading too much into it. I'm trying to like put something there that's not there.
Yeah.
But like, there's literally a moment in episode 3 where he's trying to jump in the shower with Logan, and in my head, like he was just joking, but like he was like, let me scratch the hard spots or whatever. Like, it kind of felt like they were hinting at it all season. And we were all just like, but no, they couldn't. They wouldn't go that route, and they did. This one's funny. The like, they seem to be very good friends meme is always a banger. It's just like, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. And then he posted, what's the other meme that he posted that I thought was pretty funny? Oh, do I just scroll all the way to the top? Gosh,
because like the whole thing is like, you know, like when somebody's on the edge and needing to heal, like they're in the hospital in that, you know, and then they're like calling out for their love, and in it hearing them strengthens them to heal and get stronger, you know. That's what I thought he was doing, which obviously he was, but like for reasons, I guess. Like, what? No. This is crazy. I cannot believe I read that so wrong.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Good for him.
I am. I'm
Yumi. Good for them. Good for them.
It's interesting because I don't know if he'd reciprocate those feelings. Like, I know there are some comics and runs where they've wrote Logan queer, but I feel like that's very, very rare. I feel like that's not the norm. Not to say they can't go that direction. I love if they went in that direction. I'm just not sure if they would. And
the guy's clearly hard up on Jean, you know? Yeah. Like, he has his sights set on Jean. Jean's with Scott, kind of at the moment. Jean kind of likes Logan. And then you just have poor Morph out here in the cold, who nobody's liking, because he's just sat here liking Wolverine.
Yeah. And it makes sense, because I mean, I've always loved their friendship, like, even in, like, the classic show, like, and I mean, the very first episode, or I guess, first episode, like, ends with, like Logan, like, leaving the team, because he feels like none of the other members care that Morph has died, but, like, he does, they do, but, like, there's nothing they can do, and there's all that anger there, so obviously, like, they've always been at the very least, really good friends. But, like, again, I'll be curious to kind of see where they take that. It was a very nice moment. Like, I thought it was a very sweet moment, how they kind of handled it. I know there's definitely a thing with people being like, well, like, you know, there's this idea of, like burying the queers, like, you know, like, within the community of, like, the heartbroken queers and, like, one side, it being very one-sided and not the other. So I want him to be happy. Like, I've heard a lot of people being like, oh, like, they'll kill Morph way before he gets to tell him how he feels. I was like, I don't think that's the direction. Like, I don't. Yeah, I would hate that direction. Like, I think that's going exactly in.
No.
The one queer character on the team. Yeah.
My question to you is, do you think, wait, did you say he was in 3000 BC?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, who Morph? Who Morph?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I have Rogue, Nightcrawler, Beast, Eric, and Xavier. Those are the only ones that were shown.
He's in present, right? So he could also be chosen as a
I don't
horseman.
think anyone's in present anymore, because, like, the sign at the end of the episode, you know, the board, like none of them were. They're all missing still. So I think they're just other places. Like, I think maybe they are in present day, but, like, maybe they went to freaking, I don't know, 1905 or something.
Apocalypse has them. Or Apocalypse has them already, because they were unconscious.
Actually, I'm going to see if I can find that board, because I do actually want to look at that a little bit.
Yeah. So, like, my question to you is do you think that they will keep the status quo and have season 2 focus on Jean, Scott, and Logan, and then keep Morph as, like, the joke guy that you were saying? Or do you feel that the creators might feel emboldened by the success of the show and then, like, make Morph and Logan a thing?
I don't know. again, I think it's a tough line to walk with it. Again, I think it's a storyline we're going to explore. I just don't know if it's going to be like in a relationship or whatever like that. Like we could just tell a story about I don't know, him exploring who he is. He, like maybe having to move on past Logan. Like I don't know. Like I feel like Logan has so much pain, so much stuff, and I feel like he wouldn't be able to put that love for Jean aside and the pain aside.
Well, okay, this is another thing. Is Morph's chosen form at the moment is kind of non-binary in itself,
Yes.
right? Because they might be like a Ken doll down there, right? We don't know. They might be like might be like their face, right?
Yeah.
So it could be that when they are they tell Logan of their feelings, that they might put on a different face. Like there's nothing like the face that they have at the moment is because of like their powers and their job and everything else. But they keep switching into this, that, and the other, right? But if they just like settle down into like a 9 to 5 with the egg, whatever, and then I'm this in my free time. This is who I am. I'm in a relationship with this person. This is who I identify as. You know, then they could take on a whole unique form that Logan might find appealing, male or female.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd definitely be open to that. Like again, like I feel like that would be the dream if they could manage to pull this off. Obviously, the internet would go wild. Obviously, the internet would be like, "Oh, it's gone woke, it's trash or whatever." Like that, the internet's gone internet. Like I feel like it would almost be good to have that freak out because that means we're making progress in a really interesting way.
Yes.
I do want to pull up this thing right here because I've heard a lot of people kind of talking about
myself with this board. Lost myself.
I love a good board.
Yeah, because I forget which comic book cover it was. Is it the Cable cover with like Days of Future Past, or one of the Logan covers or something? But there's posters in the background where it's like missing, presumed dead, like in this and this. So like what Forge has here, like was already like is kind of like Easter eggy already, you know. So it's already really cool.
Yeah. So the world thinks that all of our X-Men are presumed dead, right? They never came back from the mission. They think they sacrificed themselves, which I think could really open up for an interesting kind of first half of the season. Like, I think this opens up a way for us to bring in maybe some mutants that we didn't get to see in this season. Like, this season, I really wanted to see, like, an Iceman. I think it would be really cool to bring back Iceman, a Colossus. Obviously, it says here that a Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are off-world, which is really interesting. I'm curious what they're up to, but you can maybe bring them back into the picture if you want. Mystique, we haven't heard either way about. Like, we haven't heard where she is. I think it'd be interesting with both of her children gone, or, you know, they think they're dead. Maybe she's like, oh, maybe I'll help out, like, a new X-Men or something. Like, I think that could kind of be a cool idea. Shadowcat is here, Kitty Pryde, which made me so happy because this is the first confirmation of her within this continuity. Like, she hasn't appeared a single time in the original show. She's never referenced. So it's happy that we know that she exists, and maybe she can make an appearance at some point. That'd be really cool.
Interesting costume as well.
Yeah, I like it. It's very 90s. I like it.
See, the interesting thing as well is... Sorry. Go on.
Go ahead. No, I was done. Go ahead.
Okay. One, love that Ilyana's on there with Colossus. Two, the difference between, like, AWOL, right, and the people that we know weren't time traveled that are missing and presumed dead, you know. And then the fact that Iceman's on there, like, one, do we think in the future we will get like some surprise appearances from people that are missing, like cool. like Logan or whoever? Because imagine like a declawed Logan in the future would be near useless.
Yeah.
You know, But what I would like to see, which would be difficult to pull off because like a whole bunch of the members are disappeared, but if they could do like as close to like original members as they could, like with Iceman, maybe bring in like an angel.
Yeah. You need Beast and Jean too, right? But yeah. Maybe.
And then like again, as close to it as they can, and then when they can't like substitute somebody close, you know, so like you haven't got Cyclops, bring in Havoc. You don't have Jean, bring in Emma Frost.
Yeah.
So
I could see her like stepping up too. Like the X-Men kind of saved her at the end there, so maybe she's like, all right, I guess I'll help them or whatever. Like I think it'd be really cool if we could like make a new X-Men team while this X-Men's away. Like I think, you know, Bobby.
So if you count them, there's 7 people that don't have anything on 8. Iceman, Havoc, Colossus, right? All dudes like that have reason to be in the team, right? Because Havoc, Cyclops' brother, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I think so. Yeah.
And then I can't read that guy's name. The in between Cable and Quicksilver.
I don't know. I cannot read it either. He's someone.
Yeah, right. I'm just like so like I cannot read that. And then you got Shadowcat, Ilyana, and Emma Frost, right? Yeah. So there's 7 people there, 8 people, and then excuse me, this lady here, I can't read that either. She's not chic, is it? No, I can't read that. It's so small. But yeah, so like there's 8 people there that can make a team that can, because you also, we have to deal with the fallout of everything that's happened.
Yeah.
Right? Not to mention Captain America and how they were feeling at the end of everything.
Yeah.
Because he was very unhappy with the decision that was made.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Black Panther as well. Yeah. T'Chaka. That was fun to see. Which I saw people mad that they went with him instead of the other one, but
it's 90s.
T'Challa. Yeah, but I guess he appeared in the 90s universe as, I don't know. I saw people upset about it, but T'Challa is the current Black Panther, I guess, in this continuity. So they were like, "Wait, why is he here?" But I don't know. Who knows?
It's fine. Like, because these guys, as much as yes, it is the X-Men 97 universe, like from the back in the day, they are also trying to like connect it to the MCU, right?
Sure.
And have as much common things in common as they can, which is why we're getting like a whole bunch of like MCU references and cameos and things like that as well. So enjoy.
Yeah. I think that's all I have for notes for this episode. Anything that we didn't mention that you would like to talk about? Do you have any theories for season 2 that we haven't brought up yet?
I love Bastian as a villain. I didn't think that he would just surrender at all, right? Yeah. Honestly, but I am sad that he died because he was a great villain.
I think he'll be back. I think he'll
very, very
I'd
true.
be shocked if he doesn't.
Yeah,
I think he's a survivor, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially being like a villain that's throughout time, so that is a possibility. You're very right. I need to go back and watch it and write some of the stuff down to reference it, but just the conversations that they were having while fighting, talking about evolution and extinction and like the reason for fighting and stuff like that, and just the sheer like he was a mutant machine that was striving for his evolution over everybody else's and saw mutants and humans as beneath him. But above all of it, it was his loyalty and humanity that strove him to unalive himself, right? And to keep going and to not evolve as a person, right? Because he was unwilling to believe that his mother reacted out of fear and pushed Xavier away instead of welcoming him and having him in the picture frame, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was like, no, she wouldn't do that to me. It's my mother, my mummy, you know? So above all of that, it was his humanity that just kept him up, like, on that path and everything. And it's massively interesting. Because if he were to evolve as a person, which was his whole thing, I'm the peak of evolution, he would have seen that his mother is human, fallible, and it's okay to admit that she was wrong. These aren't your enemy. There is a way to coexist peacefully. And boom, you know, like, he could have just stopped right there. But no, decided, you know what? No, I'm just going to throw my toys out the pram and I'm just going to jump into this big energy source here. Excuse me. You know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in such a short amount of, like, episodes as well, like, they were able to make him such, like, a compelling villain. Like, what, 4 episodes? So what they were able to do in such a short amount of time. I think that's the strength of the show as a whole. Like, they don't waste a second. They use every second to their advantage. Like, there never feels like there's a waste of space. And, like, what, each episode, most of them are about 30 long, and what they're able to do in each episode is so impressive, so well done, so deserved.
You got to remind me, how was the, because my friends had 7 Deadly Sins on it, just polluted my mind. So how, the end of the show, right, when Asteroid M's falling, like, was it a case of they knew that the mutants saved them, right, and it was like, yay, mutants, or was it, look what the mutants are doing, you know, and they were getting the blame? Can you remember? I
don't know if they showed, like, the only thing we heard is like there's like a second coming of Magneto, right? Like, that's kind of interesting. I feel like there's gonna be a bunch of riots in the streets. I don't know what, like, the POV of, like, the news stations and stuff are going to be. Like, what's the commentary of what happened? If I was to know the government, like, I imagine they'll be like, we sent missiles up there, so we saved the day. Like, I would imagine that's probably the commentary that they're going in. I'm not sure, because I think because
it was clear that mutants saved the day, though, right? That's the thing.
I would hope.
Because, like, there's obviously, right, because it's just big old beams popping out of something, big old wind funnels help pushing it up.
You would think.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if, like, people can actually see the glow, if that's half a benefit with the telekinesis stuff, right? But, like, things just like, oh, it's just this. Oh, there you go. Anti-gravity's working.
Yeah.
Whoop, there you go. You know? So it's because this is the thing. So there's going to be people that see the event, right? So you're right. There are going to be people in the news, and, like, because the guy was like, oh, I had to do it, right? And then Captain America's like, Maiden. So that guy is going to be like, oh, yeah, like, Magneto is the bad guy. But then you're going to have all of the people that were like, maybe, but mutant saved the day. Do you know what I mean? So they're not all bad guys.
I also wonder if they'll use, like, the X-Men's death as, like, a martyr, right? Where it's like, they sacrificed themselves for this world, and you're still treating us like this, like, just this, like, continued, you know, mutant versus human, like, thing. Where it's be like, well, if it wasn't for the mutants, we wouldn't have to do any, like, there's going to be that thing that's going to be happening, which I think will be a very interesting commentary next season if we do cover that, especially, again, with the X-Men gone. Like, if you're showing other, like, just, like, other X-Men or just, like, other mutants throughout the world, like, how are they handling all this? Like, I think that'd be interesting to pan to, like, characters like a Bobby or, like, a Wade. Are they going to use Wade? Probably not. They said they're not allowed, but I don't know. Like, it'd be interesting if we can kind of tell that kind of story.
Yeah, and then, like, mutant representation as they get, because imagine a mutant in office. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, they had, like, Beast rocking around sometimes in, like, The Last Stand, you know?
Yeah.
Because if they do go that way, right, if they do go from mutants are the enemy to full overswing, right, and just go, we love mutants now, mutants are great, you know, and then, like, then they start putting them in, like, positions quickly and stuff like that, just to kind of show acceptance and things like that. That would be interesting. I would love to see that. because
But-
not everybody's on the same wavelength. Do you know what I mean? So there are gonna be
Yeah.
good guys and there's still gonna be some bad guys.
I think, honestly, I think I think Mutants probably would have had an upper hand in all this if Magneto didn't take the huge swing that he did at the end. Like, I think if he was just kind of like, because they're gonna use it, be like Magneto almost killed us all. Like, that's the danger of mutants, and there would be some validness to that, to be like, that's what they can do. I'm scared of that, and I'd be like, all right, I can see that point of view as well, like why you would be scared. So again, it's just like, it feels like a tennis match where it's like, we got this point and then we got this point, and they're just kidding it back and forth. There's like, you're bad and you're bad, and it's just it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to see where all the pieces fall next season and
Next
where we
season,
land.
oh my god,
Oh.
Apocalypse is just as much of a fun villain as Sinister is.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've ever played X-Men Legends, but number 2 was Age of Apocalypse,
Mhm.
and they always used different in-game engine stuff for the cutscenes, and he looked so good. Like, the stuff still holds up, dude. Like, you watch it on YouTube, it still holds up.
Oh yeah,
So, bring on
I'm
Apocalypse.
Apocalypse
That
is
sounds so
really
bad.
fun. I mean, the original show, I'd argue like Apocalypse was like the main guy in that show. Like, he was the villain that just kept coming back, and he was always a fun villain to have. And where they left the original show, like, he had just got like re-released or whatever, and he was out there scheming. So he's been
Here he
scheming
is.
for 27 years, and he's coming back. He's coming back.